far. Let me see. Refresh. Nobody here. Okay. Yeah, it may be the first time I've ever had a chat. Nobody's here. Okay. All righty. Let me. Everything sounds good. For people watching. It might not be teaching time. I want to, but it might be time to learn American male. Everybody knows more than me, so it might be time for the teacher to sit back and learn some stuff. Sergeant Willie Pete's not gonna come in, man. Sergeant Willie Pete doesn't even acknowledge that I'm even around. So why would he come on my hangout? Him and Chrissy, I'm an old fool to them. So why would they come on my hangout? Yeah, I'm sitting here watching the Lakers. I'm getting so much reaction on my some of them a reaction on my DJ Trump. All you Trump supporters out there, man, are killing me. Y'all killing me. Yeah, I'm gonna wait a few minutes and I'm gonna put the link in so you guys can jump on and have at it. I know y'all want a piece of me because y'all chomping at the bit. So, I'm ready to be taught a lesson. See what you guys know, because you guys been in my comment section, man, giving me the work. So I'm gonna see what you guys actually know, especially you Trump supporters. See what y'all actually see what y'all got. Yeah. Yeah, Trump is cool. Yeah, okay. Everybody said Obama was cool. Everybody said Obama's cool, and I said, well, he's just going to be another president. I said, I know what Obama was there for. Try to keep friends with Africa and basically satisfy the G20, so they didn't throw the dollar away because they're getting ready to get off the banking system. But the banking system would have collapsed without Obama. That's what he was basically. That was he was in there for, and in fact, he was even. There's one speech that he gave to all the investment bankers. He had them all together, and he says, "I'm the only thing between you and the pitchforks." That's what he told them. Uh, man. You know what? Like I said, I keep hoping that I hope that Donald Trump is a good president because his first 3 weeks, man. How can you get everybody against you in the first 3 weeks? You know, he's had. I was listening to KFI and Bill Handel. Bill Handel is a right wing Republican going way way back. He's a lawyer. He's been a lawyer for like 40 years, man. He is basically a right wing Jewish conservative, right? And he's pointing out all Donald Trump's mistakes, man. About his travel ban. He's like, you say, come on now. Okay, you go in front of the courts and you want a travel ban because of an emergency factor. Say, okay, well, show me what the emergency is. Well, we don't know what the emergency is. So how can you ask for a travel ban? In other words, the president can't do what they want to do. The president is supposed to follow the law. They are a law enforcer, not a lawmaker. Your Congress is a lawmaker. But there's the link, and all you Trumpites, that have been giving me the work, hey, jump in and you know, let me know where I'm wrong. The Donald Travel Band performs tonight. Well, not tonight, man. The concert's been canceled until further notice. Uh, the root of the problem has been there for a long time, man. What the root of the problem, as far as women are concerned, and what's been going on with the women is that they went from marriage 1.0 that had been around for 100,000 years and went to marriage 2.0. In other words, it's an egalitarian marriage, and that's what they were shooting for. And all those laws came into it, an egalitarian marriage, and that shit don't work. And I kept asking them, and it was like 25 years ago. All the psychologists that say this is what we're supposed to do. You're supposed to negotiate with your wife. All that stuff. So I said, okay. I said, so you're going to break the old model that you've had for 100,000 years, and you're going to replace it with what? Okay, you get married and you're supposed to figure it out. I said, that's cool for the like 5 or 10% of the people. What are you going to do with the 90% of the people? That shit's not going to work. Shit hasn't worked, especially for black people. The black people that married, the divorce rate, the no fault divorce was the worst thing that ever happened to black people, man. Black women start divorcing your ass like 70, 80%, man, just because they could. Divorce rate shot up for black people. It's never gone down. That's the elephant in the room that black women don't want to talk about. The divorce rate for black people is like 70%, between 70 and 80%, depending on what you look at it. Hey, simply cool. Hey, you one of them Trump supporters that would give me the work, weren't you? Y'all giving me these long explanations about monetary finance, man, and trade and shit like that, man. I said, hell, I barely understand that shit, man. The shit's complex. There's only really a few people that really understand that shit, man. Really. We're talking about high level PhDs, man, that actually teach, and they barely understand it. Michael Hudson, because he basically helped them put the system together, which is the Bretton Woods 2.0. Basically, he's one of the few people that understand it. When I actually wanted to go to the University of Kansas City, where they actually teach that stuff. The University of Missouri at Kansas City, where they actually teach it, because he actually was the one that actually wrote the book on Bretton Woods 2.0 and how it works and how it's basically a tax on the rest of the world, because basically you've gotten away from basic monetary policy that had been around for Jesus since for 3,000 years, man. It has to be based on something, but it wasn't. But the thing is, they were able to basically blackmail the rest of the world into following Bretton Woods 2.0. Even the guy that wrote Gold, Dollars, and Power, they never let him go on a book tour. They never let him talk about the book. He wrote the book, and when he was going to go on a book tour, the Council of Foreign Relations basically paid him and gave him position and got him out of there. So you can't even talk to him about the book. That's how come that's when the book is correct. When I first read it, I said, okay, this is the only book I ever read on the Bretton Woods system that actually made sense. It actually made sense. It made too much sense. I said, they're never going to let him talk, and they haven't. And that book was written in 2000. He wrote the book in 2007 or 2000. Yeah, 2007, 2008. Man, he wrote that book 10 years ago. You can't find a place where he actually talks about the book, because they won't let him. It's the same thing they did with Tragedy and Hope. I only found the book by accident. A little paperback book. That sucker was $35, man, and I suggest it all the time. Yeah, JB, please. We're about something other than that. Actually, for JB, if you think about it, and wait a minute, now we're on to something. JB's in there, and she's a black woman. I'm gonna tell you why the wall and deportation is actually bad for black women. Now I'm gonna tell you exactly why, because I was actually doing some research on that. Do you know that even though 55% of the immigrants are female, it's 90% of the people that get deported are what? Males. So if you deport 90%, you deport the males, 2, 3, 4 million males, what are you going to have? You're going to have a surplus of what, JB? Say it with me. Say it with me. You have a surplus of females. You're seeing it play out. There's a surplus of females. So if Donald Trump, Obama has already done it. That's how come you have a surplus of females now. So if Trump actually does what he says he's going to do, and he starts deporting these guys, these people in great numbers, which 90% of them are going to be males, because when you start deporting women, and especially deporting women with children, what's going to happen? There's going to be a big hue and cry. It's easier to deport the males to send them back. So you're going to have an excess of Hispanic females. And you've seen this shit play out. I'm seeing this shit play out in California already. The Hispanic females are getting very, very aggressive. And the ones that don't want to get deported, guess what they're going to look for in the next year or so? They're going to look for males that are citizens, right? And they're going to look to get married. There's going to be a lot of pressure on black females.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I can hear you. But I was talking to JB in the chat room. But yeah, jump in, get in where you fit in, man. If you got something to say, go ahead and give me the work. Simply Cool, get your ass in here. All these people giving me the work in the comment section. Get your asses in here. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I'm just gonna kick back and chill. I'm just gonna ask questions. I see Michael in. Michael's not saying anything. Anytime, you can jump in at any time.
Just listening, sir.
Can you hear me?
So just listening, sir.
Oh, okay. Let me take some more questions. You know what, Char Willie? That is a good question, because I know I get you can hear it about the 6 hour mark. I have to stand, I have to stand up and I got to move around a little bit because the mouth stops moving and I start getting kind of loopy at the 6 hour mark. So I commend people that can talk, that can broadcast. Because the speech starts getting garbled, man, like about 6 or 7 hours. So I have to get up and get the blood flowing, because the brain starts to kind of shut down. But the next day, I'm kind of like wiped out. I really am wiped out, man. I have to, I'm basically no good for the next day after doing that, though. I can tell you that at this age. Let's see, what else is in there? But Char Willie, what they say is take, I forget what they tell. There's something that you take to basically replenish your synapses in your brain, because there's chemicals that you use when you talk and you have to think and stuff like that. There's chemicals that you use because that you use up. I can't remember what it is. There's a certain, I have it somewhere, that I was thinking about taking that smart drug. They said that speeds up your thinking, but they said that you have to, it burns your brain out. So you have to take supplements to kind of replenish yourself. Yeah, JB, that's what I've been saying that for a long time, that the next 30 years, that's what they're pushing everybody towards. a middle. So Barack Obama is your model. If you look in the NBA, you look at the college ranks, you can see the mix that's coming. The quote unquote new alpha male, which is the blend between white women and black athletes. You can see it coming. If you can, you can see it in the NBA. If you look at them, all those we call light skinned, they're not light skinned. They're biracial children that are mix of college athletes or maybe even pro athletes and white women that they married, and in the next generation they're coming out. They're coming out as the new alpha male. You see, there are a lot of them. Man, there's a lot of them in college. I mean, a lot of them. So I don't know if that's on purpose, that's by design, or if that's just a happenstance of college athletes being going to going to basically mixed colleges. But you see a lot of that. That's going to be the face of your new alpha male. They're basically all the most of the dark guys are getting bred out, which is strange. Because a lot of the white women are going for the really, really dark athletes, and you're coming out with the alpha male. If you look at Alonzo Ball, who's playing for UCLA right now, they got two of those guys, man, that are basically those kind of like biracial superstars, for the lack of a better term. Klay Thompson, that plays for Golden State, he's another one that's a biracial superstar, but that is the new alpha male, where you have basically the mix between white and black, but that's on purpose. They want to breed out dark skin. All right, Simply Cool. Hey man, you've been giving me the work in the comment section, man. Go ahead and give me some more work, man. Now that you're here live. JB is still sniping in the.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There you go, man. I'm trying to figure it all out over here.
Hey, man. Well, hey, man. Y'all know more than me, man. Give me the work. In the comment section, y'all be giving me the work, man. Like I said, okay, look at all these scholars in here in the comment section.
I don't want to put myself on the high horse like that.
Hey, give me the work, man. I'm here. I'm sitting back and ask questions, man. I'm not even gonna be the inquisitor today. I'm just gonna ask questions. Okay, give me the work.
So earlier, I was looking at. I got like a flip app. And it showed me all the articles, and I seen the Japanese guy, the main guy over there.
Mm-hmm.
And we're talking about investing into America's infrastructure. Mm-hmm. I guess they trying to bring up the paperwork and all this stuff now.
Mm-hmm.
And that is like, I think they say it's like multi-billion dollars should bring forth like 100 and some thousand jobs.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just looking at where we fit with the combination of immigration, them dudes going out, them jobs coming in.
Wait a minute. How many billions of dollars is it going to take to get 100,000 jobs in the United States? You know how many billions of dollars? We talking more than just billions of dollars. We're talking about damn near $1 trillion to make 100,000 jobs.
Yeah.
Unless we talking about like $500 million, man. We talking about that much? I didn't see. We talking about 100,000 jobs, man. That's not on a business level. That's basically that's a government level. Only way you can do that is a government level.
Yeah, and this is their government that's doing it, because it's the I don't know what's the head guy. What do they call him?
The premier.
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
And
well, Japan is dead, so they got to do something. They got to go somewhere. Japan is basically going to be a dead island. Well, it's already a dead island, man. Any other people, man, they'd have left. There's no way you can be there, man. You're surrounded by radioactivity. If you're dumping 400 tons of radioactivity into the ocean every day,
Yeah.
every day. What does that mean that you're surrounded by and you're on an island?
Yeah, they suck. As far as where they gonna go, that's not what I'm looking at. The money I'm saying with the investment and looking how will black men play into that, and because it seemed like it'd be beneficial for us.
Yeah, in the short term. Yeah, I said that in the short term. Yeah,
Yeah,
the
and
jobs,
like and I
but
yeah
the jobs will come back in the short term. And we're talking about a five. And I've said that. Who else said that? It was a couple other economists, the so-called left-wing economists. They said that in the short-term 5 or 6 years, yeah, you're gonna have a rebirth of jobs. You're
yeah.
gonna have a bump. And probably during Trump's administration, you might have a bump. You may have a bump, but at what
So
cost?
it's really. I heard you say this one time is the fact that when it do come, black men really need to get in there
And
and
be
save
ready
money.
and save money. Yeah.
Yeah, but open, try to fall back on at least a small business or something, but they can't go in there pulling out money, driving around Benzes and flossing.
Yeah. Jim Rogers said something in another talk. He said something that basically our group had talked about years ago. I can say at least 12, 13 years ago. It's about agriculture. That you're gonna have to learn how to
Yeah,
grow food.
yeah, yeah.
And
That's
we
what it
said,
looked like.
yeah,
It really seemed like we're done because just like you said, if it's gonna be a surplus of women, and if the black men who do the right thing with the money,
mm-hmm.
them black men gonna be wide open, and man, we ain't gonna have in about, like you say, in about another 30 to 40 years. Man, it ain't gonna be that many black people, just full black people
No,
left.
no.
Because I can't really see the black men now, and even the younger ones, when they come into their money,
Mm-hmm.
they done with black women, man. It seemed like it just seemed like, you know how somebody just kind of betray you and throw it in your face.
Yeah, black women are hard-headed. Well, they're more hard-headed than most women, but even they'll get in line because they're still women.
Yeah.
They're already starting to get in line, man. You can notice all that rhetoric is starting to die down already. It's already starting to die down.
Will this generation of men forgive them like that, though? Or will it take the younger guys who haven't really, the guys who like 10 years old right now? They ain't really been there.
Well, the thing is, the younger guys that are like 10 years old, they're going to be used to a mix of women anyway, because that's who they're going to go to school with. So, so choosing a black woman is going to be same as choosing a Hispanic woman or an Asian woman or whatever is available in their, in their mix. And the first thing I said, women do not know game. Okay, they don't know game. Yeah. They don't know how men work. They don't even know how relationships work half the time. I said the biggest thing in relating and mating is what? Proximity.
Mm-hmm.
I always say your environment or proximity is the #1 factor in you dating and mating. That's why they say if there's no women where you're at, women are scarce. You got to move. You got to move where there's plenty of them.
Yeah, yeah.
So in other words, yeah.
And they actually finna come here. They start, like you said, they start moving the men out.
Yeah, that's how come so many. That's how come a lot of your angry women come from places where there's a surplus of women. They don't, where there's a surplus of men. You don't see a lot of women from like the Midwest or something like that complaining like this shit. It's where New York, it's Chicago, it's Houston. Yeah. And maybe LA, but you see a lot of black women from Houston and Chicago and New York doing and DC complaining, and on the flip side, Atlanta. Why? Because there's a surplus of what? Women.
Women.
There ain't no surplus of men. Where there's surplus of men. Yeah, a surplus of men. When women aren't complaining because they can pick and choose. Where you see women complaining, where's a surplus of women.
And that's crazy because you'll think it'd be backwards. If it was more men, you'll think the women would be on their best behavior. It seemed that
They probably are when they're dating, but what I'm saying is when they can't date, what do? They complain
yeah.
because they can't find the men that they like.
Yeah, because I started to notice that I went out on the scene maybe probably like about 3-4 weeks ago. And I was just sitting there, just looking. I was talking to the bartender, but I was just looking around, and I started to notice that, these women be talking, but if you ever go out to a social setting, a lot of these dudes ain't approaching these women no more. They kind of just be sitting there in a little circle,
yeah,
laughing and talking, but ain't nobody approaching them like that.
No, they're not.
Yeah,
I've heard that. I used to hear that a lot, man, because there's other call-in shows that I do, and one call-in show I do with is with a black female, right? And when we talk about relationships, the first thing black women call and said, "How come black men aren't talking to us?" I said, "Probably because you're not friendly."
That's what it be. That's what it be, because if it backfired on you, all of that, But what I can see. From what I see, it really goes back to low self-esteem, because you can kind of tell they want to talk to you, but then it's like you know how when you're talking to a girl and you can't think of your next word, so you just kind of standing there looking stupid. Well, what they'll do, they can't think of what to say, and they'll reject you.
Yeah.
Instead of sitting there looking stupid, and you can tell by the look at it, she's like, "Damn, why I do that?"
Yeah, you know what? There's a lot of girls, because I'm hearing them. When I was coming up, a lot of women had a hell of a lot more social skills to be able to talk to people. Now, but young girls, I'm listening to them. I'm saying is the conversation that they have is going way down, man.
Yeah,
they don't really have a conversation. They're really dependent on men to have a conversation.
Yeah, it is,
because they don't have one. Yeah, because they can't talk to you.
Yeah, that's why I be telling with the educated guys. They say that, they say the women don't want to talk to you, but honestly, just sitting back and observing it, they are intimidated by you.
They are intimidated,
and they get froze, and they'll reject you before
because they don't want to look stupid. They don't want to look silly, so they go down. They basically, a lot of times, they go down to a guy that can relate to them, or that they can relate to.
Yeah,
because they simply can't. You see, because I've done a lot of times. You start, especially when I was younger, I would start using a certain vernacular, right?
Yeah,
and then after about 2-3 minutes, you see the face go blank. Then you have to start talking another. You have to start talking another way, the way they can feel comfortable.
Yeah,
because you can see it in their eyes. Their eyes kind of go dark. Like, what the fuck did he just say? For the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, they freeze up because I'm like 6'4". I'm like 6'4", 235.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, bro, I can see it. It's like, even when you do get rejected, you be feeling like this chick wanted you though. You can see it.
You can see it.
Freeze up.
And then she freezes up. Yeah.
I mean, then it's like I can only run game for so much, man. I'm starting to get to that age where I ain't really got time for game. It's like,
I can do it, because I've learned how to do it, because I get it, like I said, when you see me go, because you guys heard me, I get one-on-one with a woman, I can do it, and I can make her feel comfortable. No matter what, because I've spoken to so many women, I learned how to make her feel comfortable. I learned what questions to ask her and where she will actually talk. Yeah.
You can talk for 8 hours. I can't. I'm an Aquarius. So I'm too direct. And it's like, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. But it seems like I don't know. It do seem like, maybe this is like the last few decades, and because it seems like we're done.
The last couple decades.
We're done.
With the laws changing and them giving feminist agenda, they giving women more power, and now women have power and they don't know what to do with it. And now the thing is, now that you have the backlash, okay, you've done this, and now you have a backlash that's coming. Women don't know how to handle it. They really don't.
Yeah.
And it's like now it's like, what did I do? You hear that a lot. What did I do?
Yeah. Yeah.
Even when you point it out, it's still, what did I do?
Yeah, they want you to carry them a little bit too much. And
yeah, because they talk about men's social skills. I said, really, have you heard women talk?
Yes, thank you.
You know,
thank you. That's why.
Yeah, I said, you heard them talk. That's it. They talk about men or the educated, you know, lame, so to speak, or the classic men not having social skills. I said, have you heard women talk?
It's a script. Every time you go out, it's really, if you don't talk to about 3 different types of women, you're basically going to get 3 different type of scripts all the way across the board.
That's why that's what I'm saying. Is that's why you grade. You know, that's you talk when I said there's a grade of women. When I give you the 5 grades of women, that's very true. If you those 5 grades of women, if you actually go out and look at them, and you actually date them or talk to them, you'll notice that there's a certain way that you have to talk to each one of them.
Yeah,
and the baller chicks, if you don't have no cash, or you don't look like you got no cash, or in that lifestyle, she's not gonna talk to you unless she just happens to really like you. But I'm saying, if you go, like I say, if you're gonna get friend zoned by anybody, it's the baller chick you want to get friend zoned by, because she can get you into the she can get you into the party. Okay.
Yeah, and that's where you can be yourself.
That's where you can be. Hey, you know, okay. She can go her way and chase the ballers and say you in there with all the fine chicks, and figure how you got in there. And they're gonna be with you just because you in there. You say, well, you got in the room, so you must be somebody. So a baller chick. If you're gonna get friend zoned by any woman, the baller chick is who you want to get friend zoned by, because she can get you into the room. That's like a lot of guys. They see a lot of up and coming rappers and stuff like that. Get them a baller chick.
Yeah, and then you got to be able to code switch. That's what I say with the classic man. Is that, you know, they really got to. Unfortunate with the environment, you do have to learn how to code switch. Because I'm a blue collar.
Okay.
You know, and you know, I own my own truck and all this stuff, and as a blue collar, you know, I know how to code switch. You know, you just don't. And I think with the classic men, with the educated men, the white collar type guys, they struggle with code switching.
Yeah, because they don't have practice with it. You have to be in an environment where you can practice it. It's not something that's, you know, it's, you do code switching. You have to, you know, I know how to code switch because I went to school in a white environment, but I was a poor kid. I lived in the ghetto.
Yeah.
You have to learn how to do. You come home, they you know, you say words that your parents don't understand. Okay, you gotta have to change the way you speak. And then, you know, I went to school, you know, in a certain environment, and I worked basically, you know, in a basically all black environment. So basically, I learned how to go back and forth. So that's something that was natural because I struggled with it too.
That's what I tell the guys. I tell her, like, I got a partner. He's a doctor, a surgeon, and he struggled with it like that. And I told him, I say, man, go play basketball.
Yeah.
You gonna play basketball enough, you gonna learn another. You gonna learn a different code. You will. You gonna learn it. You're gonna be able to bounce back and forth because it's a balance right there in the middle. And that basketball court brings, like you said it one time, the basketball court brings our world together.
Yeah, it does. And all men understand it, because even what Byron Scott was saying, the same thing. He said, "How does a 6'4" athlete hook up with a 5'8" businessman, Jewish businessman?" He said, "The basketball court."
Yep. Okay. You put your ego to the side. I always tell the classic man, yo, hook up with the blue collar dudes, man. The blue collar dude is really the guy who sits right in the middle. A lot of times.
Yeah, but I understand why a lot of classic men don't. I know why they don't, because you have talents that's not readily accessible by most black people, right? Okay, if you know how to work on a computer, you know how to program, you know how to do certain things, right? And you get around a lot of, I should say, just regular folks. All of a sudden, you constantly getting phone calls. Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? Can you do this? So you find yourself limiting your access.
Yeah,
which is a problem. which is a problem at work. Okay, when because I work, around a whole lot of just regular folks. I wasn't in an educated environment, that high profile environment, right?
Yeah.
So when they had a question, they didn't understand a book, something that was in a book, or understand a computer program or anything like that. It was constantly, I'm on break and they're sitting down next to me. Can you do this? Can you understand? Read this for me. What about this? Blah, blah, blah. So it's a constant stream. So I understand.
Is it that bad? I just called my friend. He a CPA. I just called him yesterday.
Yeah. I mean, it's like being a doctor. If you ever, that doctors don't really like to go to a whole lot of parties because they're answering medical questions all night.
Yeah. Yeah.
So it's similar to that. So I understand why they limit their access.
Okay. All right, then. All right. I don't want to hog all the time.
Okay. Who's up? Oh, I see Dr. Jones. What's up, Dr. Jones?
Master teacher.
Yeah, he's the other DJ Trump expert. There's a lot of people that are in the comment section that really do not understand the way money works, and people think that understanding how money works is simple. Okay, especially when you go there's domestic money. I said this to because we were interviewing an economist, and at the time I was going through my stuff trying to understand the financial architecture, and I said something to him. I asked him a question. I said, what is the balance between your internal economy, your internal balance of payments, and your external balance of payments? And he said, how did you know to ask that question? And this is a guy, he was PhD, he was an economist, PhD economist. And he said, that's a very astute question. And said, that is the problem that all countries struggle with. Because you don't have one economy, you have two economies. But I'm saying you would know that because you work with it. There's two economies. Okay.
I think that's the issue. And I was going to ask a question too. I'm really here, really just learn something. But have you talked about Iran yet? Because I think that's something that really hasn't been discussed a whole lot. And
what do you want to? What about it that you want to discuss?
I'm thinking that Team Trump, or maybe the deep state elements, or whoever, really want to get at Iran.
They can't. They can't. The military will not let, unless the military is ready to prepare themselves. If what is it, DEFCON 5, where they're getting ready to launch?
Oh.
If you're ready to go to DEFCON 5, you mess with Iran, because the military has shut down. I know they shut down one bent arrow. If you look up Bent Arrow 2006, that was the military shutting down Cheney and Bush 2006, where those five nuclear weapons were loaded onto that. It wasn't a B-52. It was I think it was B-1. I don't think it was B-52. Might have been a B-52. I think it was a B-1 bomber. And then because your pilot, your captain has to check his manifest, what kind of stuff he has on board his plane, right?
Right.
So he looks up, and the captain looks up. He's in Lackland Air Force Base. He's getting ready to fly over to the Middle East, and he looks on his plane. He finds out he's got 6 nuclear weapons on his plane that he does not know anything about. And he says, what the fuck is going on? He grounds everything. He starts calling generals. Why the hell? What have you got myself into? I got 6 nuclear weapons on my plane, and nobody told me anything about it. He shut everything down because they weren't supposed to be there. And that was the first and last time they tried to do anything with Iran, as far as the United States. The IDF, Israeli Defense Forces, shut down a meeting with Bibi and a couple for other people. They were trying to plan a secret attack on Iran. The IDF got wind of that. Man, they marched in there and told to get the fuck out of here. Okay, it's not gonna happen.
Okay,
and you're not gonna do it on our watch because we have to catch the blowback.
Got it. Yeah, I was a little worried. There's been some talk around the cooler about Iran and all that kind of stuff. So
I tell anybody, because I worked around a lot of military guys that talk that. I said, one crazy general, and he could order this. I said, if you truly believe that, you should be digging your bomb shelter right now. Don't even talk to me. You need to get you some. You need to get you a backhoe and some concrete. You need a reinforced bomb shelter because the missiles are gonna fly. and Putin does not play. And they're not up against a Soviet. They're up against a czar. Putin is not a Soviet where you can bluff. No, he is 100% blue-blooded czar. And what he says, he means.
Yeah, I think he's one of the few elites left. One of the few true elites.
Yeah, because he's royalty. You know, it's like the Queen of England. Queen of England doesn't say anything she doesn't mean. When she says it, it carries the weight. You know, the reputation of their royalty carries it. So when they say something, especially in public, they mean it. They don't issue idle threats, and they don't use idle words. And Putin is a no-nonsense blue blood. You know, that's what the Russian oligarchs found that out real quick. He meant what he said, and the ones that didn't, thought he didn't survive.
All right, I think that covers it.
I mean, I'm trying to think of the book. There's a good book. I only made it through like 3/4 of it. They talked about They talk about Russian and the Russian oligarchy and what was going on. They were killing each other. And so when Putin came in, he says, "You can make your money." He said, I'm not going to stop you from making your money. As long as I get what I need for my country and you follow my edicts, you can keep on making your money. I said, he doesn't have a problem with it. They said, and the ones that did, they're not around. They said, where this guy? Yeah, they didn't know where he came from or who sent him or who is this little guy, man, is talking all this shit, but they found out real quick.
Yeah, what's his name from Yukos? He went to jail for a long time.
Yep, and the guy with the polonium that got killed and thought he was going to escape to London.
Yeah, they got him. Yeah, so
yeah, they got him. There's a few people they got, you know. So basically, he came in like a czar, man. The people that didn't get in line, they're not there anymore. Okay, he means what he says, you know, and basically that's how come Iran knew they were a target. The 3 countries they were supposed to take out. The 2 countries they were actually they took out Afghanistan because they were on the Iranian border, and they took out Iraq, but Iran was always a target. So Iran says, okay, they took out Afghanistan, they're getting ready to take out Iraq, and we're trying to negotiate with them, and they still want to negotiate with them. So guess what we need to do? We need to go find somebody that we can hide behind. And they went and they joined the Shanghai Cooperative with China and Russia. And that was back in 2005. And in 2005 or 2006, basically China and Russia told them that basically they're under our protection.
Isn't that related to Project for New American Century? Or was that another group?
PNAC, the Project for American Century were basically holdovers from the Reagan and Bush era, the Reagan-Bush era, and they used to call them the crazies, wow. The anti-Soviets, the elite globalists, and they wrote a lot of papers like the Grand Chessboard and all that stuff, because that
was classic reading.
Yeah, but basically the Grand Chessboard and what's the other one? The CFR put out.
Isn't it the report that had like the Twin Towers on the front?
No, it might be, but I'm saying I'm trying to remember the name of it because I haven't read it in so long. What was it called? The Clash of Civilizations.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Clash of Civilization. And I didn't realize. I said, why do they keep, you know, the end of history, by Fukuyama and all that was to disprove what Quigley had said. Hold on a second. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Brother Jones.
Yes, sir.
How you doing this evening?
Good.
I have my little investment app over here. Let me see what this is. And I'm still reading the book. I believe I told you brothers a couple weeks ago the Austrian School for Investors. Austrian investing between
Yeah.
inflation and deflation right now.
Yeah,
Excuse me, master teacher. How you
yeah,
doing?
yeah. The Austrian, yeah. There's always been this conflict between the Chicago school and the Austrian school. Because you got to remember, Austrian. If you think about Austrian, they're basically Prussian, and they're based on gold, and they're basing on solid assets and stuff like that. So,
Full disclosure, I'm firmly in the Austrian camp.
yeah, in the Austrian camp, which is basic. But the thing is, the only problem with the Austrian camp is that it's restrictive. It'll keep you safe. Basically, Austrian school is based on the gold standard, pretty much.
Yep.
And the only problem with the gold standard, okay, there's two schools of thought. There's two schools of thought. The reason you have two different types of monetary systems is because they have strengths and they have weaknesses. Everybody talks about the gold standard strengths, but they never talk about the gold standard's weaknesses. And that's how come Bretton Woods was based on what's his name's work?
Keynes.
Keynes, because what Keynes did, what people do not realize, they don't think about, they think Keynesian and they think, Keynesian. But the thing is, what Keynes did was he took a middle ground. He tried to take the best of the fiat system and the best of the gold system and merge them together. So he solved two different kinds of problems.
Yeah,
because
I would say, I mean, of course I'm an Austrian, but I give Keynes credit for two things. Number one, he was a great trader. If anyone learns how to trade, they should read his works on that. And the other thing is, Lord Keynes did say that during periods of, and correct me if I'm wrong, during periods of, normal growth, one should cut back on the government spending. So that's the part of the equation that most policymakers never, act on.
Yeah.
So
it's supposed to be, it's flexible because, you're an Austrian school. You're basically a gold standard guy. What is the weakness of the gold standard?
The weakness is you can't. The money supply is fixed or very rigid. It won't allow for spending,
or allow for increased what?
Increased money supply growth.
It would basically increased supply of people, right?
Oh yeah, I see. I got you. Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Before the Industrial Revolution, your population was pretty much what? Fixed.
Yeah.
Right. Very slow growth in your population. Right.
Right.
So the gold standard was perfect because it's reliable, it's fixed. If the population grows slow enough to where you can kind of adjust your balance of payments, if you start running out of gold, you need to basically lower prices and whatnot, and lower, basically ramp up your trade so you can get gold back into the country, that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
What happens if your population starts growing faster than that? You
have to borrow.
You have to not only borrow, but the thing is, you have to increase your money supply. And what happens if you grow? And basically, I didn't understand it. I always used to want to say, why does the Fed allow for 3% inflation? I could never understand it until the demographics came out. Okay, your population is expected to increase 3% a year. So basically with the fiat system is infinitely flexible. But the thing is, it's not rigid enough to, in other words, the problem with the fiat system is what? Control, right? Because your money can grow exponentially.
Yeah, the problem I have with it is that what happens is with a purely fiat system, money loses the ability to become a unit of account because, it's...
Yeah.
But I mean, really, to be honest, I don't think we have much inflation now. I was looking at velocity of money and bank lending the other day, and they're both in the toilet. So,
well, that's not hard. Well, you're a trader. That's not hard. It's not hard to figure out why.
Yeah, because no one wants to spend money. Well,
No, you don't, there's too much stuff.
yeah.
And the people that, the people that can afford it already have it, and the people that don't have it cannot do what? They can't afford it.
Yeah. I mean,
How do you rectify that balance?
that's a good question. I think that's what the policymakers are trying to figure out. But like you're talking about the balance of payments, I was telling a client the other day, he was asking me about, would we ever have negative interest rates in the United States? I said probably not, because what would happen is most of your firms and banks would eat the expense. But if you are on a higher level, let's say your institution, you need to park billions of dollars, you're already experiencing negative rates because these institutions are charging you to keep your billions there. So,
what do you think would happen in a liberal country like the United States and you had a bail-in? What do you think would happen?
It would be complete. It would be anarchy. It would be civil war.
Exactly. That's why you're not going to have negative interest rates.
Right.
They're not stupid. You gotta
Yeah,
remember,
I don't know. I just,
banking and finance is a social phenomenon. It's not real.
Yeah.
Okay.
For them,
you trading an egg. You trading a chicken's egg for vegetables is real.
right.
Your banking system is a construct
Hey,
to allow
BGS,
for trade. Yes, sir.
can you talk about the DC snipers? I've been trying to do some looking up on it, and
Mhm.
I can only find what
You're not
they
gonna
say to the world.
you're not gonna find very much. In fact, that any trial, if you have a trial, like that's high profile like that, and they have it in secret, what are they trying to tell you?
That they're hiding something.
They're hiding something.
Always.
Now you have a guy that said that's not a marksman that can teach a kid, not himself, but teach a kid to hit somebody, hit somebody in the head from half a mile away. And you tell him that this guy was not trained. I've asked guys that in special forces, they said that's bullshit.
So I mean, what do you know about it, just in general?
They said he's an engineer, but he's an engineer all over the world, right? In all these hot spots. He's black ops. The guy is a fifth or sixth. He runs a karate studio. He's like
Right.
a 6th or 7th degree black belt.
Right.
He's an expert marksman. He's been in the military. He knows personally the guy that runs the sniper school.
Right.
So either this guy is incredibly lucky, and he's a black dude. Okay, and on top of that, how many guys personally know the guy in the sniper school? And you black. You add all those things up, this guy's black ops.
But they never said it.
They're not going to tell you.
It's none of your
Okay.
beeswax.
Now, why did it happen though?
He went
Yeah.
crazy.
Okay.
Just like those dudes that went on a rampage in because after them in Dallas and in Louisiana, you ain't heard nothing else from them guys, have you?
Oh, so basically is it like they're trying to I guess cover up the damage that being in the force can do to you mentally?
What it can do mentally, but the thing is, you basically those particular guys, because I had because I've talked to them, they never lose track of you. You can never go off the farm. Any place in the world you travel, because they have trained you to do certain things,
You're a killer.
they always keep track of you, because you can not only can you do them, you can actually teach them. They do not want, they always want to have you around. They need a certain amount of these people because they're elite forces, right? They've been highly trained. They've been trained to evade and kill and whatnot. Just like what's his name here in Los Angeles that they couldn't find. I'm trying to think of Dorner, right? I think his name was Dorner or Dornan.
Chris Dorner.
Chris Dorner, right?
Right.
They kept saying he's just a regular guy. Okay, this guy manhandles cops. I mean, he takes cops down like it's nothing, right?
Right.
He was doing cop stuff. And the guy, and they were looking for him for a month. And he was like a half a mile from the headquarters with his binoculars looking at what they were doing.
Right.
They could not find him. And the only reason that he didn't escape is because he was a decent human being, and the couple that he had tied up in their basement for 3 weeks, he didn't want to kill them. He let them go.
Right.
That's the only reason they got him. Because if he hadn't been a decent human being, he'd have just buried them he just covered them up and buried them in the basement where he had them.
Now, why do they feel?
And they would find them.
Why do they feel the need to not say that they're highly trained by the military?
You know how
Because none of your beeswax.
No, there's not none of your beeswax. If you know that all these guys in special forces that you've trained are basically walking weapons.
Yep.
Then what's going to happen with the public? It's a danger to the public. What are they going to say? What happens when the next time these guys go off? One of these guys go off.
Shut these programs down.
These programs down.
Right,
yeah.
right.
They don't want
ability now.
Because that's how come they take you through so many stresses. They take you through so many stresses because they don't want to give these skills to guys that are going to crack. What happens when this guy cracks? How many people can he potentially kill before they get him? Hundreds.
Right.
Thousands.
Well, thousands is kind of large, but they said at least hundreds.
Nah, not what they taught us.
So the DC sniper killed 20 some odd people before they finally got him.
Right.
And he wasn't basically going on a rampage. He was selectively shooting targets.
That's why that's limited.
It's limited
because he only focused on a few. If he wanted to get a bunch, he could wipe out a lot.
Yeah,
a lot.
I mean, I tell the story. I tell a story about this guy that I work with. That he was in special forces. He was in Vietnam.
Well, that's my
black belt in about 3 or 4 different arts. I can't, and basically he took on. He said when the final count, when I finally took him down, it was 20 cops.
Yeah, that's right.
With bare hands.
Yeah, that's about right.
And
10 to 15, 10 to 20.
Yeah. And he said the only reason that they beat him is because he said there's so many of them. They said there's just the weight of them jumping on him. He couldn't handle them. Yeah, it was just the weight of all the cops. It wasn't that he couldn't fight them all.
That's what they taught us.
Yeah.
They taught us to keep them from getting on you, off your body.
Off your body, but there was so many. They were surrounded him, and they said just the weight of them. So how come they took him in? And said the only reason he go to prison because the judge got that phone call.
Okay, so all right, well, that's all I wanted to know. I was just trying to see if it was because it did happen like a year after 9/11. So I was just wondering if that was also a conspiracy too, like 9/11.
9/11 is just like Pearl Harbor,
but this isn't though.
Which one? What
DC sniper. The DC sniper isn't.
No, and I think the DC he just went crazy. His wife said he went nuts.
He snapped.
Dorner. Well, Dorner did it for a reason. Dorner said the LAPD was so racist that he needed to make a statement, and he actually wrote a manifesto before he did. He said he knew what he was doing.
Yep.
He didn't snap. He just said, okay, I'm going to do this because I want this to be exposed. And the only way to expose it is do what? It's take out a few of them. And there was a couple of cops that he wanted to get that he didn't get.
Oh, and I know you always say think like the shepherd and not the sheep. So what's the shepherd's perspective on 9/11? Like why that really happened?
Okay. If you read the panel for the New American Century, it pretty much spells it out because they basically the only way to keep China, okay, I said it before. You guys probably heard me say it before because maybe I'm actually gonna do it's probably not good for me to do it, but I'm gonna put it in my book section where not a whole lot of people look. You know what, man? I mean, Q, I'm getting fucking tired of the DOD fucking with me. Okay.
Hey, you see, I'm quiet. Especially with this with Trump in.
Obama and Bush, they were like sane. Okay, they're not. I mean, they were sane. They were basically logical people. And okay, I'm a little small fry. So they said, okay, he's a black dude. He's a nobody. He can say anything he wants. I know it's not popular, but we'll harass him a little bit, but we'll leave him alone. But I'm saying was a guy like Trump. Trump says, well, I don't like what he just said. So why don't you guys go take care of him? We don't like him no way. And either I'm in an orange jumpsuit, man, eating oatmeal, in solitary. They're thinking about you having a sex change like Bradley Manning. Shit like that. So the thing is, the thing is, I keep answering this question, so I will actually put it. I'll actually figure out how to put it together where you guys can understand it, because there's pieces to it, and if I don't put all the pieces to it, then there's going to be more. That's the only thing about doing stuff like that. Yep. Because if I put something out, me putting this stuff out about Trump, all it did was inspire more questions. So I answer a question, and it becomes more questions, because basically you guys don't understand the whole puzzle. And I give you a few pieces, you want to know what the whole puzzle looks like. And the thing is, to explain the whole puzzle is complex. But I think I'll put it together. I'll put it together and explain it in a form where I can just refer you to it. But I'll explain it here. Okay. Right. Carroll Quigley was. Carroll Quigley, if you read Tragedy and Hope, he was actually basically hired to figure out the Western civilization, because after World War II, United States had basically inherited it, and they did not know what to do with it, right? There's no blueprint or code book or anything like that for them actually to run it, right? So we don't know anything about civilizations. We have an expert in Harvard that knows all about this stuff, because he studies this stuff. We'll hire him to write the manual about Western civilization, how to run it, right? So he wrote this 1,300 page book on Western civilization. He broke it down and explained it to him, right?
Right.
And there was something I call it civilizational rotation. Okay. He calls it, what did he call it? He called it, what does it call it when a center gets you put something in the center and it gets basically absorbed by the exterior. I can't remember what, I'm blanking on the term. But in other words, whatever happens in the core, in the center, when you add the periphery, eventually what's in the core will actually bleed out to the periphery, and the periphery will actually take hold. In other words, that will become the new core. Mm-hmm. I call it civilizational rotation. And the only persons that were capable of basically challenging the United States or the West was China. And in 1968, they did what Quigley told them not to do, which was add China to the civilization. They made China the periphery. And so he says now basically United States is on the clock. Eventually there's going to be enough technology, enough knowledge that will bleed over to China without the same Western moral restrictions as the United States have.
Okay, can I ask a quick question? Why did they add China?
Because China and Russia were the two biggest communist countries, right?
Right.
And communism depended on those two countries because they were big enough, they were populous enough, they had enough resources and whatnot to actually challenge the United States, challenge the West. And they wanted to basically break up the connection between China and Russia.
Okay, got it.
So when China and Russia had that dispute, that border dispute where Russia was thinking about dropping a nuke on China, basically the United States jumped in and says, okay, this is our opportunity to break up the alliance. Okay. Which is being repeated now with who? Trump and Putin, right? They want Trump to do what? Break up the alliance between what? China and Russia, right?
Right.
But that's why they added. Somebody's got the speaker on or something. Yeah. That's why That's why they added China to the civilization, basically bring China in and take them away from Russia. And what Quigley said, and they were recording, he said, because the guy asked him, I think if you in the recording, they asked him, why did you name the book Tragedy and Hope? He said he had hoped that Western civilization, the white Western civilization, would actually go forward, right? And it was a tragedy that it wouldn't. And he said that's why come he wrote the book. And he said in 1976 he said it's a tragedy that Western civilization, white Western civilization was going to go down the tubes. And it was a tragedy that it was. He said in 76 he said we're finished, because he had predicted the rise of China in the year 2000. Okay. Hey, Edward's got a lot of noise, background noise. Mute yourself, Edward, unless you want to talk. But that's he had predicted the rise of China in the year 2000. And basically, since they added China, they have been working basically to suppress China since basically, really since excuse me.
My dad told me it was back during the Vietnam days. They were really trying to.
The thing is, they were trying to contain the Soviet Union, contain China in Vietnam. But Vietnam ended. Basically, Vietnam was basically over. They started withdrawing troops when basically Kissinger, Kissinger went even before Reagan was elected. Not Reagan, but Nixon was elected. He had gone to China already, and he settled the dispute. Basically brought them in, and basically Johnson basically refused to give the okay for Russia to bomb China. And if you look at it, there's two things that basically ended the Vietnam War. We're not talking about the bombing campaign that Nixon actually did, but I'm talking about the actual ground war ended. It was two things: the inclusion of China bringing China into the fold of Western civilization, and the pound going down. So Johnson could either save the pound or fight Vietnam. He couldn't do both. So with China coming in, they gave him the opportunity to start de-escalating the war. And I think the pound started taking a hit in 67. They negotiated with China in 68. And I think in late 68, they started withdrawing troops. And most of the troops were out by, what was it, 69 or 70, if I'm not mistaken. You can actually go back and look and see the withdrawing troops when Nixon started bringing the troops home. Well, not Nixon, but Johnson started bringing troops home, and then Nixon just carried it through. So most of the troops were out by 1970, and I think 71, was the last of the troops came home in 71 or 72? I think it was like 71 or 72. I can't remember.
Okay, you were saying they were suppressing, trying to suppress China ever since? And like...
No, they were engaging China. They're bringing China along. They didn't start suppressing China until 1995.
Okay.
And they started suppressing China in 1995 is because Russia was on its knees. Russia was on its knees because the carpetbaggers actually came in and stripped a lot of Russia. And Russia was economically on its knees. It was Chinese money. They actually saved and brought them out, and that's when they signed the Shanghai Cooperative, and then that's when it was in the motion to actually suppress China.
And how?
Excuse me.
Oh, I was gonna say how does all this play into 9/11?
Okay, the only way to suppress China, because this is an energy civilization. If you don't have energy, you cannot do what? You cannot.
Live.
You can't advance, right? No, you can live, but you can't advance, right? Okay. You can't develop without energy. Okay, we've been living without fossil fuels for 200,000 years. Fossil fuels has nothing to do with you living. But if you want to advance financially in this civilization, you have to have what? You have to have energy.
And military.
Where was China getting its energy?
I'm not sure. I'm guessing
Iran, Iraq. Saudi Arabia is in our pocket, though. So in other words, we control. Saudi Arabia was on our side. We could control China by controlling what? Their resources, their fuel, right?
Right.
So they have to do what we say because what? We're sitting on your oil.
Okay.
Petrodollar.
Well, not even the petrodollar. It's just petroleum, right?
Yeah.
So where China gets its oil is basically what? Western Asia, because they're right there. Saudi, basically Iran, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, that kind of stuff. So you already have Saudi Arabia locked up.
So they did 9/11 so they can have an excuse to go and take over that whole region.
Exactly, the whole region. That's why you're still there.
Wow, and they're just gonna stay there until
they're gone. They're leaving. There's no reason for them to stay.
We got a nice.
So they're like basically surrendering and gonna let China take over.
China basically Davos. That's why. I mean, I know you guys don't think this. I put stuff up for a reason. I don't just put the stuff up there just to get a rise out of you guys or just piss you guys off. I know you guys think that. Okay, he's a liberal. He's a leftist. He's just trying to piss us off because he doesn't like Trump. I put the pimp announcing the game for a reason, because that's what was going on. The premier of China has never been to Davos. Why do you think they brought him to Davos and gave him the opening speech?
Yeah, that was pretty suspect when that happened.
It's not. What I'm saying is it's suspect to everybody else. It's not supposed to be suspect to you guys. Why? Because I've been telling you guys this for a year, right?
Right.
You guys should have said, "Oh, it's finally happened," because everybody else, all my think tank circle said, "Oh, the shit finally happened." They're the ones that alerted me about it, because I didn't know about it, because I didn't even know Davos does not normally do what? Davos is normally in February, right, Dr. Jones?
I think so. I don't pay it too much attention though anymore.
You should.
Yeah.
Shame on you.
I know. I'm bad.
Yeah, shame on you. And you're in the business, man. Shame on you.
I am.
Okay, Davos is normally in February, right? So I'm looking for Davos in February. And I said, well, it's happening in January. Why would they have Davos during the inauguration? And have the president, the president of China speak. They have never been there.
There were a ton of NBC articles saying Trump's not here, this and that. So
he couldn't be here, really. He's preparing for his inauguration. You want to say something, Edward? Because you're making a lot of
I was going to say, to show a world without the United States controlling everything.
We're going to see it. It's never happened, but we'll see. A white Western power hasn't been in control of Western civilization has never happened, but we're getting ready to see it.
Well, are they trying anything else to suppress China, or are they pretty much giving up now?
What I'm saying is that's how come I alluded to Mexico.
They can't suppress it. It's tired, actually.
It's gone. It's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Basically, you can't afford to do it anymore, and everybody's immediately when he said he was going to rethink NAFTA and he was going to send people back, everybody should have been jumping on, okay, China and Mexico. What is the ramifications? It's not about immigrants. It's about what's the ramifications of basically him either ending NAFTA or rejiggering NAFTA. And what I'm saying is you guys have to look beyond what's in front of your nose, because if you look at CNBC and you look at MSNBC, you're looking at the sheep level. It's like being a chess master, right? How many moves do you have to look ahead?
At
least five, right? So your next move is not what you're looking at. You should already know what the next move is. So if something unexpected happens, you have to say, okay, now that my opponent has done this, where is it going within the next 5 moves? And that's what you should be looking at. Immigration is the next move, but it's not the next 5.
Speaking of which,
what's going to happen? Go ahead, jump in.
I was going to ask, what's your take on Stephen Bannon? Because my thought is that he is actually, if I could say such a thing, I think he's really deep in with the Vatican. But maybe I'm just not reading the situation properly. What's your take?
You got to remember the Vatican and all those royals that stay in the shadows. You got to remember, you got to treat the Vatican as the same way that you treat the Queen of England. Okay, this is old money that goes way back, and their vision of what they have is different because they're thinking on a larger scale than we are, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Stephen Bannon, I don't know if he's, the thing is, there's not enough. What did I say about the breadcrumbs? There's not enough breadcrumbs to form a straight line.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, one, because Trump's whole cabinet is not in place. Number one. Okay, if Trump was a politician, we could kind of have a read on it. Okay, we know that he does what he says, which surprised me a little bit, but not really. Okay, but the thing is, nobody knows what Trump is trying to accomplish. Really, if you think about it, what really is his agenda? What is he trying to accomplish long term? Well, other than a few campaign promises, huh?
That's actually brilliant. Because if you don't know what's going on, you can't plot what to expect. It's unexpected all the time. He leaves you like floating in the air. You're like, what's he gonna do?
He's a wild card.
Yeah, he's a wild card. The thing is he a wild card is because that's on purpose, or is he a wild card because he doesn't know what the fuck he's doing?
Well,
we don't. Which one it is?
I think it's both.
Huh? Nah, he don't know what the fuck he's doing. I can basically tell you that. He wouldn't. Nobody screws up this bad.
Well, he's not a. Well, as we said, he's not a real politician. That's not really what he is. So screwing up.
He's an amateur.
Screwing up is going to come with the territory. He's
an amateur. And the thing is with an amateur, it's just like a rookie coming into the NBA. Will that rookie pan out, or will he be a bust?
Will he burn out? Yeah.
No, I'm talking about a bust where he's going to actually do more harm because you have no idea. He's an unknown quantity, and that's what the elite were afraid of when they were considering him. The only thing is, the alternative was too dangerous. Okay, because you had basically disaffected white males that were ready to revolt. I mean, ready on the verge of revolting because they had been getting screwed over for, probably 40 years after the.
They've been in the shaft like we are for like the last 40 years.
Well, the thing is, it's the environment, man. Nixon went off the gold standard because he had to. Nixon didn't go off the gold standard because he wanted to. He had to go off the gold standard. He was going off the gold standard anyway. Huh? Excuse me?
He closed the window on us.
Well, the thing is, if that's why I say gold. If you read Gold, Dollars, and Power, you will know he had to go off. France forced him off the gold standard. It wasn't the first time France forced people off the gold standard. Napoleon tried to do it with England. France tried to do it with Germany. That led to World War I. And probably World War II. And then Charles de Gaulle tried to do it with the United States because they didn't like the military-industrial complex coming in, taking over their industries with the dollar. So he made a plan to actually force the United States off the gold standard, but it backfired. He did it. Go ahead.
Speaking of France, what's your opinion on Marine Le Pen? Now, me being a Haiti baby that I am, I have no tact. I have no chill. France, and again, obviously, I don't mean the innocent, the immigrants, but France, as far as I'm concerned, can go and burn in hell. But what's your opinion about Marine Le Pen?
They don't have control. If they can't keep control of their 14 African colonies, which I think they underestimate that they make up. Make up like 20 to 25% of their GDP. They're done. And that's just a rough estimate. 21% is just the receipts that they get, and basically in money they get from the 14 African colonies. And we're not talking about the business that they do in there. So it could be as high as 30%. So if they lose control of their 14 African colonies, they're cooked. That's how come the Libyan war went off.
Now I want to look at this or project this pragmatically. being the Wilsonian Garfield that I am. Now,
Mm-hmm.
my question is, how much worse would it be for this? I believe it's the CFA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
How much worse would it be for the CFA, the 14 West African countries, before it get better if they did decide to go ahead and revolt like those of their fathers, which is now Haiti?
Well, how many? Well, okay, how many? If you drop a plate, how many pieces will it break into?
Ay, ay, ay.
You don't know
You know what?
exactly.
Yes.
It's unpredictable. And Dr. Jones can tell you that he works in finance. When you break apart a system, it's unpredictable.
I'm always trying to tell clients to, because sometimes they get so fixated on, you know, if this happens, then that. I try to tell them all the time, well, we don't know. Let the market be your guy. But, you know.
The market's always right. Yeah.
So,
the market, we've got to remember there's billions and billions of different interactions that make up a market. You cannot predict it. You can only go with its flow. Because human beings react in a predictable pattern. You go with a predictable pattern, and you make your best guess. It's always an educated guess.
So Brother Jones, excuse me, Master Sage, Brother Jones, I'm a West African quote unquote president. I hire you. You know, this is the last king of Scotland. I say, yo, listen, we're gonna go ahead and make a run for this. We're gonna do you like what was the gentleman's name who wrote yeah, I'm thinking Piece of War, but that's not the name of it. Like Carrot Quigley, we're gonna go ahead and hire you, and I want you to tell me what you think would happen if all 14 West African states said, you know what, we're gonna go and cut France completely out the equation. What do you think would happen? I mean, obviously, I would put some type of panic, for lack of a better term, but you know, how many more bad problems could Africa be in that they haven't been in the last 400 or 500 years? What do you think would happen, you being a financier?
Well, I don't know enough about the political situation, but I would probably say that there'd probably be some get back in the works. Somebody somewhere, perhaps in France, would want some get back, and then we would have undercover IMF, World Bank shenanigans. That's my first thought.
Yeah, that's first. Well, it would be more direct than that. You're going to have to worry about troops and stuff destabilizing your governments, which they've already done. And they've done it. They've already done it in Ivory Coast. They did it in Central African Republic. Cameroon is complaining about it now because there's a young lady in Cameroon that's complaining about that the France is trying to destabilize what they're doing in Cameroon. So basically, that's the problem that you have to worry about. The thing is, there's a short term and there's long term. Because eventually, France is going to go away if you do that. But you're going to have to spill some blood.
Yes, I understand that, and you know, like I've said it before, BGS. You know, I'm 28, so you know, I'm that young buck. My antlers aren't completely developed. But I'm that young buck who just has his head, and I'm not thinking about. You know, I don't realize that actually locking the horns could literally be my death. I have so much testosterone. So I say all that to say this because, you know, I know everybody has a turn. I know it's just.
Well, the thing is that the reason you have young energy, you have old wisdom is because the young energy wants to go out and fight, but the old wisdom has said, okay, what is the cost benefit of doing this? We don't disagree with fighting, but what is the cost benefit?
Right.
You know, in other words, back in the day, when 2000, 2004, when me and my partner started doing this kind of stuff, it always used to be, especially when, I don't know what it's about North Carolina. Your brothers in North Carolina, man, they were ready to take up arms. We're gonna go get these crackers, man. We're gonna fight them in the street. Blah 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 blah. And you know, they were ready to take up arms, man. We're tired of this cracker. We're gonna get our guns. We're going after. We go, bloodshed be damned. If we die, we die. And I always say, okay, you're gonna go to war with the most powerful military that's ever existed on the planet. Okay, your odds of winning are very, very slim. How many people, if you want to go up against them, how many people are you willing to lose? Because you're going to lose at least half of your folks. We talk when females talk that shit. I said when it's a civil war, they're not just gonna come after the fellas. Okay, it ain't just gonna be fellas dying and bleeding. You will stay. You know, if you might not die a gunshot wound, but you will starve. You know, you're gonna lose a lot of people. So how many is this war that you're willing to fight worth it to lose? You know, 50-60% of your population, maybe even more, depending on how bad it goes, how vengeful white folks actually get. Maybe like the American Indians, wipe you out to like 10% of your foreign population.
90%. You're gonna get 90% because you shut food supply down. That's gonna hit everybody.
Yeah, but people, you know, black people don't think logistics; they think emotion a lot of times. And most of the people, they're just talking shit.
Yeah, I got a thought.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, what I was gonna say was the answer is you just think like a chess master, like you said, 5 moves ahead. So if the colonies were gonna do that, the first thing I would think about would be, number one, is the African Union strong enough to go up against France or the World Union? And then how deep is China and India or the BRIC countries willing to go to bat for us? Because they want the resources too. So it'd be like, look, we're going to get these white people out of here no matter what, and we got to replace one for another. It's kind of like renegotiating with a different overseas, so to speak. Saying you got to deal with the Chinese, deal with whites.
That's true, but the thing is, what are your options? Okay, what are your options? If the EU, if you've already tried it once, okay, you saw Libya get destroyed. Okay, it's probably probably not going to do it again. If you look at what happened, and basically with the UK hitting the exit button, what do you think is going to happen to Europe? It's probably gonna dissolve and go away. So why would you enter into that kind of struggle instead of just waiting them out?
Well, and see, that's the thing. A lot of people, I guess that's always been my biggest thing, where when you say like white supremacy is just gonna fade away, I think these white people are not gonna go out without a fight. I think they're gonna go out with a blaze of glory, and you need to speed that shit up eventually. I don't believe they're just gonna fade back. I think these people will blow up the world.
Well, them blowing up. Okay, okay. You say that, right?
I believe they're white.
Hold on a second. Okay, now we got you on the couch. Now you sit there. You in the chair now. Okay.
All right.
You say that. I'm gonna make you the general over the Air Force Joint Chiefs of Staff.
What Air Force?
Huh? Of the Air Force. The Air Force is in control of the nuclear deterrent. But you know that, Q, right?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying.
I'll make the United States Air Force.
Oh, okay, the United States Air Force. Okay.
Because the nuclear deterrent is in control of what? Is the United States is in control of the white Western power, right? They're in control of it, right?
President.
I'm gonna make him the general. Okay, you were willing to blow up the world, right? You think you're willing to blow up the world, but you're a guy in your 50s, maybe 60s. You have children, you have grandchildren, you might have great grandchildren. Are you willing to sacrifice them and the rest of your folks for all time?
You just got to get the right guy. I mean,
really?
If you're on that white genocide stuff, then you'd be like, we're already done anyway.
That's not the question that he asked. Are you willing?
Are you willing to press that button?
Yeah, all your family, all gone.
Yeah. You're telling me as a white man.
No, I'm talking about you. I'm talking because a white man is rational, whether you think so or not. Are you willing to do it?
Well, no, I'm not willing to do it.
Exactly. That's how come it hasn't happened.
That's like a box question, though. Because
no, it's not. Why is it a box question?
Well, because number one, we know that you say white people are rational, but we know when you take things away from them, they will get violent.
Are you okay? You have how many white people are there on the planet now?
I don't know, like what, 1.5? I mean,
no. There's about 500 million white people on the planet, right?
Like pure white, full white. Okay.
500 million white or European white people of all different blends, right? That's about 500 million.
Okay.
Are you willing to kill all 500 million up for the rest of eternity because you're not willing to take a back seat.
I think that number needs to be lower to make that decision. I mean, right now, sure, no. But if you start to see Europe fall and they get really put in the back seat, I like whites. I think it's not enough pain in there yet.
I'm gonna put you with your finger on the button. Are you willing to kill 500 million white people by pushing that button?
That's not just killing 500 million. You're talking about you too. As you said.
Oh yeah, him too. Yeah, you too.
Yeah, you too.
Oh, we can actually protect you. We can bury you in a bunker somewhere, but everybody else is dead.
Well, when I say you, I mean like you were talking about family, friends, all the other people associated, your circles, your world. You got to think about that. It's going to be
okay. So let me think about it this way: Germany starting World War II.
Did they have nukes?
No, they didn't have nukes, but that was white people fighting other white people for the most part.
Did they have nukes?
Yes, it's a big difference.
Didn't.
Nukes changed the game.
What's the difference between World War II, World War I, all the other wars, and a nuclear war?
I hear what you're saying, but at the end of the day,
you're not hearing what I'm saying. I'm talking. This is not a hard topic. It's really very, very simple. Are you willing to potentially wipe out 8 billion people because you don't want to take a back seat?
I believe, you want to come in logically. To me, no, because I'm a logical person.
You do not get to be the Joint Chiefs of Staff and a general in a military position being a crazy person. They weed you out.
All right.
Because your decision makes people die, right?
Yep.
And
you make a fucked up decision. Say you get 5 generals that are in on it. They're willing to blow up the world. The world will not be here. As a military organization, do you want those kind of people leading you?
No.
That's how come they're not there. A politician can say, I want to risk blowing up the world because I think it's worth it. And what does the military say? No, all of them say the same thing.
Okay.
The Israelis, the IDF is about as crazy of a military as you can think of. Are they willing to go to war with Russia and China, knowing that they're going to wipe out Israel?
No, I hear what you're saying because Pakistan and India don't like each other. They both have nukes. So I do hear what you're saying. Okay, let's take a step back off just, pressing a button and destroying the world, though. Do you think that the white controlling class, you think that basically white supremacy, they're just going to fall back?
They've already done it. It's not one of those things. What I think, they've already done it. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They've already done it. Hold on. Okay.
I'm asking this question because I'm saying, as an African American, it is still subject to white rule in the United States. When you say that, it's kind of like, as far as I feel like we're never on the same page when you say that. You're talking about a very big.
If I told you, if I told you we're gonna go up against white people and white power because we're sick as fuck of them, and everybody's gonna bear arms, and we're gonna whatever losses we take, and we're gonna go out and we're gonna go toe to toe with these crazy ass crackers, and I said we're gonna lose 90 to 95% of our people, are you going to do it?
No, but I would never say that in the first place. That's not what I'm saying.
So why do you think white people will do that if you won't? And you're sick of these crackers.
Well, what are you saying? Why do I not think that white men won't do that?
Exactly. They didn't get this. They didn't get here by being crazy.
Well, what I'm saying is, what I'm talking about is. Yeah.
Okay. No. Wait a minute. Well, hold on. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to make a case because evidently I'm missing something that you're talking about.
So here's my case. I'm talking about. Okay. So what I am specifically talking about is basically black people under the rule of white people. I'm not talking about replacing them. I'm talking about us getting shot at, us getting gentrified, us all that stuff that's happening, that we're always getting screwed over. Basically to the point of, you know, if they could press a button and extinguish this, I believe they would, without getting rid of it. I'm talking about is even if I'm willing to go off what you're saying, that white supremacy is gone. Let's say I agree with that. Like over time, it's not gonna be gone by the time I'm dead. So what I'm asking is, as an African American, what are the moves should we be making as a group in order to A, speed that up, or B, prepare for a world that with white people are not controlling it?
Okay, you're 30 years old, right?
Yes.
Okay. How long do you plan to? You said how long do you plan to live?
Probably, if I had to put a number on it right now, maybe 80.
Okay, that is what? That's 50 years, right? So they're predicting by the time 2060, the white people will be like 30% of the country, a tiny minority.
Yep, they're gonna drop from the.
I mean, they still can't practice white supremacy in the United
that's
States.
40 years. So we add another 10 years. No, they can't practice it now. That's what I'm talking about.
Try to get it better. You're gonna get it.
What I'm saying, okay. It's what I'm trying. Okay, I know
already.
Brutality is just a figment of my imagination.
Okay, the thing, the connection is that your worldview will not accept that white supremacy is over. That's the connection that you're missing.
Okay, so explain police brutality and our difference in getting the judicial system when we go and get these crazy penalties and stuff like that. Explain that.
You can solve.
That's just a small, excuse me, Master Sage.
Okay.
I think what you're referring to, Brother Edward, that's just, I mean, I would say the remnants, the embers of what it is. You're also talking about on compared to a global level, you're talking about to an extreme local level, what few individuals do within a municipality, a county, or what have you, doesn't compare to the global stage. You know,
right.
You know, a cop getting off with murder is a lot different than what happened 2-3 centuries again. Europeans, Africa, things of that sort.
Well, Q can tell you the cops didn't even go to jail for that shit when we were young. They're prosecuting these guys. They didn't even go to jail for that stuff back when we were young.
The only way you can get the retribution was you literally had to go zap them out. You had to go take them out individually. Whoever they were, you have to take them out.
The thing, okay, why do you think stop and frisk stopped in New York? You don't even talk about it, no. You know, why do you think it stopped?
The lawsuits?
No. Black people start taking money out of the banks. The banks told them, if you want a bank, you got to stop this shit. So they made the police chief resign. And you haven't heard about stop and frisk since.
Yeah, okay, but what I don't understand with that is if they were smart enough to do that in New York, why weren't they smart enough to head off gentrification?
Because gentrification has nothing to do with the banks. It has something to do with the United States policy. And I think we've gone over this. I don't know how many times. Okay, explain to me. Like I'm gonna do where are you losing me when I talk about this stuff? Where are you losing me?
Oh, it's not that I'm losing. What I'm saying is, I feel like what you say is you have no control over anything, so just don't even worry about it.
I'm not saying that you don't have control over anything. There's some things that you have control over and some things that you don't.
Okay,
you have to work with. Even Trump doesn't have control over everything. He has to work with the system.
Let's look at within gentrification, for example. Let's say, okay, you know that they're mixing everything together. That's what you say, right? Yeah, and I agree with that. I actually agree that there's nothing you can do to change that trajectory.
Yeah.
So within once they do it, once the smoke clears and everything, as an African American, how can I set up? I'm talking about the top 10% that are living.
You reform the black community outside of the urban center. How do you do that?
You're trying to tell them
that. You start taking over suburbs, incorporating where you can, rewiring it.
You have to rebuild around. You know, you can do that, but saying that's after you've rebuilt it. Okay, you have to take over an area, build it up, and build it around something. Whether it's technology, whether it's food, whether it's something, you have to. In other words, you can't. You basically, it's like playing chess. Your opponent makes a move, you make another move, right? So in other words, instead of trying to go head on against this juggernaut, what do? You go around it. You don't want to be in the urban center anyway, do you? Because if you did, you'd have built it up a long time ago, and they couldn't gentrify it, could they?
And gentrification requires cooperative participation. I keep trying to tell people that.
Yeah,
you're cooperating with the gentrification.
Yeah.
If we weren't cooperating, they couldn't do it anyway.
Yeah,
you understand? So since we see, that's one of the things I do, real estate and stuff like that. And I'm looking around. A lot of the gentrification is because we already let it die.
Yeah.
So yeah. So you're complaining about something that's dead already.
Well, most black people didn't know they had it in the first place. So I think it's just a situation of awareness. So that's a different situation.
We had it. Our elder generations knew. We didn't pick up the baton and carry it and keep it going.
Because you're working within a system. Okay, you're working within the system, and the system at that time was not going to allow you to work outside of it. But the thing is, if you can work within the system and still achieve what you need to achieve. You don't have to achieve it in the urban center. Okay, they took everything out of the urban center. That made the urban center alive. Okay, there's nothing you can do about that. But the thing is, to do it outside of the urban center where you have a lot more control, you can do that. So you have to find a different way.
I will tell you guys this. I prefer the gentrification because that actually allows the white people to be inside of a dense environment, and you on the outside, you can attack easier in a dense environment than a much broader way. It's easier to attack a dense area than actually try to attack a broad area. Let them have it and let them pile up, and then you zap them.
The biggest problem with black people is not economics. The biggest problem with black people is socialization. They've been socialized to think that they're white.
It's culture.
It's culture. That's the biggest problem. That's how come the white man's ISIS culture. You think like a white person. If you look at your shopping habits alone, where do you shop?
Well,
on average, most of it shop, white folks. I get that.
But then it's not random. People think it's random. It's not random. You've been socialized to do that. They have been on since 1945. They have been on this march to socialize you into being an American. And basically you being America being based on class rather than race. They want to eliminate race.
They have to eliminate race.
But they have to eliminate race.
They do. They have to eliminate, because they don't, and they're definitely subject to actually getting wiped completely out of here.
Well, the thing was not necessarily. Well, the thing is, if you have an opposition force that's constantly in the middle of your society, what do you have to? You have to basically do what? You got to bring them in, or you have to eliminate them or bring them in. So they decided, okay, elimination is not an option, so we're gonna bring them in. So it's a slow socialization process, and basically, if you look around, it's basically halfway done.
Because and I'm pretty sure. Well, I'm not pretty sure. I know you brothers have seen it too. When. I don't want to be the dead horse, but even the small commercials or ads that you might see on YouTube or what have you are showing, interracial. For example, what was it? I think it was the NFL that I saw when I went to their website. Mm-hmm. And, you have, I'm not a web designer, but you have the background image of a brother and a white woman. So, once you have that on, and he's not an athlete either. So once you have that, under advertisement, then I think that's the writing on the wall, or the smoking gun. What the master sage has been saying, they're trying to put you in the fold.
You're already in the fold. What's the first thing? When Eisenhower got into office as president, what's the first thing he did?
He started
desegregating the schools.
Okay.
Why do you think he did that?
For assimilation?
Socializing you
through public school system.
through the public school system.
Okay, so I got another question then.
Yes,
If within 50 years, 60 years, this stuff is already be accelerated as far as white supremacy, like being as we see it completely gone, because it already is gone, then what's the point of assimilating people in? Wouldn't that be a mute point at that point?
Well, the thing is, you're already in process. What are you going to do? Stop the process? Because you still have to solve the problem in your society. So you keep doing it until you can't do it anymore.
So basically, if you can make it, so for instance, if I as a black person say, look, I'm gonna deal with a dark skinned woman, and they're gonna produce a darker tone black person. All I gotta do is get to my grandkids, and it's already pretty much over.
Basically, you can do that. Well, what are your kids gonna do? And where you're going to live? You got to live in an all black environment. And how many black people are actually going to do that? I think Dr. Jones wanted to get in. He wanted to say something.
No, I just wanted to say that in terms of white supremacy, I agree that really, I mean, you have groups like the alt-Nazis, as I call them, or the alt-right. They're trying really hard to revive that. You've got, like I said, Stephen Bannon, and also keep an eye on Stephen Miller. Those are two of Trump's top advisors, and they're really trying hard. Like the video you posted today about Make America White Again with immigration, but I mean, basically it's too late.
Yeah.
I mean, just look at MGTOW. You know, so-called white guys they don't want anything to do with a lot of Western white women. So, I mean, you know, if they're going to do it, they would have to basically, you know, dismantle all of feminist public policy. That means overturning Roe v. Wade, getting rid of domestic violence laws, getting rid of, you know, no-fault divorce, all of that. And it's not happening anytime soon.
In addition to that, those in MGTOW who feel that type of way, a lot of them, as they say, even if they were to get in a relationship, it wouldn't be, as you said, with the Western white one. They would either go to Eastern European or Asia. So
like an Ivanka type.
That's what they're doing now. There's a lot of them flooding to Asia.
Exactly. So
because there's a grand exodus of men, period.
That itself.
One at a time, Q. Let him Garvey Wilson finish.
You know that itself is a declaration. I guess what I'm trying to say is, in so many words, that even white males see that the juice isn't worth the squeeze, trying to uphold something that is not benefiting them. But obviously, they always have a special place in their hearts about our ilk, and I think you also realize that when you go to the comment section. When I read Return of Kings, I might read the first half of the article and I'll jump straight to the comments, and I sit back and I read and I listen to their mantra, but I'm being a dead horse.
That's dead. Go ahead, Q. You want to jump in?
But no, it's all right. That point's already made.
Well, yeah. What I'm saying, okay, you know, I put this stuff up for a reason, you know. And I'm trying to get you guys to basically, like my Gnostic teacher used to tell me, you have to study your material. The stuff is not just there for you to view; it's for you to study and enhance. What did I say about marriage?
It's over.
It's dead. Why do I say that marriage is dead?
Because there's no practical need for it in this social economic situation.
Exactly. The environment for marriage is basically dead. That's how come it's dying.
Okay, I understand.
World.
Okay, I get it.
You feel me? I mean, you understand me now, right?
I get it because marriage still exists, but for the most part, the stuff, it's kind of like a moving car with a cut-off engine. The car may still move, but at the end of the day, and that's what you're saying with white supremacy. So I do understand that.
Yeah, that part. What I'm saying is, as far as marriage is concerned, they've been trying to keep, you know, because I noticed the divorce laws. Okay, the divorce laws always change when marriage takes a dip. They're trying to keep marriage alive. They're trying to keep women interested in marriage. Because if they don't brainwash the women, nobody's going to get married, right? Women always are the first ones that want to get married. Also, the first one that want to do what?
Divorce.
Divorce. Why do you think that is? They've been brainwashed to get married, and once they get into it, they figure, oh, this is not what I thought, so I want to get out. They're trying to keep marriage alive artificially. Alexander MGTOW says that marriage, basically, the nuclear family and marriage are artificial constructs that are disintegrating. They're trying to keep it alive. I mean, you know, because the need for it is it's a social instrument whose need has long since passed. I'm not saying that I'm against marriage or for marriage, because when I was younger, I wanted to get married and have my 2.3 children, my white picket fence, my wife that I'm married to for 60 years. I wanted to do the same thing. But the thing is, I noticed that, you know, for whatever reason, the environment wasn't conducive for being married. And when I got to be like 30, I thought, I don't want to do this shit. When I hit 40, I said, hell no, I'm not doing this shit. You know, you feel me?
You know what?
Yeah, go ahead.
And you know what? I tell this to brothers all the time. Me doing HVAC in Florida, me doing a trade, and I think even Obsidian can attest to this. You know, I always ask a lot of questions, the same questions. What would you do if you was my age, or what have you? And you know, it's the same thing. Save. Don't get married, don't have children. Again, so many words, the juice ain't worth the squeeze. You know, it's, as I've said before, you know, I got goons, misfit, I got bank robbers, you know, in my passenger, my car, you know, crying in front of me because of his domestic situation or what have you. You know, I'm telling you, brothers, right now. Oh, matter of fact, I'll do even one better. I was at a Goodman. Goodman is a supply house, you know, mechanical supply house, HVAC, and there was that Nissan, I think it's the MV200. You know, I spoke to the gentleman. He's from India. You know, I was asking him how he felt about the cars. You know, me and a partner of mine were thinking of getting it, you know, basically as a work van. Obviously working our way to be independent, and somehow marriage came into it. And he said, you know, and this is a heavy, I'm assuming, Northern Indian accent, but he said that, you know, even if you were to go back home, because I told him, you know, my parents are from Haiti, must just go back home, don't get in America. But he says, even if you were to do that, and she comes here after the child 2-3 years, she's going to go ahead and divorce. So even with the culture that she's probably been ingrained in her home country, when she gets into a new environment and she adapts, she realized that, you know, whether she either regretted or whether she was the plan in the first place, that you know, it's marriage is not what a lot of us think it is. I mean, again, it's a business partnership. So if that means I have to move, get a child, and divorce, then so be it. And I think we really don't realize that. I think we've taken this romanticism of well, I can't say we've taken it. We've been indoctrinated on this romanticism. And you brothers, as I've said 1,000 times before, you guys see why I follow the prophet, Dr. Amos Wilson. He said the same exact thing.
Obsidian just did a really good podcast, and he went over the statistics, and he said that the average divorce rate in the United States is like 55%, right? But said as far as immigrants are concerned, when you get a foreign wife, it's less than 20%. So your odds are better if you're going to get married. Your odds are a hell of a lot better if you get a woman that's from a traditional culture. Because I said,
can actually speak to that from personal experience.
Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Jones.
Yeah, so as most of you know, my wife's actually from Japan. So it's been 10 years of marriage. And the divorce rate in Japan itself, although increasing these days, is pretty low anyway. I think it's around 35%. But I have to say that, you know, my wife really enjoys being a wife. So the difference between her outlook on marriage versus maybe, say, someone, you know, a woman born and raised in the West is basically 308. It's a completely opposite point of view.
180 degrees, huh? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to explain in a short stint, but I'll just say that basically the women I've known from Asia tend to be raised from childhood to have those wifely skills. They can cook, they can clean, they cook from scratch, and they know how to run a budget, they know how to run a household. And for me, the biggest challenge was basically stepping back and saying, okay, well, home is your space, you run it, instead of me trying to be all hands-on all the time. So
yeah, you can tell. I mean, if you get the difference between a small town Southern woman in Chicago, New York, man, you can tell the difference between their outlook in marriage. Just that, even though they're raised basically in the same system, there's a difference. So you get somebody outside the culture. I'm not saying there's no such thing as 100% because the laws don't allow that. But I'm saying is, if you're going to take that risk, you might take the lowest risk possible, right?
Yes.
Well, that's the calculation I had to make because you know that was my decision making. I knew from jump I wasn't quite cut out to be, you know, a strict MGTOW, but I said, well, if I'm going to take the risk, I'm going to basically put the odds in my favor. So. Yeah.
I mean, you can tell because my brother, he was married to a Filipina, and he's been married. He's been married 30 years. He was in the Army. He's been married 30 years.
That's what I noticed. I was in the Army. All the guys I know in the military, their wives from overseas. It's all good. Pretty much.
They're still married. Yeah, for the most part.
80%. It's an 80% success rate.
Yeah, and you know how the military is, man. You get a local wife, man, and you know what they say about when you get deployed. You can tell the difference. I mean, I have a buddy. The guy rested, so he died. He was in the Air Force in Vietnam, and when he was in the military, he had 2 wives. He got divorced twice.
Were they both American or were they both foreign?
They were both American, Black American women.
You know, and then when I hear stories like that, it hurts because anybody who's listened to the old school Tom Likas, episode when it came to was it military couples or what happens in military couples, you know, to a point I can understand why maybe and I would venture, well, I won't venture. I know the military knows this because you're not the this international military giant without seeing this. I mean, again, if anything, it would benefit you. But that being said, man, it's man, it hurts when I hear that. It hurts. Man, what movie was that? Jughead? Was it Jughead when he when the video was sent to the guy at the camp and it was his wife sucking dick, and I think she's man, I'm not gonna go into it, but for those who've seen the movies, y'all know what I'm talking about.
It was Jarhead. It was Jarhead.
It was Jarhead.
Okay, yeah. And you know, I'm saying this. I'm not absolving them at all, but I can see how a guy who's basically emotionally wrecked goes somewhere, Iraq, well, not Iran, but Iraq or Libya, and who's just, you know, who will commit atrocities after atrocities. I think sometimes we as human beings don't realize how fragile our mentality really is in certain situations.
Well, you know, back in Nam, there was an old song, man, they used to play in the 60s. Black song that all the troops used to play. It's called "Ain't No Sense in Going Home." Jody got your gallon gone. That was written for the troops. The Dear John letter.
I remember that.
You know what? BGS and I guess Brother Q. Is it true? I mean, I've heard it a couple of times, but is it true that the Viet Cong, you know, when I guess
it's true,
the jungles,
it's true.
Would okay,
it's true.
They
call out they call this soul brother. Yeah, why you here fighting us and your wife? Yeah, your wife is screwing somebody. Yeah, they say that.
Yes. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. You know what? I guess was it Dennis Rodman's father who went to Vietnam or the Philippines? The Philippines,
I believe. Yeah. Okay. And I think his brother's still over there because his brother joined the Navy. So I think his brother's in the Philippines. Yeah.
Goodness, man. You know,
if you look at Officer and a Gentleman, man, it's basically the same thing.
Yeah, that's right. One of them. That dude. Yeah, the one who killed himself.
Yeah.
The Officer and the
If
Gentleman.
you ever look at The Officer and the Gentleman, you kind of get an understanding of what goes on with the military and the military women and shit like that.
Oh, local. You talking about the American military one? Oh,
yeah. Yeah, and his father was retired in the Philippines, and he was through the Philippine girls, and basically he broke up with his wife and sent his son to live with him and shit like that. That's how come he got all screwed up. But that's Officer and the Gentleman. All that stuff, all I mean, that's common in armed forces anyway. I mean, it has been since Alexander the Great when you go out on those campaigns. So that's common. What I'm saying is that
I'm going to try to be funny and say that it wasn't common with Alexander the Great. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, it was. It always been. If you're going out on a 5-year campaign, you can't expect your woman to be faithful. Let's put it that way.
Oh, okay. I was actually speaking of the troops, but okay.
Dip in the tank and try and reverse it.
Yeah.
It's too late now.
It's too late now. Yeah.
She's gonna have some needs. She's gonna be like,
something's gonna happen. Yeah. She's gonna turn to somebody.
Don't be gone too long.
Anybody else want to get in? I know we got people that they haven't talked about. Y'all want to get in? Go ahead, Edward. I know you jumped in. Go ahead. Let me put the link in because I know I haven't put the link in a while. No, go ahead, Edward.
I got a question for you. Do you think that there'll be like a mixed race of people that arise out of Africa that's like half African, half Chinese based on?
Yeah, it's already started.
Yep, sure has.
It's already started.
Yep, sure has.
Yeah, because they don't. In my belief, it's just my opinion. My prediction is that they're going to move somewhere up toward like 200 million Chinese to Africa eventually. Mostly guys. So you will get a mixed race class.
That's the funny part, because all these people talking about being pure black, so to speak, and I'm like, that's gonna be interesting because even in Africa, it's switching. So I'm like, you got interracial is like that's world. It's all over the world now. So it's like you can't even say Africa anymore like that.
Yeah. I mean, it's going to happen. I mean, if you look at the white people are having a conniption fit. Yeah, the white people are having a conniption fit about this shit already.
Yeah, I don't blame them.
Huh?
Oh, my bad. I thought I was muted. Excuse me.
No. Oh, okay. Okay.
What I don't want to see is basically a situation in the United States or anywhere else where you got like darker tone black people talking about we need to improve the race by marrying light skin or marry white. I guess that's a lot of the contention when I talk about assimilation in the United States is I don't want a situation where it's like the dark skinned people. It needs to be about class if it's gonna be about class, not the dark skinned people are at the bottom, the light skinned people at the top.
It's already done. It's just not conscious. It's already being done. It's not conscious.
So my question to you, BGS, could it be flipped around? Could it ever be to the point where the Chinese, the Mexican, or anybody who says you need to improve our race by getting a blue-black, midnight black light person?
The Chinese do not like it. Okay. They do not like it, but the thing is, that's what they have to do. They don't Chinese hate mixing. The Hans hate mixing. Han, China is like 90. What is it? 95% Han. Something like that. They're almost a monoculture, and they hate mixing. But the thing is, that's what they got to do. They're very pragmatic people. They don't want to mix with black. Because they know that they Chinese. If you look Chinese, you can draw a straight line from South Africa to China. They know that the Hans know that if they mix with Africans, they will disappear.
Well, see, that's the thing. As far as I'm concerned, I don't have any problems with it because we win in the end. We still win.
Right, because you're the winner.
But
if we sex them to death or kill them to death, it doesn't make a difference. We still win.
Yeah,
the dominant gene is going to always come back and resurface. The dark will still come back.
Well, I'd like to add to that, though. I have no issues, of course, with interethnic relationships, of course, because I'm in one. But I think the different nations, so the Chinese versus the Koreans versus the Japanese, Japanese is fairly strong as far as genomes go. Koreans are too. Now, I think, as was said, the Chinese are a bit weaker, if you want to put it that way. But I mean, not all of the nations in Asia are the same in terms of their genomes. You've got people that are pretty much half and half, and they look it.
Yeah. Well, what I'm saying is, that's what the Japanese are struggling with that right now. They want to remain they want to remain a monoculture. But the thing is, the way the globe is working, that's probably not possible for them to do anymore. And that with Fukushima, it's likely that the pure Japanese, the monoculture probably will disappear.
The running joke over there is, in some quarters, the running joke is that they're asking for America to make them the 51st state, so they can all move to Hawaii.
Love Hawaii, man. That's what they should
But
say.
like you asked me earlier, Master Teacher, I asked my wife about the whole Fukushima thing, and she said "shogunai na," and basically they, I guess they're pretty oblivious or kind of resigned to it. I don't know. She just didn't really seem to have much of an opinion on it.
There's nothing they can do about it. So what are you going to, you have two choices. You either move or die eventually. I mean, I know they have done, they're proud people. They are proud people. And in fact, if I can find it, I can find it. There was a guy that was on Coast to Coast. He was talking about the Japanese government paying the victims that came from the Fukushima area to go back to their homes and die. Otherwise, they would not continue to pay them.
I'm not too surprised to hear that. Actually, during the whole earthquake and all that, I have a lot of friends and fam in the J. During that whole event, they actually had to watch CNN to figure out what was really going on, because they couldn't get any real information inside Japan. The newscast just wouldn't cover it.
No. They're the Japanese. I have to give them credit, man. They talk about a roughneck people, man. They are, the only way they could actually rise, that little island could actually rise to prominence. They have to be very, very disciplined and very, very strict. I mean, we think of Japan as a liberal democracy, and it is not. It is a very authoritarian country.
Yeah, pretty much.
We think of Germany. Germany is an authoritarian country. We think of it as a liberal country. It is not. You go to Japan, you will know the difference between a liberal country and a non-liberal country in a heartbeat. Go ahead.
How many different variations of cultures are there really in terms of
Jesus? Okay.
I know that sounds weird, but basically we talk about liberalism.
You can go. You're talking about liberal. Okay. If we talk about liberalism, which is relatively new, liberalism, you can trace it back to what is it? The 15th century for the most part. Liberalism. I think it was, what's his name?
John Locke and
no, before that, where actually the roots of it. Good grief, because I was reading the I think Therefore I Am, and then before that it was.
Was that a French
Descartes, right? Yes, Descartes.
Descartes, but I'm saying it was before that. Jesus, I got to reread him. I'm trying to remember his name.
Was it an Englishman, perhaps?
No, he was. I think he was either German or, because actually liberalism roots actually came out of Germany during the Protestant period. That's where liberalism actually started.
Well, so the Holy Roman Empire, was that still about when liberalism came about?
Probably so. But I'm saying is the Protestants actually, basically, that's where the roots. I'm trying to remember his name.
Martin Luther.
No. It escapes me, man. I mean, you know how you get old, you have so much in your head, you recall it instantly. I'm running blank on his name. But I'm saying is liberalism is, you can say there's a definite cutoff period. What I'm saying is the roots of it go way, way back. The seeds go back to, I think it's like the the 14th or 15th century.
Yeah.
But what it's saying is the liberalism as we know it is like 17th century, pretty much. It rose and it didn't take hold until capitalism took hold. Capitalism, liberalism, basically. Liberalism, the name of it, didn't it come from France, more or less? Liberalism, liberté.
Yeah.
Capitalism, liberté, fraternité, and something like that. That's where liberalism actually got its name from.
Right.
Because in fact, the market forces that we talk about, laissez-faire liberals, comes from that. That's what the liberals actually practice.
Like Bastiat.
Yeah. So basically, that's liberalism. Before that, you had what? You had feudalism. You may have slavery, but I'm saying you had a form of feudalism. And feudalism is authoritarianism, and you still have it. You still have it. You still have it. A taste of it. Basically, most of the world is not liberal. Okay. Most of the world is not. Most of the world pretends to be liberal because to have access to liberal markets, you have to say that you're a liberal. But if you look at most of the world, it's authoritarian. For the most.
What other systems are there besides liberalism and authoritarianism? Because I heard
well, those are basically two schools of thought. They're not systems. They're two schools of thoughts. You can have a authoritarian democracy, okay, like you have in Japan, or you have in Korea, or even in China. You have an authoritarian, even in Russia, you have an authoritarian, quote unquote, democracy. But the thing is, your culture is not liberal.
There's communal cultures, like communalism, where, like, for instance, Africans have a communalist culture in which there is no.
They're communalists, but the thing is, Africans have a leader that has authority.
Yeah, it doesn't have any resources to express that authority.
Well, they don't have any resource, but liberalism, I'd have to go back through my notes, but there's definite, and Quigley actually points out there's definite things about Western liberalism. Liberalism is a very new school of thought, whereas you're not necessarily tied to God. Okay. Man, freedom of the individual is tied to liberalism. Whereas
something about that, actually, freedom. I was reading something about this man called Dan Bilzerian. He's like a poker player or something. And there's a bunch of women who usually hang around him, the sycophants who love to be around rich people. And in it, a woman must have put in a quote something about how women will do anything to be around money and power.
Yeah.
Another woman rebutted her and said, "Oh no, women can do whatever they want." So basically, it's like they've used freedom in order to become prostitutes, so to speak. No, it's like that's an aspect of the freedom that they were granted. Like, I have the choice to destroy myself, take drugs or whatever.
Yeah, take drugs or whatever. Yeah, that is the ultimate libertarian, which they reframed it, because liberal was a bad word. Okay, they reframed themselves libertarian. In other words, the old-fashioned conservative liberals.
Yeah,
like it used to be, rather than the neoliberal ideas that you have now. Where free markets, free association, blah, that kind of stuff. The old-fashioned liberal ideas, which they call conservatives now. Yeah. And you have what they call the neoliberals or the neo-socialist liberals that you have now, which is the Democrats, or when we think of Democrats, it doesn't really have a party because the Bushes are just as neoliberal as anybody else.
The one thing that confuses me, though, is that with all this talk of free market policy and free market ideas, isn't a body which obviously sustains itself via taxes or whatnot a form of an expression of free market, as in the market has met a demand in the sense that it has got a regulatory body
because surely nothing exists in a vacuum.
Well, I'm saying a pure free market is a very old idea. When you went to a bazaar or a market, a local farmer's market, that market is free of regulation, right?
I'm not sure if I agree with that, because surely it's sorry.
I'm saying an old-fashioned farmer's market where people brought their goods in and traded and bartered and whatever, right? What kind of regulation was on it? It was social pressure that kept you from cheating people, right? Because nobody would do business with you
as well, right?
Huh?
Biology plays a part. Culture plays a part.
Culture plays a part. What I'm saying is, in other words, there are no specific regulations on your market, right? It's a free market. What happens when that market expands to a city, a country, or even an organization? Do you still have a free market? No.
I'm not sure.
You have a regulated market. There is no such thing as a free market.
Right, because somebody's gonna get too smart and take over.
Yeah, in other words, there has to be rules. When you get that big, where you don't know the person that you're dealing with personally, there has to be rules and regulations. There is no such thing as a free market. All markets are regulated. They have to be, so that you can trust them.
Right. Like
there is no free market.
Like somebody like Walmart would have came in with their innovation and just sweeped everybody out. And cornered the market.
Yeah.
Well, being merchants, because that's all Walmart does, really. It's that.
But not really, because you still remember because of Walmart, you have the spring of popularity in places like Whole Foods and Publix, because it's such an alternative.
No, really, Walmart, they proved it all over the world. The Walmart is a local market killer.
We have Walmart here. They just call themselves Asda here.
Yeah. In other words, they dropped the price so low that other people can't compete, which is something that they do to basically local governments when they want the people out of the fields and into the factories. When they they give them aid, they give them food aid.
Kind of like I like to call it welfare for corporations in the case of Walmart.
Yeah,
because I mean, really, if they had to compete without the government subsidies and everything else, then the mom and pops would be on an equal footing, but they're not. The government gives them all kinds of incentives and tax abatements and everything else.
Yeah. Somebody was trying to get in.
Yeah. Speaking of Walmart, have you guys ever watched the documentary, The High Cost of Low Price?
Yeah.
Yeah, that explains everything about what Walmart. Because I used to work for the company, and
who hasn't?
They had really. And they really are a market killer. They go in and lower all the prices, and people just can't compete. That's why you have like a whole bunch of ghost towns in towns.
Yeah.
Where all these small businesses will close down because everybody will go to Walmart because of the low prices.
Yeah.
And then if Walmart decides to up and leave, that destroys kind of the economy of that small town.
Because they're working on the China price. There's if you Google the China price, there was an old argument back in 2000, I want to say 2004, between 2002 and 2004, where basically all the manufacturers were going to Congress about what were they going to do about China. So said China is selling the same merchandise for cheaper than we can actually make it. They're selling it for cheaper than we can make it. We can't compete with them. That was the China price. And Walmart is just an extension of the China price.
You know what, Master Teacher? It's funny that you mentioned that. I'm trying to remember. I think it was the Lord of War, the God of War with Nicolas Cage.
Yeah.
God of War.
Yeah, the Lord of War. Yeah.
The Lord of War. So you guys probably going to see where I'm going to come to. When he goes to was it Liberia or Sierra Leone?
Liberia, I think it was. Yeah.
Liberia. He's speaking. Was it that movie?
Yeah.
Anyways, one of the guys, like one of the generals or what have you, was like, yes, man, we just got shipment from we just got shipment from China. And what it was a bunch of machetes. He said, and he said candidly, he's like, yes, we bought these at 75 cents a piece. You get what I'm saying? So, you know, when he said that, you know, it's like a little light just dawned on my head, like, you know, China is really pumping out products so much so that they're buying, you know, you have guys who are going on the genocide campaign who will buy 75-cent machetes a lot cheaper than, you know, than the villages that you know they're coming from, or they're gonna you know overtake or what have you. So it's fun that you mentioned that.
Yeah, it's I mean, there's so many different aspects, man. It's like, you know, if you start pulling threads, man, we can go way back. Like people think that when I put up a wolf, and they said, well, he's a bleeding heart liberal because he doesn't want NAFTA to be dismantled. You guys don't realize he was one of the people that didn't want NAFTA in the first place. The left fought NAFTA as hard as anybody. I mean, they went all out not to have NAFTA passed. And the Zapatistas down in Mexico, you know, they actually damn near fought a revolt, man, trying to keep Mexico away from NAFTA. So it's not like it's something that the Mexicans embraced. They didn't. You know, the left didn't embrace it. So the thing is, now that you see it, now that you get Trump comes in, they want to dismantle it. Then without knowing what the ramifications, I put it up so that you guys would think about the ramifications with it being dismantled. Not just, okay, it's good for us in the short term because we're going to get more jobs. Okay, yeah, that will happen, but what else is going to come with it? What price are we going to pay?
Right.
And I think somebody said, well, it's okay for there to be a Chinese base in Tijuana. And I'm like, I just had to shake my head. I said, what do they teach you kids in school nowadays? For anybody, even anybody to even think that, you know, there has never been a foreign military base on our border, period. In the 200 years that we've been here, there's never been a foreign military base even close to us. And then what is the biggest thing? He said you have two passive partners on your north and south borders, and you have oceans on your east and west borders. That's how come America is so stable and safe, right? What if you have Chinese bases along your southern border? Are you still as confident about your safety?
No. That's why Cuba's a big deal. Have you guys seen it's a video game, I guess, but it's called Fallout, in which deals with see, you probably have, and it deals with China's expansion and its rivalry with America, and basically you guys get into an oil or resource war and they pretty much the US will annex Canada.
Yeah, they've been talking about that for years.
And more for Alaska. I'm starting to believe fiction is starting to become actually realistic.
They base it off a scenario. You ever see the movie Red Dawn?
Yes, when you guys get attacked
with Sean Connery or Sean Connery.
No, Red Dawn, where Russia Russia basically invades the United States.
No,
that's an oldie but goodie.
I'm thinking Red October.
Call of Duty did that.
Excuse me.
Call of Duty did that same scenario.
Yeah.
When Russia came in from the west.
They came in from the south, which is through Mexico, and then they invaded through Mexico first, and then they attacked on the west because Russia's closest. You know, the Russian eastern border is closest to the western United States, but instead, but the first invasion came through Mexico.
That's why we have the largest navy in the world.
You have the largest navy in the world to ensure trade.
Speaking of that,
it's not to fight.
Well,
it's to ensure trade, to protect your to protect
supply lines.
To protect your trade routes.
Yeah,
that's why you have a blue water navy.
Right, but that's part of the nobody can fly over.
No. The reason you have a blue water navy is to protect trade routes. It has nothing to project power, not to defend.
Yeah, I don't mean fighting. I didn't mean fighting like at all.
No.
You know, the Navy is like bigger than every navy combined. I believe.
Because you are the policeman of the world.
Yes.
Right.
That's how come you have police stations all over the world. And when shit breaks out, what do they send? They send an aircraft carrier.
That's an aircraft. That's something else.
Anytime some shit breaks out that the locals cannot handle, and they need people to back the fuck off, they park an aircraft carrier with its 100 planes down there and a couple of nuclear subs and say, okay,
do something.
Okay, you guys break this up, the party's over.
And I'm just asking, but excuse me, isn't that part of the worldwide resentment?
No, not really. No, because as long as the worldwide resentment was in 2007, 2008 when it didn't work anymore. Everybody was perfectly happy as long as we're making money, we're improving. We're perfectly happy for the United States to be the policeman of the world.
No, we kind of hate
oil.
Huh?
As long as we don't have any oil, we good.
No, it's not that. As long as you're willing to stay within the system, they will basically leave you alone. Africa is a different case because Africa is too close to Europe. They do not want Africa to develop because they will do what? They'll become a rival. You do not want a rival that can invade you. Too close. Which is the same, which makes no sense why you would. Okay, I'm gonna do you guys a thought experiment. Okay.
Can somebody explain it to the pro-blacks? I just gotta interject that nobody's in the business of creating rivals for themselves.
They have though, inadvertently, by unfortunately pro-black identity.
I just want to veer off on that just for a second. I'll get back to it. Go ahead and finish, BGS.
No. You said pro-blacks actually know this. Okay, they know it. Most of them do. They don't say it out loud because you can't make no money. Because most young guys want to fight. Most of the older pro-blacks know that's a waste of time. But the thing is, okay, you can't, because I'm in the community, right? And most of us have come to the conclusion that if you want a pure black community, you have to do it outside the United States. I'm not telling you stuff that doesn't exist inside the community. Now, you might have the new guys that they're disconnected, that don't even barely remember who Dr. Ben or Amos Wilson is. They're disconnected, might say the stuff because they haven't come to that conclusion yet. But the guys that have been around a long time, that stuff is already dead and gone. I mean, the nationalism argument that they were talking about basically died after 9/11. Okay, that's just history. We got to find a new model. Holopsism really talks about that. He's a pro-black. He talks about you can't do it on the shore because everybody's been trying to figure out a way to do it. Nobody has. So basically come to the conclusion that it can't be done because you've tried to figure out every way possible. Even Marcus Garvey said that way back when. You can't have a nation within a nation. It's not going to work.
This is a war.
He said that. Well, the thing is not going to work because there's no under what scenario are you going to win a war against the United States?
That's the problem. Military problem. You can't get around that.
Go ahead. We saying your mother what?
She would always say, upangé de chef non cerca. You can't have two chiefs in one house or in one tribe. So even if you had a de facto nation in America with its history, they're not gonna allow it to happen. If history has recorded what happened to Black Wall Street among other places, then I think that's more than enough evidence that it couldn't happen here.
I'm going to say something that most of you guys on the line will probably disagree with. I'm going to say it right now. If Eisenhower doesn't come back from the Nazi death camps and change everybody's mind, especially the Fabian socialist mind, we would not be here talking about this. The only reason that Black people as a group are still here today is because Eisenhower went to those Nazi death camps and saw what Fabian socialism, or what they call the final solution, as they talk about it, was unthinkable. That's why the assimilation process started, because they wanted to get rid of you. You feel me?
Right.
They wanted to get rid of you, and they were thinking about getting rid of you because all the white people, the Fabian socialists, said this is the way to get rid of the unwanted people.
Can I ask you a question?
The useless eaters. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
What happened between the sabotaging Garvey's exodus to Eisenhower changing his minds about getting rid of us?
Okay,
because that would have eliminated that problem right there.
Because then, back when Garvey was around, they needed you as a labor force. Jim Crow, right? They want to limit your number, but they needed you as a labor force. The South is still fucked up behind what Lincoln did to it back, damn near, what is it, 150 years ago? South still has not recovered from that. They needed you as a labor. They put you back on. They basically, Jim Crow is nothing more than feudalism, if you think about it. They call it sharecropping, but it was landowners and what? Land renters. That's feudalism. They couldn't reenact slavery, so they substituted the next best thing, which was what?
Cheap labor.
Which was feudalism.
Sharecropping.
Sharecropping.
Even beyond that, because I know I'm from the South, so I have that country family history that was passed down.
So do I.
So you know, I was from one of those families who had actually built off of sharecropping to wind up owning land, to wind up owning oil, to wind up getting ran out of town because you was making too much money.
Yeah, people don't realize that.
Right, and that's the thing about it. When you look back and you go back to these towns, some of those families are still living off of it, and other ones just completely destroyed all of the resources.
They're still doing it. They're still doing it today. the URLs that you use to as addresses on the internet was invented by a group of black people. Because they had the company, and the United States government refused to let them turn that company public. These are black men. They sold it off to white people. It hasn't stopped. The level playing field still does not exist. You have to not let them brainwash you. It doesn't exist. So you have to strive harder to overcome it. That in other words, the wall might be a little lower, but it's still there.
Tell that to Boyka, who says black men don't create. Now I want to compound the question. So okay, Dr. Strange comes to you, BGS MGTOW, we go back in time. Pragmatically, state what would happen, or what do you think would happen?
How far do I go back?
Eisenhower. You say Eisenhower doesn't go to the Nazi death camps. He doesn't come back. He doesn't desegregate the and you said that Fabian socialists wants to go and take us out. So how do you think it would happen? How do you think it plays out from not going to the Nazi death camps to 2017, since we wouldn't have supposedly be here?
They start a race riot. They round you up into camps the same way they did the Jews, and they slowly but surely, methodically exterminate you.
Or like the Japanese,
like gangs in New York.
Germany exterminated what, 30 million people, more or less. I mean, just systematic. They killed more than that. They basically exterminated 22 million Russians. Germany by itself killed about 60 million people.
And they killed a bunch of people in Poland also.
Yeah, in other words, if they kill if the statistics are to be believed, and I take them at their word, 6 million Jews, was it 5 million Gypsies? How many Poles? 4 million Poles?
Yeah, somewhere in that neighborhood.
4 million Poles. We're not even talking about the mixed babies, black people that they actually killed.
Yeah.
So we talk about it within their sphere. They probably exterminated around over 20 million people just in their sphere, systematically. And I think at that time, I think there was maybe around 20 million black people in the United States. more or less.
Yes. And please, let's not forget. I just want to throw this in. Please, let's not forget, because again, Nazi Germany was the Third Reich. The Second Reich, or I said what would have been called the Second Reich. I don't know if it's Bismarck, von.
It's
What's his
Bismarck.
name?
It's Bismarck. Yeah. I mean, Bismarck
Okay.
was the chancellor. He wasn't the. He wasn't
Okay.
the.
Let's not forget, which is I believe present day Namibia, the German Free State, and this is where the testosterone in me starts to boil over. This is where the logic goes out, the pragmatism goes out, and the emotion comes in. When you have Shark Island, I'll be honest, brother BGS master teacher. Sometimes I don't, I think about that question. If I had to
You had the hoot. You had look at what happened in Rwanda. That's a human experience. How many people did they kill within a matter of months?
Yeah.
It's not a white experience. It's what people do. Now, the only thing is white people are more efficient at it. They're more efficient killing machine. I'm not saying that. I know you guys are going to disagree with it. What I'm saying is, go look. When I go back and I look at Fabian socialists, they were actually cheering the Nazi death camps. What they were saying is they were killing the wrong people. That's what they were saying. In other words, they were saying the Jews were the best of you. You're not supposed to kill them. You're supposed to kill the other useless people.
Wasn't the Fabian socialist? Wasn't it like a French political society or something?
No, it was an English society. The Fabian Society was an English society. I think if Adam is still on, it was an English society. The Fabian Society was an English, a liberal, socialist English society that believed in social Darwinism.
You know what? I'm thinking of the Jacobins. Never mind.
The Jacobins were French. Yeah, the Jacobins were basically rebels in France. The Jacobins, if I'm not mistaken. The Jacobins?
No, we still have the Fabian socialists.
Oh yeah, they're still around. Yeah, but they just changed. But the Nazi death camps changed their mind about social Darwinism.
Yeah, what they've done, however, is that when I was learning about it in school, we're talking about like primary school, elementary school, you guys call it. Basically, they had a model of the criminal class. Basically, they had I guess you can call it phrenology, in which it's the study of the human skull. They could basically make a template of how a person who was unfit to live, so to speak, look like, and they would be like systemically wiping them out. And they're usually poor and white. They're not even black or anything like that. They're poor white people who they wanted to eliminate. So I think black people, pro-blacks especially, should probably take it less personal than they really do. People kill their own mother if they had to. Okay.
Yeah, because if they're the underclass, and most black people were considered an underclass. The useless eaters, as Hitler would put it. The Bush, your biggest Fabian socialist was George Bush. Were the Bushes?
Really?
Yeah. I mean, it's on Google. Just you can type in Fabian socialist. You had prominent people. Aldous Huxley. If I'm not mistaken, the Huxleys were Fabian socialists. If I'm not mistaken. What's his name? The very famous authors in English authors were Fabian socialists. And you can look them up. When they thought what Hitler was doing was correct. The thing is, he was doing it to the wrong people.
Africans do it. Like Nigerians, the small tribe in which my family are from, they've been practicing a form of what's it called, eugenics, in which they kill twins, for God's sake. If you have more than one child, they'll kill both of them, because apparently that's a deformity of the human genome, that you're only supposed to have one child. There's all sorts of crazy ideas in which people have systemically killed people and tortured them and all sorts of stuff. Africans, I know it's undocumented, but they've been practicing eugenics for years.
Yes, it's a human experience. Yeah, it's a human experience. I mean, human experience about that. Yeah. I mean, hell, basically, you're practicing now with abortion is a form of eugenics. We don't like to think of it that way.
And you know what, Master B, I say that Dr. Khalid Muhammad, peace be upon him, he would always say that, you know, the black man, he's the original man, father of mathematics, science, law, literature. Well, I don't know about literature, but things of that sort. And I would also add, if we're going to go ahead and not romanticize it, because I believe it, I do believe it, but you know, if we're going to be the father of science, engineering, and what have you, we will also be the fathers of warfare and anything negative that stems out of it. You know, that's one thing I disagree with some of these pro-blacks. This idea that Africa was this utopian place where there was no war. No, you can't be on this earth.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
you can't be on this earth for over 300,000 years. Yes, you are the father of civilization. You are not a nigga, but the architect of the first home.
Man, they have Egyptian reliefs of them taking heads.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
they still take heads, and they never said that Africans were completely peaceful. You have a tribe not the Jarawas, but the other tribe. They still take heads.
I mean, here's my thing. I just think that when pro-blacks kind of gloss over African people have and had agency. Mm-hmm. They weren't just innocent victims waiting around for the boats to show up. I'm reading a fascinating book right now, and I plan on doing a video series about it. It's called Africans in the Making of the Atlantic. I mean, it's pretty eye-opening. It gives you all the information about, you know, the African kingdoms, the African Navy ships, the African military outfits that they had. So I don't know. I just think it does African people a disservice when we have this woe is me kind of narrative in dealing with them. I just think
the thing is, Dr. Jones, is if you're in the book study, right? If you're in the book study and they're not giving a presentation, like there's a difference when they're giving a speech and a presentation and when you're actually in the study and you can ask them questions. They know. Okay, they know. The thing is they can't sell it. There's a difference between them selling the feel good because they need to make a living and them actually telling the truth.
True.
I've been there.
You can even hear it from the audience.
I've been there with Dr. Ben, you know, Dr. Ben and people like that were our pro-black scholars. And in a small group, they'll tell you the truth. But in a big presentation, they're not going to, you know, this kind of, especially when you get around a whole bunch of women, you can't sell that.
People have a hard time.
That's how come women don't like me. It's not that I'm not telling them stuff that's accurate. Is that I can't sell what I'm not going to kiss their ass and it can't be sold. I know that. I do it on purpose. Because I'm about telling my daughter doesn't like to talk to me sometimes because she knows it's going to be the hardcore, unvarnished truth. That's what it's going to be.
Truth.
I'm not going to kiss her ass. I mean, women think that I don't talk to my daughter, who's 28 years old, the same way I talk to them. I mean, you know, sometimes I'm not as passionate where I'm using curse words. But the thing is, my language is almost as strong talking to her as it is to any other woman. If you have a baby out of wedlock, it's your fault. The same way I would say to my son, if he gets a woman pregnant and she has a baby, it's your fault. Man the fuck up and do what you're supposed to do. Like my son is married. Okay, I have even though I'm a MGTOW, my son is married. I basically encourage him to get married for a specific reason, and I'll tell you what that is. He's like 9 years older than the girl, right? He's a semi-pro basketball player, so he's a jock, right? He's an alpha. And basically he gets this 19-year-old girl, 19-year-old girl who's gaga about him, right? So he brings her home. He gets her pregnant because he wants a child. So I said, okay, she's young. You took advantage of the situation. You wanted to keep her. You want to keep the child. So guess what you're going to do? You are going to do the right thing because you did this. She did not do this to you. She does not deserve that. You need to do the right thing because you did what you want to do. You wanted the families to now man the fuck
You got
up, do the right thing, and take care of your fucking family, because this is the decision that you made against whatever else I said. You did it. So man the fuck up and do the right thing. I am fair. I would, if any guy tells me that he caught a young girl, he purposely got her pregnant, had a kid, man the fuck up and do the right thing, because you did it to yourself. Take responsibility.
You said that he wanted a child. I mean, what was his intentions? I mean,
he wanted a baby. He wanted, because my daughter had a child, and he's always wanted a son. He just always wanted a son. So he found a young girl, a young biracial girl that he thought was really, really cute, and he wanted to have. So he had her. He, because trust and believe. If I don't buy him condoms, if he doesn't buy them, I don't buy them. My sister, who worked for a pharmacy at the time, was buying them. You had tons of condoms. You did this shit on purpose.
Can I interject for a second?
Yes, sir.
Because I wanted to know, to speak on something which you just mentioned. For instance, I'd just like to point out that there is a subsection of males out there who do that, who purposely get like a really attractive woman, and then they like impregnate them, and it's like, oh, don't want to lose the bitch, so I got to like knock her up and make her mine for as long as possible. Shit.
Anchor babies.
Shit pisses me off.
I don't agree with that.
That is a dick move.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
I don't agree with that. I think that's a scum move, personally.
Yeah. So I would just like to say, like, if there are any women listening, like, I understand that does happen. Not all of you are baby mamas with no sense or what. There are a predatory bunch of guys out there, but they're usually not the educated lames that you hate so much. Just so you know.
The educated lames frustrate them because they.
Gentlemen, it's classic man.
Yeah, the classic,
you're right.
The classic man frustrates them because basically
they don't have access to resources.
Well, the thing is, any man or woman wants to have a partner that reflects who they are inside, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the thing is, they complain about the classic man because they are not a reflection of who they think they are inside, and it frustrates. I'm not attracted to them because what's inside of me. If I stand next to this guy and I'm with this guy and I'm in public company, what do I look like next to him? And I can't, I split in verbs and I can't put a whole sentence together. And this guy is speaking perfect English. It's like me being in England next to Adam. Okay, he speaks Oxford English. Well, what I look like standing next to him. Okay.
But that's the thing though, because a single mother who is uneducated for the most part, who never really spent a day in university, will treat me with a lot more respect than say a woman who did come from university, who came from a very similar background to me. It's weird. I don't know. It's like it's flipped on its axis.
Well,
it's flipped on its axis in where? In the United States, because you
come
from a different culture. Yeah, you come from a different culture. So in other words, it doesn't make sense to you.
I think it's because that we have the first thing they lead with is the education, right? So they're supposed to put them at a higher plane. But when they meet somebody who's conspicuously educated, it kind of renders that moot now. Or it evens the playing field, and it doesn't give them the advantage.
Because you are in a de facto matriarchy, and who's supposed to be top is supposed to be the matriarch.
But in between men, though, we understand that there's lanes, right? Mm-hmm. Like we'll understand that the street dude has his lane, but my lane is over here playing Yu-Gi-Oh or something. That's where I shine. That's my domain. So
you don't want that action.
Yeah, you do that over there, and we're not trying to spread it out.
Well, I think like in America, we got to
one at a time. Go ahead, Laura.
We have a difference. I'm sorry. We have a difference where education and intellect is two completely different things. And a lot of times people hide behind education as if it's an intellect when it's not.
Yeah, that's true.
So when people are talking about like quote unquote classic man, it's kind of a amalgamation of a Renaissance man. You can't you don't want to just be educated around a Renaissance man because it's gonna make you look bad. They might be playing the piano, talking politics, you know, at the same time being a jock, at the same time being able to play a poker game, and you just sitting there talking about I read a couple of books.
Yeah, but and a woman that's sitting next to you, if she doesn't measure up, you're not going to be around her very long. You're going to be you're basically going to pump and dump her with it, which is what she's afraid of. Which black women, in the back of a black woman's mind, she's always afraid that if she doesn't measure up, she's going to leave. So she will pick a guy that can't leave her.
And I have to keep things short from the way I understand. So you're saying like intellect is how you process information, right?
Intellect is putting it in practical application.
Well, in other words, yeah,
Right,
intellect is I would say intellect is a combination of wisdom and knowledge. In other words, and how you process it. So basically, intellect is not only brain power but also wisdom. You have to have the two.
Like I wasn't in the military, but but a lot of people in the military give me this synopsis about it. They said, look, there's a difference between a West Point soldier and a real soldier. Mm-hmm. They tell you everything that they said in the book, and they go out into the field and actually act like it worked. The real soldier, like, no, that's you're gonna get somebody killed, though. You know.
Yeah.
And
you season that's wisdom.
And that's pretty much the difference, because we live in a society where the women are told that they are smarter. Because you got to remember, like, if when you were a kid, it was the feminism, anything you could do, I could do better. Women mature faster than men. Women are smarter than men. Women operate on both sides of the plane, and then all of a sudden it's like women are emotional and they don't know what they're doing.
What I'm saying, if you go back to the Mohawk Conference in 1890, that was by design. Men were pushed towards the trades because that's how you had to make a living. You could not make a living as a black person on intellect back in the late 19th century, early 20th century, could you?
No.
But also there was another part. I believe there's another part that I believe David Carroll mentioned about. I think he said W. Du Bois was talking about.
You're breaking up.
You're
breaking up. Repeat it.
Like what's that?
Yeah, we're not getting your whole sentence.
I know he was talking about the talented 10. I think he's trying to say they
that was Du Bois. Du Bois said the talented 10. Yeah. The talented 10th was a different concept. As far as the talented 10th were those that had been proven that could actually lead. In other words, your very best and your brightest should actually lead the community. That's what he was saying, and make decisions for it, because those are the people that had bubbled up to the top that were actually your best.
DJ?
Yes, sir.
I learned this a long time ago in college, and I realized that people don't realize there's 7 different types of intelligence.
Mm-hmm.
So your talented 10th can be in 7 different things.
Yeah.
Everybody's like, sometimes we think of a talented 10th person as somebody like Paul Robeson or something. But truth be told, you got your George Washington Carvers, then you got your your athletes, then you got your orators, then you got your Lewis Latimers and stuff like that. You got those different type of people. Paul Robeson is like an amalgamation of everybody. It's just like that's a whole different evolution of a human being.
Well, the thing is what he was saying back as far as the talented 10th is that the people that have proven themselves to be your best and your brightest should actually make the decisions for the other 90%.
Right. That and
go back and train the rest to bring up more people over that threshold.
Bring them up. But I'm saying a percentage is a percentage. It does 10% doesn't change. The number doesn't matter. Okay, your 10% of 100 is a different number than 10% of 1,000. The percentage does not change. Right. And basically that basically is the way the world works anyway. Your best, you're the people that have been proven to lead do lead.
Right, but the problem is that
they bubble up to the top.
that DC brought up was that we have a culture. What made it fail is that we have a culture of anti-intellectual.
That is just recent. That hasn't been always.
But
the people that are older know that hasn't always been the case.
And we have an American culture that profits off of our intellectual. So it's like it's two different things worn at the same time.
But black people have always been pragmatic. What I was saying about women is concern is not that the guys weren't intellectual or they weren't smart. But the thing is that if for a practical case, if a man wanted to basically take care of his family and earn a living, they pushed the men into the trades because of their skills, and their ability to earn was more than women. Women could not go into trades because they were not physically capable of doing it. So if you had a bright woman, what would you do with her? She could not go into trades. What would you do? Send her to school, right?
Right.
You give her the most education, so that when she would actually come out and teach, but secondarily she would get a better husband and raise better children because she was educated, right? So, but the thing is, that plan was 130 years ago now, and basically your society has changed to where physical labor or the trades are not as important as they once were, right? So intellectual capacity or learning or basically education had become much more important. So who are the people that were actually geared to actually take off and take those jobs?
Not women.
The women. Yeah, because they were educated. But the thing is, your culture had already been set that this is the way to go. You push your boys into physical trades. So in other words, most black boys didn't get past the 8th grade because past the 8th grade was useless to them, because what was more useful to them was actually doing what? Learning their trade, right?
Right.
So but girls, it wasn't necessarily the case, right? Because if they got up to the 8th grade, all they were built to be is a wife, okay? And not a very good one because she wasn't educated. So girls were always pushed to do what? Get your education. What do black mothers say to their girls?
Get an education so you don't have to depend on no man.
So basically, if you think of because a lot of LAR, you know what I'm talking about, right? You probably have a boy, but if you had a girl, what is the first thing you think about? Her getting pregnant, her having a kid, and her not being able to take care of her child. And if she couldn't do it, who has to do it?
I do.
You do. So you want to prepare that woman or that girl to the best extent possible so that she will have the ability to do what?
Survive.
Take care of her own.
Take care of her own children, and also be able to pass on information.
Yeah, but if they pass on information, but at a very practical level, because she has a womb, and the product of her womb will wind up as her responsibility or your responsibility if she can't do it. Who are you going to prepare first? If you're a typical black family, your boys or your girls?
They prepare their girls first.
They prepare their girls for. It's for a very. I'm saying it sounds fucked up, to men. It sounds fucked up, but when you analyze it and realize it, why it's done, then you understand it. I'm not trying to get you to agree with it or like it. I'm trying to get you to understand it. Whereas in white culture, the responsibility to take care of the family is always on who?
The man.
The man. Who do they educate first?
The men.
The men. Still today.
That's who they put network systems. That's who they have. Their nepotism is based on them, and that's why they call it the good old boy system.
The good old boy system.
You never hear them say they got tired of living off of mama's money.
No, because in their culture, their dominant culture, it is the man's purview and responsibility that is reinforced by society to take care of his wife and children.
That
is his job. Whereas and basically that's how come I went over the Moynihan report, because it crystallized what's wrong. Moynihan said in the black community, it's the exact what?
Opposite. And
so
have a matriarchy.
How do you marry the two systems together when they're opposite?
because in American culture specifically, women are really the highest consumer.
Yeah.
And you create a matriarchy, you create a system of consumer. You know,
what I'm saying, women are the highest consumers of it because they have to do what? Use the resources to do what? Take care of who? The home,
the kid
and the children.
Themselves and the children, yes.
But
that's
that's
what
frivolous.
Well,
that's what I mean.
When you lose control of the women and they become frivolous, what's going to happen to your family if she's frivolous? They're going to be broke, right?
Right.
Yeah. Well, black women a long time ago, and I talked to women that were like 80 years old, right? I was trying to find an interview. Okay, a long time ago, we did an interview with them like 2000. I want to say 2009, 2010, about 7 years ago, right? And I specifically asked her. I said, "What is the difference between women now and women then?" She said, "Women of her generation knew that their men, their black husbands, had to work so hard for the money, that the resources that they brought in, they were duty bound to take very good care of the resources, right? So in other words, when he brought his check home to her, she was bound by society to be a good steward of his money and do the proper thing for his money. So she was not frivolous with it. She was very not stingy, but very how can
practical
I say practical and studious with it. If frugal with it. If Dr. Jones was still on the line, he would tell you the same thing about his wife. He's not on the line, but that's how come Asian women are loved, because they are frugal. They're not frivolous, because they are good stewards of your money. Because if the family goes broke because of her, it looks bad on her for being frivolous, because it's a bad look in their culture. Because if you go broke, if the man earns money and you go broke, it's a bad look.
That's. I was raised by my grandparents, and I know exactly what you're talking about, because I used to. As I got older, I was around either my great grandparents, because they lived to be like 80s, 90s. So I had a aunt that just passed. She just passed at 88.
Okay.
And
hey, BJ.
Well, let him finish. Let him finish. Let LR finish, and then you can jump in.
And the one,
go ahead, LR.
I remember talking to that aunt, because her name was Millie. They call her Aunt Millie. She used to call. She's like, these women, they want it all. But they don't understand what it takes to keep it all. They can't keep a man because they can't keep that responsibility of his money, because that was how they were back in the day. Because that was like when women, quote unquote, come up from divorce and child support, there is no shame in the society of saying, listen, you just made the family look bad, not by divorcing the guy, not by taking his money, but by the way you spending it. That lets me know, that lets society know that he wasn't the problem, you was. And you did not want to be seen as the problem going into your community.
Yeah.
Now it's like, people are celebrating being frivolous. And I see it now, because I see women who got older and the poverty set in and nobody's there to pick them up.
Yeah. Yeah. Somebody else wanted to jump in or was trying to jump in?
Yeah, I want to touch on the whole thing about they because I remember seeing this in past videos too. You said that.
Hold on a second. Nathaniel,
I just wanted to ask a quick question.
Okay, real quick. Go ahead.
Yeah. What's going on, man?
What's going on, man? You get feedback, so ask your question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, is it still feedback?
No, go ahead and ask your question.
Okay.
Yeah, still feedback. Go ahead, ask your question.
I'm sorry then. The question is that do you think that like yourself as a Gnostic, right? And I guess more mysticism, I guess, in the sense of trying to understand the underlying structure of life. Do you think that those different worldviews will greatly impact our communities? That way it can change our philosophy of life
and the way we see the world around us.
It would, but most people are not willing to do that kind of work because there's a lot of work into doing it, understanding, because you have to basically transform yourself to actually get to that level where you can actually see it, understand it. And that's a journey that, like I say, 90% of people aren't willing to take. So it's not for everybody. Never has been. But who else wanted to jump in? They had something else to say.
Yeah, I had something to say about the whole paradigm of having a society living within another society that's opposed to itself. Because we said that we live in a patriarchy, right? But yet we still hold on to the fact that the Black community is a matriarchy. Like, is that like a pseudo matriarchy, or is it like
it's a broken matriarchy, and Black women don't want to take the blame for it. So I always say it's a broken patriarchy, and it never has been. Everybody agrees. In fact, that's how come the Moynihan report got buried, because Black women, they say we were blaming Black women for the problem, and it wasn't true. Still today, they hate the Moynihan report, right? Because they know it's true, but they don't want to admit it.
You can't get the Democrats, the Democratic Party, to even like mention it.
You can't Republicans to mention it or touch it.
Yeah.
Because well, hell, if you say you don't date Black women, they go absolutely ballistic. To blame them about the condition of the Black community? Are you kidding me?
I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
About currently or recently, the Black females net worth was $5.
Yeah.
Now, 50 years ago was the Civil Rights Movement, and it was more so of a patriarchy at the time.
It was not completely. It was a matriarchy, but the thing is, you have to understand how it was a better matriarchy. A matriarchy doesn't mean that women are in charge. A matriarchy, if you look at the Akan people, it's a matriarchy. But the thing is, there's rules that go along with a matriarchy. If you follow the rules of the matriarchy, it works. Matriarchies are basically dependent on an extended clan. Okay, that's how come in the South, like, you understand what I'm talking about. Okay,
yeah, it was more family oriented.
In other words, you are probably closer to your mother's people than your father's people, right?
It's called matrilineal.
I kind of split between both, but it was different. But I get it. I was at the time, yes.
Sorry. Yeah,
that sounds more matrilineal though.
Yeah, it is matrilineal. What white people call it, they're quibbling over terms. Matrilineal, because nobody wants to call it because white women think matriarchy is supposed to be the opposite of a patriarchy, and it's not. They're different systems.
Look,
see.
Hold on for 1 second.
I'm big into etymology.
Whoa, one at a time. I
just because I wanted to finish this question. I say more family oriented back then. You
have a very extended family,
right? At that time, I believe the Black female's net worth was more than $5, even though it was more, and plus that was the different era and different cost of living. They haven't figured out, with all of this education and real, in life, that they actually downgraded 50 years that much.
They knew it would happen. They were trying to tell you back then. They knew what would happen because of what? Because your system, the system that you're being integrated into, is incompatible with what you used to do. It changes everything. In other words, you have been forcibly pushed into a malformed matriarchy. Your culture is already screwed up. The only reason that you ever see that story of the bubble boy?
Yeah.
Doesn't have an immune system.
Right.
As long as he's in the bubble, he's fine, right?
But when he gets out, he got hell to pay.
When he gets out, what's going to happen to him?
He's going to get caught with everything he should have learned to be immune to at first. And it's going
in other words, he doesn't have an immune system. He's going to die. He's going to be sick all the time, right?
He has no defense.
So in other words, the Black community, because of slavery and Jim Crow, you were the version of what? The bubble boy, right? And so they didn't know, okay, we forced these people into a bubble, and it's to a separate, their own separate community, society. And now we want to do what? We want to put them into this society. How do we do it? So they asked Moynihan the question. I want to fully integrate these people into our society, or integration, or assimilate these people into society. What are the problems that we're going to face? So we got all of the social scholars, got all of the books that went back all the way back to W. Du Bois about Black sociology, right? They got all together and they came up with this. And he says, okay, these are the problems that you have. And the only solution that we have to do is basically force the matriarchy into a patriarchy. How do you do that? The only way you can do that is put the man at the head, the financial head of the family, by giving him jobs, right? You're forcing a matriarchy into a patriarchy. And if you don't, the thing is that broke down where you did not do that. So what do you have? You have a matriarchy trying to adapt to basically what we call a traditional patriarchy, which really doesn't exist anymore, because now it's a pseudo matriarchy as far as the dominant society that's doing what? Disintegrating, right?
I got you.
If that makes sense. I mean, it might not make sense because I don't want to have to repeat myself.
No, it's amalgam with feminism and divorces, and even though men had gave all of these quote unquote powers away, it created a pseudo matriarchy for their society also.
Yeah.
Hey, BJ.
That's what we call it, an egalitarian. Go ahead, bro.
Didn't you say that they half-assed trying to do that?
Okay. There's a very good book called More Than Freedom, because he documents the Moynihan report. And the thing, in fact, he has a video. What he said is that right after the Voting Rights Act, right, President Johnson was trying to get the stuff passed through because he was fighting in Vietnam, right? And he had passed the Voting Rights Act, and he was getting ready to pass the other legislation that was supposed to come along with that, right? To actually give the jobs programs and stuff like that. But he said what happened was the Watts riot. And what happened with the Watts riot, after the Watts riot, and it was national news, he lost what? Most Democrats are what? Southerners, right?
Yeah.
He lost his base. He lost the Dixiecrats. And they were on board with fixing the problem and basically assimilating the Black people until the Watts riots. And basically he lost the momentum, and basically that killed basically the civil rights movement. And so the only reason that you got a little hint of it, a partial hint of it, is because they assassinated Martin Luther King. And so basically they pushed the rest of what they could push through Congress because of that. So basically you got not even a half measure. You got maybe like 10 or 15% of what you actually were supposed to get. And I've heard more than a few people say that.
It's just funny that you said the Watts riots, because I actually was watching Minister Society like 2 days ago. And they had the Watts.
Oh, and when I remember I was a child, and my mother was really frightened. She would hear people and she would turn off the lights and stuff like that. So it was a big thing. But that's the problem with our Black scholars, that I don't like. Okay. And I love Dr. Anderson. I love him to death. But even he, I've been in lectures with him. I've talked to the guy. I've interviewed the guy. And when I'm interviewing, I try to pull things out of him. I know he knows. I'm trying to pull it out so he will say it in public. But certain ideas just don't sell. And a lot of things he knows. He's been telling you for 20 years why you would be he's telling you for 20 years that you would be an underclass. He never told you why. You think about it. If you listen to all his speeches, and I've been listening to Dr. Anderson since 1991, he always say you will be a permanent underclass by a certain date, but he would never tell you why. And we didn't know why until it actually happened. Now we know why. Permanent underclass, because they were importing Hispanics. And he knew at a certain they did projections about the immigration rate of Hispanics. And he knew that at a certain date, you would be a permanent underclass because the Hispanics would overtake you because they were going to import more. We know that now.
Yeah,
but
like
he never.
Hispanics in the U.S.
Excuse me?
There's like 14% of Hispanics in the U.S.
I think it's 15 or 16%. Last count.
Yeah, we're like 12.
It might go down once. Might go down once. Like half of all the Hispanic population in the United States is imported, and when I think it's like maybe only like maybe I think it's more than half. Yes, half of them are imported, and I think only a certain amount of them are legal citizens. I can't remember how much.
What?
Hey, does anybody have advice or any good books on how to become good at marketing and sales?
Depends on your field of marketing and sales. Because you got it's just products, man. It depends on what kind of product you're trying to sell.
Clothing.
Yeah. Oh. Well, clothing is more the fashion game. It's more of like a grind hustle where basically you just keep doing shows and events and everything until one day you just break through the threshold. Like all the big time fashion designers went through the same process pretty much. Where you just kept doing stuff until their name caught on.
Yeah, until you get somebody that or somebody that's famous enough that it's going to pull you up. It has a name. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's about name recognition. It's either reputation or name recognition. I agree with him. But like a lot of your, like a lot of your famous designers, old-fashioned designers, either grind it until they develop a reputation, or somebody pulled them up. Like Johnny Hill, Hilfiger used rappers.
Right. Have someone big wear it.
If you get lucky enough. Yeah, if you get lucky.
It's just getting to that point where somebody big
sell stuff in like Macy's or Bloomingdale's or something like that, and then they try to replicate his stuff, and that's how he got bigger.
It would say if you can develop the biggest thing about sales or anything like that, where it's going to become popular, because it's about it becoming popular, is that you have to have a market, and you develop a market all kinds of different ways. Whether somebody brings one to you, like that's how come Russell Wilson married Sierra, because she comes with a market. She comes with a segment of a market that follows her. That's how come the cosmetic line sign her, because she has a market. If you have 6 million followers, you have a market. That's how come Instagram models and stuff like that catch on after a certain amount of popularity. Now they have enough followers so people will actually pay them because they bring a market with them. And there's all kind of ways to develop a market.
That's if you want to go widespread. Now you could do a vertical market where I only noticed because I just saw this with on Corey Holcomb's podcast. And he had a jacket made from the same guy who did jackets for like celebrities and stuff. But you don't know his name, but he gets paid, top dollar for his designs and everything. And that's because he built a list. He used the old school marketing technique where you just build a list of clients and you just cycle through your clients for work.
That's reputation, because he built a reputation.
How deep is he trying to go in as far as clothes? Like, you want to be a brand name like Old Navy or something really out there, or just
Old Navy is a distributor. It's a distributor. Old Navy. I'm saying the brand is.
I want to get to the point where I'm big, but it's all my stuff. I don't want to have other people's, like how Old Navy has other people's brands.
They're a distributor. They're not they're a brand, but they're a distributor. They're not necessarily an Old Navy brand will probably not sell as much as a name brand clothing. It's a destination. Like Walmart is a brand, but the thing is, they sell other products.
Right.
So in other
I
words,
want it to be all my products.
So basically, you want to be like FUBU?
yeah, I mean,
I was about to say you want to be like FUBU, yeah.
yeah. I mean, yeah. One thing is you have to develop a market. You know, you have to. There's lots of there's lots of ways to develop a market. You know, especially on the internet. The thing is there something different? It's something that will draw people to your particular name or brand.
Well, I know y'all was
Well, now
Like,
that I can tell you now as a guy who's getting into digital marketing, you're gonna have to build a list of clientele. That's unavoidable in any market. So, the best book, if you're gonna do internet, because it's 2017, so the best book I can tell you is about a guy named Russell Brunson, which
Branson,
.com Secrets.
Yeah,
it's a now I'm gonna warn you, it is a sales piece to his platform, whatever, but it has all the blueprint you need.
Yeah,
to be successful.
Yeah, Tim Ferriss is another. Tim Ferriss is another.
Now, what is it called? You said .com
Secrets, something like that. Don't quote me, but it is by Russell Brunson. That's the author's name. I know that for sure.
Also read Blink. You know, Blink is another one that talks about marketing and developing a brand or developing a movement or something like that, which is basically developing a brand.
Okay, Blink by who?
What's his name? I'm trying to think of his name now. Let me look it up. I'm just sitting here in front of a computer.
I know, and I have like a few online stores. I don't know if you're familiar with like e-commerce or anything like that, but I have a few Shopify stores that's doing really, really good for me now. And one of the ways I do a lot of advertisement and stuff, I definitely mess with Facebook ads. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but that's like 90% of my business. As a matter of fact, I don't even use anything else because that works so well for me. So
no, it's actually Tipping Point by Malcolm Gladwell.
How's your email list looking?
It's good. I got about 750 and counting.
Okay.
Well, what's your response rate on your email list? Like, if you were to send out an email right now, how many people will respond, like percentage wise?
The last time I did it, it was a little over 350, about 357. You know, I mean, a lot of the purchases are new. You know, it always comes from new people, but I do keep an email list because I have other products and different, things that I do that I try to email them to see if they're interested in that as well. But
what other social media do you have?
For the two e-commerce stores, I just do Facebook, and one of them I do for Instagram, and that's it. Oh, and a Pinterest. I got a Pinterest, but I don't really, the biggest, it comes from Facebook. So the other two, I don't go into detail into that because it really doesn't do anything. I mean, I crunch the numbers up, and it's just like, at this point, it's just like, I don't want to waste my time with that. I use Instagram more so for my like photography or something like that. That's what I'll use Instagram for. But
okay, now BGS, you said it was Tipping Point by
Tipping Point, yeah, by Malcolm Gladwell.
Okay, because he also made Blink. Did you?
Tipping Point is the one that you want. How to start a movement, and how to start a social movement, or basically how to build a brand, that kind of stuff.
Right.
He also goes into advertising with what the dog saw, where he actually goes directly into advertising and how you convince people techniques to convince people to actually buy your product.
Because that's exactly what I need to do. Learn.
Yeah, because he's an expert. Basically, what he's telling you is neuroscience. He's basically using neuroscience to and putting it in simple terms where people can understand it.
Okay. Well, anybody else have suggestions or advice, books, or anything?
Well, one more thing, man. Go work on your email game, because that's That's how you get away from just always using new sales. Because the only way you're gonna build a brand is if you have
repeat customers. Yeah, you got to drive your email list.
So even with young people like 17, 18.
Yeah, they got email. Yeah, if they got email. Always get an email.
But a lot of my friends that I know, like, email boxes are really full, like thousands, and they don't really check it.
You still hit them. You still got to hit them.
Yeah, it's a numbers game.
Yeah,
you know, at that point, it's a numbers game.
Also, text is real popular too. It's people, marketers are starting to go into using text messages, kind of just as a reminder, like, hey, I sent you an email about such and such. And that opens up, helps you with your engagement.
In other words,
the key word is engagement.
Yeah. In other words, if Twitter, if whatever turns your, in other words, most people carry smartphones. Whatever will get a notification on your phone is what you want. So in other words, if it's not email, if it's Twitter, like if all of your clients use Twitter, so you should ask them what they use. Yeah, in a survey, if you can.
Matter of fact, since you use Facebook advertising, you can use the emails to retarget people on Facebook.
Exactly.
All right.
You got to go where they are, so you hit them all, really.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on your niche, you search for that niche, and Facebook, you find.
There should be programs that will that once you send out a blast, it hits all of them. So you don't have to say, I'm going to target one.
Well, that's once you have the email list. But if you're just starting from scratch, you couldn't do that. So
you find, okay, if you're in the age bracket, you find out where the people are.
Yeah,
and that's what you hit.
Now you still can do a start from scratch.
And
you can still
or how if you don't have an email list.
You capture.
What I'm saying is,
you capture the email.
Yeah,
you actually have a campaign to gather emails specifically.
Yeah, you can. Yeah.
Okay.
The thing, you got to get eyeballs first.
Even when
even
when it comes to clothing, just like any other business, marketing is more important than the product, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, especially in these days where you got a battle for eyeballs.
So
I mean, it's an extreme battle for eyeballs. Yeah.
And it doesn't matter like how good it looks, how amazing the product is.
I mean, it has to come to a certain level to where it's acceptable. You know, there's no, I mean, people can do that, but you're not going to last very long if you do that.
No, I'm saying
it has to be congruent. It has to be like it depends on your market. Like if you're selling to rednecks, they don't really care that your product is like polished and clean, like duct tape.
Right. No, but what I'm saying is,
go ahead.
What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter, like how good your clothing is if
nobody sees it.
Yeah. If like you don't have any type of marketing skills, it could be amazing.
It can be amazing, but but nobody knows how amazing it is.
Right.
Okay. You have to be known. You got to get eyeballs.
Right.
And basically, the repeat customers, this just like women. Okay, just like game. Okay, you have two parts: acquisition and what? Retention. Right. And the majority of your sales will come from what?
Retention.
The 80-20 rule, right? 80% of your sales are going to come from what? 20% of your customers, right? Those are the customers that you retain.
And do these books
have to acquire?
Do these books get into that, like how to retain?
There's a book called, what is it? That talks about the 80-20 rule in marketing. I can't remember the name of the book. You can help me out, fella.
The 80-20 rule.
Is it 80-20 rule?
Yeah, I think that's what it's called. The 80-20 rule.
I know they called it. I know there was a book that said it was something else, like large mushroom, or I can't remember what it was. But they call it, was it the pumpkin theory, or I can't remember. There was a book that talked about the 80-20 rule that talked about, but basically it might be the 80-20 rule. You still have to focus on acquiring. Okay, it's just like game, focus on acquiring. But the thing is, you have to put as much effort into what? Retention, repeat customers, and that's for everybody does that, from Verizon on down.
Right, because you spend less money with retention than you do with acquisition.
Exactly.
Right.
Yeah.
The 80-20 rule by Richard Koch.
Does it have like the numbers on there on the cover of the book?
Yeah, it's blue and yellow, and it shows the
Yeah,
numbers.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah. I mean, there's several books.
I
on
remember
it.
seeing it. Yeah.
There was another book. I can't remember what it was called, but yeah, even Gladwell talks about the 80-20 rule.
All right.
It you know, at first it doesn't make sense, but when they crunch the numbers, that's what they found. That, you know, it's actually reversed. 20% of the people give you 80% of your profits, rather than the other side.
Oh, I have a question. Do you guys think that trades will also be replaced by automation, like things like construction or
Eventually,
mechanics?
yes.
Okay.
Eventually, mechanics maybe not as much, depending on the. It always depends on the mechanism that you're working on.
Cars.
When they not yet until they redesign the car. When they redesign the car for automation, because the thing is, people think that, okay, well, a robot cannot work on a car. Well, true. Cars as they are built, a robot cannot work on them because it was designed for a robot to work on them, was it?
No.
What happens when they design the car that the robot can actually fix?
And then people are out.
And then people are out. They're working with cobots now because the cobots are more flexible. In other words, the big gigantic automated robot. In fact, I started to put that up. Or for
with the face.
Excuse me.
The one that has the face on it.
That's one. That is an example of a cobot, but they have other expert cobots that are different. They have arms and a different kind of arms and different kind of lifts that work along with the person. The person is basically guiding the cobot.
So nobody's safe. No trade or anything. Everything's gonna be replaced.
It's only a matter of time. It's only a matter of time.
I don't know. I'll say there's certain industries it'll take longer to hit. Like electricians, like that's very complicated work to have. Like if your TV goes out, could you imagine a robot being able to come in and fix your TV anytime soon?
Yeah.
You know, right now, like just coming in your house and just repair the TV.
No, I wouldn't. Well, yeah, they could.
I mean, I don't know. It could. I know it's possible, but do you think it's going to happen in your lifetime?
Yeah, they can do it now. Really.
I mean, all they have to do is design the TV to where you have certain parts you can take out and put back in place.
Yeah, basically a TV with TVs nowadays are basically motherboards and screen, right?
Okay, but what about the electricity in the house? That would be like more complex, huh? Or a building?
It depends on the structure. The older structures, no, because it's not built for that. You can't. It's built by humans for humans, so you can't.
Well, then electricians will be needed though, then because those buildings aren't going anywhere anytime soon.
Yeah, it's a matter of how many electricians are you going to need.
Because like you look at a place like New York or something, there's like thousands and thousands of buildings.
Oh, okay, you got thousands and thousands of buildings. Say for an old style building, an old way of doing things, it took, let's say it takes 6 or 7 electricians, right? And all of a sudden it came up with time-saving tools that were 2 guys can do the work of 5. Have you eliminated jobs?
Yeah.
And that's the way technology works. Okay, people are clever. You know, it doesn't take a whole lot of geniuses. A guy that figures that's been doing the same job over and over again for 6 or 7 years comes up with an idea. Hey, if I use this or adapt this particular tool, you know, in other words, instead of me being able to do 5 jobs of the same type, I can do 50. So one guy will take the place of 10 guys, right? Because that one guy can do 50 instead of 5 guys doing 50, right?
Yeah.
Look at
So in other words, it's not always high tech. Go ahead, bro.
no, it says, look at like how they do cutting down trees. Before it took 3 people. You had 2 people on both sides ends of the saw to cut down a tree, and one for a look at to see where the tree's gonna fall. With technology, now you need 2 people, the chainsaw, and 1 person look out. Now they have a machine where only 1 person can use it, where it just comes down on the tree and just shreds it. So basically, because of that machine, it eliminated three people from doing work.
Yeah,
Versus 1.
probably more than that because it does it faster, right?
Yeah, so you probably eliminated like half your workforce just because of technology. And I think that's how automation is going to come into play.
That's how it works. It's been working that way since they first built the first looms in Great Britain.
Yeah, and I've tried to talk to people about automation, like at my job, at work, at all around my friends, and
yeah,
they are resistant to it. They are resistant to it. Like,
don't do that, man. They'll start running from you. Trust and believe. So
basically, they already have. They say like that's not going to happen. And I try to show them like it's how it already they doing universal basic income in Finland, India. Tell them all this information. Is like, nah, that's going to happen in other countries. It's not going to happen here. And I said that we are a global economy. We are all interconnected by money. If another country does something, we have to do the same thing or else we'll be left behind. And that's why I keep telling them, and they don't understand that.
Well, that's what I'm saying about Trump and isolationism, right? You can isolate yourself. You can bring back in labor and stuff like that. But the thing is, what's going to happen to the rest of the world? Are they going to fall behind or are they going to move forward? And can you outcompete the rest of the world by yourself?
Hey, I have a question. Which industry do you think will be safe from automation for the longer? Like automotive mechanic or construction work?
Construction work.
Yeah, construction.
And why do you say that?
Because you have a lot of old structure.
Your own business too.
Excuse me?
No, I was answering that question. I think you gotta have your own business.
Oh no, the thing is you have construction is because you have a lot of old structures and old technology, and the only way it can be done for the most part of foreseeable future right now is with men with skills.
Right.
And it depends, and that depends on the because that depends on the materials. Because as the materials advance, it becomes faster. And if you have a machine that lays brick and stuff like that, that's small enough and cost effective enough, you're going to see some of that stuff goes away as you change materials.
Right.
Yeah, but BGS, so in the movie iRobot, all they did was just tear one building down, just build a new one. In fact, in where I live at, that's exactly what they do. They just tear the old building down, just built from scratch.
Yeah, they can do that every year. Yeah, because it makes more sense. It depends. And sometimes it makes more sense to just fix the existing structure. Like if you live in a house, do you want somebody to come in and tear your house down?
I mean, if it's a better house, yeah.
Huh?
If it's a better house, yeah.
Okay, if you live in a house, you got all your stuff in the house. What do you have to do if you want a new house?
Get out your valuables.
You got to take all your stuff out and move everything and find another place to live until they tear your house down and build you another one. Is that always feasible?
No.
Depends on your time constraints.
It's cost, it's time constraints, it's need, it's a whole lot of things. You know, if you don't need to have a newer house, say if you've had your house for 30 years, you don't have any children, why would you get a new house? A lot of things could factor into it. If it's new construction, that's a different story. There's a lot of variables into it, and eventually the robots will come in and where it can do the same job people can do. They're halfway there now.
So
robots are only going to get better. Yeah, go ahead.
So basically, in the future, only way to be able to thrive, and as far as business is concerned, you have to do things that don't exist in today's world.
Pretty much.
You can't
find your niche. You got to be a clever human being. That's what you have to be.
Right. So for example, you can't really do construction in that point in time because automation, even if it's your own business, you can't really do it, huh?
You can, but the thing is, you're using automation to do your business, and it's not you versus automation. Okay, automation has been with us a long time. When you a rock versus a hammer is automation, right?
Right.
Okay, it's more efficient to a hammer, a design tool that's a hammer. It's a lot more efficient than a rock that's not designed for that particular tool, right?
Yeah.
We don't look at it that way, but that's technology. That's automation. That's a form of automation.
Yeah, automation equals efficiency.
Yeah. You're clever. Basically, you're doing the same thing, but with more efficiency. That's all it is. Human needs have not really changed all that much.
Have any of you guys? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, housing, food, transportation, clothing. Those all have not gone away. They just got what? More advanced. Even communication just got more advanced. We're still doing the same thing. We can talk to more people over a broader area, but the thing is, we're still doing basically the same thing we probably would have done 200,000 years ago if we were all in the same location, sitting around the fire, talking shit, right?
Google Hangouts. What are we doing now?
Yeah, that's all we're doing now. Human beings have not really changed all that much. We just got more efficient at what we were doing.
Have any of you guys seen the video on YouTube or on Facebook where they have different companies testing out the automated driving mechanics in Grand Theft Auto 5? Where they have the AI driving in Grand Theft Auto?
Mm-hmm. No, that's for the young folks.
But it's a video game that has realistic streets, and they're using AI to drive in those cities in the game. To teach them how to drive. It's been done on video games before, but it's just not city driving. But yeah, where the computer's driven. Yeah, but they're using that for the I'm guessing for Uber and Lyft to do that, to test out the AI to figure out the bugs and how they can drive.
Well, yeah, with simulations, automated simulation. The Army's been, well, hell, the DARPA's been doing that for 25 years or more. Same thing. This stuff is not an accident. This stuff has been. I remember when DARPA doing that. DARPA has been running that test, man, since what, I would say 91 or something like that, where they had the DARPA challenge about automated driving. They used to have these big old honking, basically supercomputers packed into a Volkswagen or something like that, all these different little pieces of radar looks like a contraption, and it couldn't go very far, or the courses weren't that hard. But you see the advance, man. You can basically see it.
How long do you guys think before that's the norm for not only Uber but for the everyday person?
The only thing stopping it is people. People don't want to accept it. It's the only thing stopping it.
Yeah, because I was listening to another MGTOW channel, or Angry MGTOW, and he was saying like owning cars is going to be obsolete. It's pretty much going to be where we rent or ride. We can pay like
the only thing that's really stopping the automated car is human drivers. In other words, if the automated car didn't have to allow for human error, then say if everybody just went to automated cars, they'd be there right now.
Yeah.
Because the only thing stopping it is that the unexpected human error.
The expected.
The X factor. If you have all automated cars on the road and no human drivers, then automated cars, you can put them anywhere now.
Do you guys?
I do like to drive.
They talk about like within the next 25 years, they're going to be a little bit more prevalent. And so by 2030, 2040, when they get to like over 50%, the law is going to change so that you're going to have
they're going to force driverless cars down your throat. That's what they're going to do. It's not going to take, I would say 10 years tops.
Before it's over 50%?
Yep.
Wow.
I say 5 years. 10 years tops before it's over 50%. Tops, because they're going to force it down your throat.
They're going to go with the safety argument, I'm pretty sure.
They're going to. The thing is, they're most all electric cars have to have some kind of driverless feature. It has to be built in.
Now, do you guys see what Amazon is doing as the norm for every other store in the near future? With their grocery store, where you just go and pay with your phone, you just scan it from the
you pick it up and walk out.
That is a very old technology, and we first saw that in a commercial back in 92. Wow. It was called Project Angel.
But you could do that now, though.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is they could have done it then. Okay.
Yeah. See, that's what Angry MGTOW's been doing recently. His recent videos is all about like how basically women are going to be affected by all this automation and they're going to be homeless and everything. But he was talking about how like everybody's going to automation. You got Citibank firing 5,000 bank tellers for kiosks, and then you got McDonald's replacing everything with kiosk as well to fight against the whatever those $15 an hour people.
They're going to use the minimum wage as an excuse to do it.
Yeah, because pretty much that's what he was saying.
Yeah,
he pointed like all kind of places where like low level jobs are going to be replaced by
retail, all that stuff. It's a matter of acceptance. It's not a matter of them being able to do it. They can do it. It's just a matter of acceptance. People accepting it. That's the issue. Driverless cars, it's a done deal if people accept it. Human beings don't want to accept it.
Yeah, because I was talking to a few coworkers, and they was like saying that, "Oh, I just want to be in control of it," and I'm like, "No, you're not."
Well, they already have the technology in some of the cars. Where the cars where if you put it in cruise control, it will slow down if it sets another car in front of it at a certain distance.
Or lane changing. Yeah, they're building it into the car slowly, so people will have time to adopt it. Because they don't want people to wholesale resistance. Yeah, freak out.
Right. And even CAF, they demonstrate that it will even park itself. So,
yeah.
Now, do you guys think that's a safer option?
If you have all driverless cars, yeah.
I think
not.
I think not.
Why?
It's gonna be network, and it's and then you got these people, man. Like remember what happened with Christmas with the PlayStation and Xbox Live network, man. Just some dingbat just coming in and hacking the network, man, and just causing chaos just for a good laugh.
So who's gonna kill more people? Drivers that make casual errors or driverless cars?
Oh, I'll tell you what. I'll tell you a perfect example. There's a Netflix show called Black Mirror. And it dives into how technology has altered the human experience. And there was a one episode where they had these artificial bees that go around and pollinate plants, whatever, because bees are extinct now. One guy hacks the bees. They
just talked about that. In fact, they do exist already.
Yeah. Like, so this guy hacks the bees and he makes this program where public people can perform executions on people by using a hashtag and a picture, and whoever the top person is on that picture will get assassinated by the bees. that day, and it just went on every day, whatever. And it was just this one guy doing this, and then at the end of it, he duped the law enforcement agency to do some things for him, and so then it went back, and the bees went out and killed all the people who participated in the hashtag in the first place. Like it became this massive thing, all because it was all centralized, a centralized network that controlled all the bees and everything.
But
and that pretty much can happen with the cars.
Yeah, that's always.
It's going to work on a network. They're not going to. It's not going to be an independent unit, kind of like your computer or something. It's going to be all networked together to coordinate the traffic and everything.
Mm-hmm. Right.
So
but
in other words,
but there's like over 300,000 like car deaths in the U.S. I think. But if someone
is it that many?
Yeah, I think that's what I saw.
That's no, it's not that many.
Is it not?
No, I don't believe so. I think it's like 50,000, 50, 60,000. Yeah.
Okay. If it's 50, 60,000, but there's no way one person is going to amass that total in a year, even if they go and hack the network or several people hack the network. So I could see where you guys are coming from when you say that automation would be better for the cars.
I mean, how so? When you can, I mean, the car is automated, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And think about it like OnStar, like how OnStar can unlock and lock your doors.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You lock people in their cars and you run it into stuff. That was
you run it into stuff.
Yeah, that easily exceed 50,000 people.
Wait a minute. What's going to make the cars run into stuff?
The hacker.
He's going to kill 50,000 people before people catch on to him.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking too. Like,
if it all happens at once,
eventually catch up to him.
If it all happens at once. Because the hacker, he's not. If he's really wanting to do damage, he's not going to slowly do it. It's going to happen all at once.
Let me give you an example, okay? How one guy can kill way more people than if he wants to kill people. One guy hacking a gene can kill way more people than a guy hacking some cars.
A what? A gene?
Yeah. You hack
cause of deformity, yeah.
You hack a bubonic plague and you spread it, it will kill way more people in a matter of weeks than the one guy hacking a car system. And I'm sure somebody, if you can think of it about people it being centralized and people can hack it, then somebody else can and put up defenses. There's no way you're going to have a system of automated cars where one guy can come in and start killing wholesale bunch of people. The car will have to have some kind of a fail safe,
right?
Where it's not going to, like the 3 rules of robotics, where it's actually built into the car subsystem, where it will shut down before it starts running into stuff. Most of the errors with fatal errors on automated cars are because humans overrode the system. They wanted to drive faster than the system would allow, or the condition that the system said it was, or they didn't want to control, and that's how come you have the deaths. What I'm saying is, if you're going to spend invest trillions of dollars, aren't you going to foolproof automated car?
Right. Yeah.
You might have 1, 2, or 3. You might bypass.
But you can't,
1,
though.
2, or 3. Sure, you can.
No, because you're going to challenge people. That's what PlayStation went through. They said our system is unhackable, and people took it as a challenge.
If you build certain things into the core BIOS that cannot be hacked, then no, you can't, because that's not software. There's certain things that will shut down a car.
Well, one of the rules of software is that software is never complete.
Yeah, but I'm saying is there's certain things that you can build into the hardwire into a system that cannot be hacked. If it's hardwired into the system, software will not hack it.
There's a way to hack it, because that's how you get updates to software.
There's certain rules.
How can you update software if you can't go in and make implementations to the original program?
Can somebody online hack your BIOS system? No, they can't. It has
because
to be
I'm not connected.
No, even if you're connected, your BIOS that's built hardwired onto a chip. The only way you can basically change the BIOS is to flash it. You have to be there locally. You can't do it wholesale. If you hardwire certain instructions into a system, it can't be hacked, not remotely. You have to actually go to the particular car that you want to hack and do it and bypass those safety systems.
If you build it that way.
Wouldn't you?
I mean, I would, but
so in other words, if you're traveling 80 miles an hour and the car needs to stop or something like that's going to put people in danger, you'd have to hardwire it into the car to where it wouldn't allow for that.
But see, my thing is that the connectivity is going to come into play because we're obsessed with concepts like the cloud. You know, that's connectivity.
What I'm saying is, if you can think of it, wouldn't a software engineer, hardware engineer spending trillions of dollars think of it also?
Yes, but I think they think of it, but then there's also the demands of your client, like the government.
Your liability would kill the industry if it happened.
Basically, all you have to do is tell the public that they have a kill switch if something goes awry.
Yeah, something goes awry. Yeah,
you have to pull a lever, pull a button, press a button, or even a manual lever that they can do that will cut off power to that car.
Yeah,
if you sell that to them, then they'll feel more safe, and that's how you can market it towards them.
Okay, let's put it this way. I make automated cars, right? They go pick people up, right?
Uh-huh.
And if somebody in one day hacked all my cars and killed 50,000 people, how much business would I have the next day?
None. You'll be
significantly less.
Huh?
So significantly less, at least.
No, you wouldn't have any. Okay, who's gonna get into my car after 50,000 people died in it?
I mean, some people gonna feel like, well, it's not really your fault.
Would you get into my car after 50,000 people got killed in one day because somebody hacked into it?
No, I would know.
No, most sane people would not. I would say like 90% wouldn't get into it. So what would you do to prevent that?
Me personally, I think is keep it off the grid.
You can't keep it off the grid.
My thing is have each one act as an individual unit. And not have a centralized data center that manipulates the cars.
Why?
It's the same thing. It's the same reason why people don't believe in centralized government.
People do believe in centralized government.
That's easier said than done. To keep it off the grid, that's easier said than done.
Because you have to take into account of roads changing.
Yeah.
And construction. Let's say, like, if there's construction going on the road, you know how they have the man with the slow sign, stop sign? Well, if it's off the grid, your car's off the grid, and it doesn't have any updates, if your car's automated, it's going to run into those people.
And
robots.
And plus, if it's online, it knows where other cars are. That's the whole reason that you have them.
And not only that, but just because you keep it off the grid doesn't mean that your competitor will. And once he gets the upper hand, then your business is done. Because now he evolved, and that's not to say that he doesn't feel the same way too, but at the very least, he might put more resources trying to at least alleviate it, therefore kicking you out the market share.
Well, how is the government going to adjust this? Because they make most of their money from traffic tickets.
They won't make money from traffic tickets.
So what are they going to do to
they can tax the cars or tax?
They tax the company.
Yeah,
because that's where all the when the automation comes, we're going to get the universal basic income, and all the money that the government is going to get is from the company.
Yeah. In other words, the future of the automated car is not you owning your own automated car, right?
Right.
The future of the automated car is you hit a Lyft or Uber app and you order a car to come pick you up and drop you off and take you home. You don't need an individual car, right?
Right.
So in other words, for whatever percentage of that Uber gets from taking you from here to there, that goes to the government, right?
Mm-hmm.
A small percent tax. That's what they would tax. In other words, you wouldn't need traffic cops to write tickets, because guess what? You're taxing people directly for each ride.
And even right now, you don't even need it, because like it's just way cheaper to pay for a ride for most people.
Yeah, well, most people
versus insurance and gas.
Insurance and gas, and for most people travel what? 90% of people travel within 5 or 10 miles of their house, right?
Right.
And how many times a day do they actually get in their car? Once or twice a day at most.
Yeah.
So in other words, why do you have a car sitting in your driveway or whatever, like 22, 23 hours a day or wherever it's sitting?
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
Convenience.
So I got a question.
Convenience doesn't matter. What's the difference between a car sitting in my driveway or me hitting an app says, okay, I'm leaving my house at 10:55 p.m. 10:55 a.m. in the morning. I got to go from here to there, and I want a car waiting for me at 10:55 a.m. What's the difference?
There's nothing. You're just saving money.
You're just saving money. In other words, if you have enough automated cars that are out there on demand where the car can be in front of my house in 5 minutes, what's the difference about convenience?
Well, if that was an option, yes.
Excuse me?
If that is, would that be an option, yes.
Would that be an option? Yeah, that's an option. You can do it now. You can have if you go to Google Maps and say you want to get from here to there to the airport, you give it a time and an Uber will show up at your house at that time.
Yeah, BJs.
Yes, sir.
So when the farther we go into automation, do you think that basically they can pretty much just enslave the whole earth at that point?
The thing is, it won't have to be enslaved. They just design the people from the ground up. You don't have to enslave them.
Oh, okay.
They would design.
Take more energy. It would take more energy to enslave our population than just simply socialize them.
Well, you don't have to socialize them. You just design them from the ground up. You don't even have to socialize them anymore, or very little.
Yeah, because if you ever try to run away from something, it seems like they can just come. They ain't got to try too hard to find.
Okay, you got 8 billion people in the world, okay? Them trying to find you particularly, unless you're dangerous for some particular reason, I would say 90% of governments really don't give a shit. Yeah. If you walk out in the middle of nowhere, they're not coming to look for your ass. Unless somebody requested, or unless you have done something. If you robbed a bank or you killed somebody, then they will come looking for you. Other than that, they really don't give a shit.
Yeah,
you're not that. People think that they're so important that the government is going to come looking for them. If you drive your car, to the middle of nowhere, get out and start walking. The only reason they're going to come looking for you because they're obligated to save your life. Other than that, they're not going to come looking for you.
But if you don't own a car, they won't be able to track you. If the future is a bunch of driverless cars, but that are owned by the apps, you don't have your own car, so they can't track you that way.
They can. Why do you pay for the car?
Because you're getting in different cars. You see what I'm saying?
No. How do you pay for the car?
Oh yeah, your card, your credit card or PayPal.
Whatever units you use to pay for the car. That's how they track you.
Okay.
Car track.
And they was talking about that they might move into a cashless society. So
they're already
you
trying
always
it.
have a phone.
They're already trying to do it in India. They were just, in fact, I'll find the video, and they talked about that. I'll find the video. They did it at the World Economic Forum. I'll actually upload it for you guys. They talked about that. They're trying it in India already. Yeah, go ahead.
I think I actually like that future though, more of automated cars rather than today, because people just kind of too irresponsible with their driving.
I want to drive, bro.
Well, I'm sure there's always going to be people. Remember iRobot, the movie, where he drove himself, and what did the chick say? You're crazy, right? Who's going to drive a car at this speed, right? It's human,
right?
And he says he doesn't trust automation, so he drives his own car.
Yeah.
Remember that? There's always going to be a Luddite. There's always going to be a Luddite in the bunch.
Yeah, and that'll be me.
Yeah,
I'm only hustling now so I can give me a GTR to drive around in.
Okay. What I'm saying is there's always going to be people that want to do that for fun. But for the 90% of the people, it doesn't make sense.
But in like 100 or 150 years, there won't be anybody doing that, right? Because those cars.
It's not even going to take that long. Okay.
Yeah, it seems like the intelligence of the average human being is gonna go down.
It might go. You're going to engineer them actually for it to go up. Believe it or not. Yeah. Why would they engineer you for it to go down? They're useless.
Just because you're not really thinking a lot. It seems like it's shutting off a part of you to develop that part of your brain.
Well, that's going to be the question. Okay. Most people, your consciousness only uses 3%.
Yeah.
You're only aware of 3%. 97% you're unaware of. Comes up in feeling. I talk about that all the time. Your body communicates with you through feelings.
Yeah.
Not consciousness. It takes a master to actually go dig in and hack his own mind and detect his own body function. It takes a long time. Those are the guys that can stop their breathing and slow down their blood flow and basically stay underwater 10 minutes without suffocating, because they can shut down their own body functions. They have that level of control.
Yeah.
But those are people that are rare. But they've hacked their own body system. But those are rare. It takes a lifetime of study just to do that and practice.
Go be a monk.
If that interests you, it has to interest you. Most people don't. Hell, most people don't even want to hack their own religion, much less be a monk.
Yeah.
They don't help. You know how many Christians actually read the Bible from cover to cover?
2.
Huh?
And they act upon it.
Well, acting. I'm not even talking about acting upon it. I'm just talking about reading the doggone thing.
Yeah.
By the time they reach Revelation, they wouldn't be a Christian anymore.
Or a better one.
Right.
Yeah. You ain't got to really go to work. You're getting your what they call it, the money thing.
Your tithes. Your tithing.
No, with the future, the India stuff.
Oh,
UBI.
UBI, yeah.
Yeah, there you go. You're getting your basic income. You got everything automation. You just, I don't know, go find something to do.
Yeah, basically, yeah. I mean, basically, what they want you to do is, they want you not to tear up their basically what they want you to do is not tear up the civilization of the society.
Yeah.
So this is their way of doing it. They've done this before with the Luddites. Is somebody in the kitchen? Or if you're moving around and you're making noise, it'd be nice if you guys would mute yourself, because you can still hear us. Just mute your mic so that the sound doesn't go out on the broadcast. So if you're moving around and you're doing stuff, just mute your mic, because I don't want to hear in the comment section for the next 6 months. Oh, who was that dude moving around eating, basically in the kitchen washing dishes or whatever,
Yeah, my bad. That was me. I put it on mute now.
Okay. Yeah, just unmute yourself when you want to talk. All right. Let me put my link in the comment section. I keep forgetting.
So BGS, my question is, if human beings use 3%, of their mind, of their mental capacity, what do you think human beings could do if we used more? I don't want to say 100%, but
what do you? Okay, like I said, go type in, go to YouTube, type in fringe, and put in the observers, and that's what you're looking at, where the observers can basically travel back through time. They can stop bullets. They can teleport. They can do all kinds of things with it when they marry technology in their mind.
Is that really possible if we got to that level?
I don't know. I'm just saying that was in their imagination. I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I mean, I'm sure it's possible at a certain level that you could. Teleportation is possible.
They got a movie with that with the one girl in it that came out not too long ago.
Lucy,
Scarlett
yeah.
Johansson.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah. Teleportation. Theoretically, teleportation is possible. Theoretically.
Do you think a machine could ever be created to do that?
I'm sure it can. Yeah. If the technology is advanced enough, yeah, I'm sure it can. But you're going to have some kind of mechanism that can do it. You're doing it on your own. You got to be enhanced, because the way you are right now, I'm sure you can't do it. At least not naturally. There might be a freak that can do it, but I'm sure that most people, I would say, like, there has to be like 1 in a billion person that can actually do it without some kind of mechanism. But theoretically, it is possible. Now, whether it's theoretically practical, nobody knows.
I've heard that they've done like extremely short distances using lasers and gas and things of that sort. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if it happens sooner.
They say that Tesla came up with a way, and everybody hear of the Philadelphia experiment?
That wasn't the one with the elephant, was it?
No, it was one with the ship, where the ship is in the Philadelphia harbor, and they found they had teleported people, and when the beam stopped, they found people that were embedded in walls and stuff like that. Where they experimented with altered states of existence of matter, yeah. Where they could actually teleport people. Not only through distances but time. But that's a conspiracy rumor. I don't know how true it actually is. But they used to be. Oh, what this guy said that. This guy said that he in was it 1943 or 44, where they tried this. They tried this Tesla wave, and he was on the ship, and people start freaking out when they turned on the beam, and these guys tried to jump off the ship. But the thing is, when they jumped off the ship, they were actually teleported through time, and they wound up. I said, what year did they wind up in? He said they wound up in the year 19. He said they went from 1943 to the year 1986.
You know what, BGS? Most of the time, I would hold what you say as gospel, but not this time. Even though there's a movie called The Philadelphia Experiment. I'm saying it's conspiracy. I'm not saying that it's actually happened. What I'm saying is that they even made a movie out of it. Really? Called The Philadelphia Experiment. Yeah, you can actually look it up. I'm not kidding. Yeah. Do you think that Tesla was a MGTOW?
I have no idea. We're putting stuff on Tesla, and Tesla's not allowed to actually say it. They said if he would have been, if he were alive, he would have been definitely classified as a MGTOW, because he never married and never had children.
And I asked because thinking of Tesla, I'm thinking of the Seinfeld episode. Was it the bet? No, it wasn't. Was it the bet, or it was something? But basically, what's his name? His girlfriend, the sponge wouldn't be prescribed to her, so she wouldn't have sex. So because he didn't have sex, obviously, his mind wasn't preoccupied. So now he learned Portuguese. The man was not Kramer. What's his name? Shit. But basically, he became a walking encyclopedia.
Okay.
And lo and behold, when he got coochie,
okay,
his mind was gone.
And he reverted, huh? Yeah. Yeah, all that energy. Yeah, it's possible. Yeah, you have to have the wherewithal and talent to actually do it. Everybody, it doesn't work for everybody. Tesla was a genius. He would have been a genius anyway.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Do you think? Jesus Christ! Why am I forgetting this man's name? The South African businessman, SpaceX. Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
Do you think he's the second coming of Tesla, or do you think that's just the media being the media?
That's just the media being the media. If he was second coming of Tesla, we'd have known it already. He'd be doing something that's way out. He's not at that level.
You know what? It's funny that you mentioned that, and I guess I answered my own question because, and I would think any MGTOW would be aware of this. The man got divorced twice to his, I guess now, ex-wife. This was before PayPal. This was before Tesla Motors, obviously, and SpaceX. But I guess the first settlement with her was like maybe $2 or $4 more million. And then the genius,
he remarried. Yeah, he remarried again.
And now I don't know. My head hurts when I think.
No. He married two different women. Okay, he's not married the same woman twice. No.
I'm. Matter of fact, I read it because she actually filed for divorce.
Yeah, it might be his second wife, but I'm sure his first wife did. I'm sure he's hard to live with.
Makes sense.
I'm sure he's hard to live with. He's a genius, but I'm saying he's probably hard to live with.
You know, you mentioning that reminds me of the character on the Big Bang Theory. Not Nelson. Damn it.
Your guess is as good as mine.
But yeah, he's basically too smart for his own good. Almost too smart for a relationship, but somehow he tries to manage it. So
yeah, he would be classified as if he was black, he would be classified as a classic man.
As a classic. But you know what? If he was black, he probably wouldn't be with the. Matter of fact, he would be with white women, of course. What am I saying?
He would be, yeah.
Because the Indian guy, he is able to find himself an Indian woman that wants him. But I asked myself if that was a black man, it would, and I think it's a shame. It would almost be pure fiction for a. I think the last that we saw of that was on Family Matters. Steve Urkel. Mara adored the man, infatuated with the man, obsessed with the man.
Yeah.
But he wanted Laura, and yeah. I think Mara was gorgeous, but as you know, she passed. Back in the day, so.
She was like Lisa Turtle.
From
Saved by the Bell.
You know what? She was sexier though.
Well, I mean, that's the same archetype, except Lisa didn't want Screech, and she did. So it was real interesting. But go ahead.
I disagree. I don't think you're not talking about from Saved by the Bell, are you?
Yeah, I'm talking about looks wise. I'm not talking about personality wise. I mean, they're both kind of. I don't want to say racially. I mean, you get what I'm saying. They would say what featureism is the thing they would throw out for both. Yeah, I'm so done with those words. But actually, I wanted to throw something at you, BGS.
Yes,
You did a quick video about 24.
Yeah.
Like one of the things that jumped out at me with that show was the beginning when he had to go back to the hood and how she absolutely did not want to go back.
Yeah.
That's kind of the stuff where you said that how you know a woman is out when they're out, they're out.
Yeah.
That kind of reminded me a lot of that. And what did you think about the overall show and what they're doing with the black guy and being with a black woman for once?
Because it would not work. Because it's basically geared toward white males, right? So for a black male to be with a white woman, what are you killing?
Oh yeah, you're knocking off. Yeah,
your main demographic, right?
But then my thing is, why would you even, if you're gonna gear it towards that, why would you get a black man? That's kind of bold.
Oh, they're fine with a black man, but not with a black man with a white woman.
No.
They're fine because they watch sports all day long. So a black alpha male, they're fine with. They don't have any problem with a black alpha male as long as he's not with a white woman.
Okay. What do you think with what do you think between the dynamic between the main character and then the dude that was like kind of the shot caller?
His brother?
Yeah, that's his. I didn't know that was his brother.
His brother, yeah, and his brother, and he was mad because his wife dated his brother, and she left that lifestyle with him. And that's something that there was tension between those two because she wanted out, and she went with him because he was headed toward the. They both wanted out, so they left together.
So that's kind of an interesting dynamic because I look at his brother as kind of like the traditional like street dude. Even though obviously he's a street dude, he's making runs, but you clearly see the situation he's in. And versus the other dude, this more of a. He seemed like more of like he can do the street stuff, but that's not really what he was about.
He was part of the crew, but he got out.
Could you brothers give me a quick synopsis of the new I don't know if it's a rebooted 24 or continuum.
It's a rebooted 24. This is doing it with okay, the guy, the black guy is in special forces. He's coming back. He's doing security work basically undercover. But they did an ops where they killed a radical Islamic leader, for lack of a better term, and they brought back a list. They brought back something. So, of a sleeper cell. So basically, they're coming here, and they targeted these particular guys, his particular special forces team, because one of the guys made off with the list, and so they killed like most of them. But there's only like 2 left. The team leader, which is the black guy, Carter, and then the white guy, the crazy guy that made off with the list. So basically it's basically them, the terrorists chasing him, and then him trying to stop the terrorist attack. That's the basic beginning of the show. So basically it's basically Jack Bauer, but he's a black Jack Bauer.
And it is kind of a continuum because Tony Almeida is going to be in there too. So I feel like it's like a next generation, kind of like Star Trek Next Generation kind of thing.
Yeah. Basically, yeah. It's not a reboot, but it's a continuation.
Definitely check it out, man. They make black people look good. It's a dark skinned, beautiful woman. Dude is on point.
Yeah,
I gotta give Fox credit.
Yeah, and even the guy that his shot caller dude is selling drugs. He's not a dummy. No, he's not. Even though he's a hood dude, he's not your typical hood dude.
He's like Tariq Nasheed, just going the other way. If he went further in,
he went further in. Yeah.
So I gotta give Fox credit.
Yeah. So far, it's okay. It's pretty good, and they're giving you just enough street to make black people happy, so they're not totally whitewashed.
Hilarious.
Yeah.
Absolutely hilarious.
But when she got out of that shower, man, I said, "Oh my goodness!" I said, "She's dark." I said, "She's real dark. Oh, she's chocolate." And I said, "She's fine too." So, oh my goodness! I said, "I'm in." And she got out of the shower, I was in. I said, before I was like, "Yeah." She got out of the shower. I said, "Oh, I got to see more of her." She is good looking.
And was that the sister that you made the video on earlier yesterday?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If you see her in the show, it's like, okay, you know why. And she's I mean, there's nothing light on her. I mean, she is dark. She's real dark.
You know what? I don't know if it was Edward who mentioned it or was somebody else. A woman who I couldn't, as far as actresses are concerned, who I couldn't get my mind off was the sister in Luke Cage. Was the sister in Luke Cage? That's the one who saw, I guess, Miranda kill Cottonmouth.
Okay.
Oh, the barkeeper.
Yes.
Okay.
The barkeeper who ended up getting popped later on. As a matter of fact, no. That's the one that Miranda gave the money to, or what have you. If I'm not mistaken, I think she's from or if not her, I think her parents are from the continent as well. But she was just, absolutely drop dead gorgeous. Misty, I think Misty's gorgeous too, man. But that sister there was just, she had me going, man. She really did.
Yeah. And we got to keep the sisters happy. I'm not sure they were aware of it. The colorism thing, so they said, "Okay, we're gonna get us the darkest actress we can actually find that looks good," and they got one. I said, "The dark skinned sisters cannot say anything bad about this one."
Not this time, but it don't take much either.
Not this time. If I don't see a video by Chrissy about this chick, then I know she's bullshit.
Well, to be honest, the colorism thing didn't really start until 2005.
Oh, did it? I wasn't aware of it then. It's always been there. It's been there,
but it's been benign because I was like looking at most of the old school rap videos and hip hop videos and the movies. Like I was watching Belly. Mm-hmm. We were watching Belly on Thursday night when I got off work.
Mm-hmm.
And they had like a chocolate sister that looked good in that too. And most of the videos. Say what?
That was DMX's girl, gorgeous.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and most of the videos up until about 2005 had chocolate sisters in it.
I wasn't aware that they stopped. Maybe I'm not a young guy, so I had to take it.
Yeah, I think with the colorism stuff, I think this stuff was it's starting to be rebirthed because I'm starting to see guys like maybe in their like mid 40s on YouTube, people like the Thomas and stuff. They talk. It was relevant in their generation, but then right behind them, when the men's sexuality just started getting promoted, we didn't grow up in that kind of world. And when they hit YouTube, they brought back that dark skin, light skin. Like, we didn't grow up in that. That's fairly new, and it seemed like it's just being rebirthed.
Because the women are taking issue with it. When I was coming up, light-skinned guys were the pretty boys. Okay, it is what it is. Okay, it's nothing that you said. The women actually preferred them. What are you gonna do? Okay, light-skinned guy, good-looking light-skinned guy walks in. Okay, you figure out who is he gonna get, and you take what's left. It is what it is. Yeah. Women get upset about that stuff. They really do. But they want to fight.
Me personally, I like a chocolate skinned sister with glasses, but that's just me.
What I'm saying is, when I talk about, particularly, I'm talking about as a general rule.
Yeah.
Because some people just look better than other people.
Yeah, well, that's true. Like Rick Fox, man. You know, Rick Fox back in the day. They played for the Lakers.
Yeah.
I mean, he's actually found out he's biracial because his mother's white, but women went gaga over him. You know, every time he showed up someplace, even white women went gaga over him.
Yeah.
But it is what it is.
I guess when somebody got chose over us in our generation and stuff,
yeah,
it seemed like we never looked at it as a dark skin, light skin thing. It's just like this girl that had the thing with the rapper The Game. You heard about that one?
Yeah.
And yeah, she came on and she said he put her out because she was dark skinned. It's like I'm seeing this being said everywhere, and it was like a gap. It was like a gap there where it really just didn't exist like that. It probably was there, but nobody really talk about it like that.
It's always there, just accept it. Until social media came around where women could actually talk about it. That's the big difference. Because if you look at if you read The Bluest Eye, there's whole sections where they talk about that. Where there's a light-skinned girl or a biracial girl that came to the school and got the boys' attention, and all of a sudden all the women wanted to beat her up.
Yeah, it's cold. I know in my high school, see, the baddest girl in my high school was a dark-skinned girl. Hands down.
Yeah.
One girl, she was super bad, man. And I just see the guys just keep saying it over and over and over again, and then I'm looking at the certain age group they keep saying it because they the ones who talking like with the platform.
All things being equal, you have to tell the truth. All things being equal, there's a hierarchy, and there always has been, and it's been basically built into our culture, into our society, really.
Yeah.
This is the reason why I tell people that I'm not against interracial dating. What I'm against is what black people have made it to be. As I've said before, I understand where Chris is coming from. And that's, as I said before, that's my slight disagreement with Obsidian. It isn't that I don't think both of them aren't right. What the thing is, it didn't. This colorism did not occur in a vacuum, and that's one of my biggest issues. And I say with China as if I could stop it. What I'm saying is that it's when you have the Chinese that's going to go to Africa, there's already an inferiority complex. What I'm saying is it's only going to continue. So I mean, again, I'm not against race mixing whatsoever, but if like what did I say earlier? I've never ever heard anybody say, improve the race by going for a black light person. It was always the opposite. So
you've never heard it overtly, but I have heard it more than a few times, personally.
Okay.
I heard it by I never married the woman. Was saying is my mother-in-law. Because when my ex brought me home and my mother, she said it basically to my face. How come you didn't get a light-skinned guy? Because you're dark.
Yeah, and that's going to come back on us because history already shows once you get enough biracial people, they're going to start to identify with each other. All they have to do is put mulatto on the classification, and they gonna put their foot down on black people, and it look like it's the Dominican Republic in Haiti all over again.
Hey, now, I clear, and I've told my homeboys this, it's I have no problem dealing with any other woman, especially Dominicans personally. If I ever were to get a Dominican long term, even as a Pan-Africanist, it would be the white ones. Why do I say that? Because the black ones that I've seen, and we're talking about people who are actually darker than me. It grinds my gears because I always ask the question: if there's so many Tainos in the Dominican Republic, why aren't there in Haiti? You know, but you know, now you're trying to rationalize something that's irrational in the first place, and I don't want to waste anybody's time, you know, or what have you. But obviously, I have my reservations about it.
Because Haiti's culture grew up as what, anti-white, right?
Yes, sir.
Whereas Dominican did not, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you had a revolution to do what? Kick out what? White people, right?
Yes, sir.
So would you not develop a culture that is anti-white?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, makes sense. It's not rocket science. It's real easy to understand.
Yeah.
No.
White people were not loved, okay, in Haiti, right?
Absolutely.
That's where the revolution started, right?
Yep.
Yes, sir. You know, and you know, and I want to clarify, brothers. You know, it's I always call it the African Revolution in Haiti, but you know, it's you know, the English, the French, the Spanish, and their bastard children too, because people don't realize, man, there was another massacre. After that's what one of the civil wars, the first civil war was about in Haiti. Was you have the mulattoes in the south, and you have the Africans in the north or what have you. You know, it's, you know, that's why, you know, it's I also tell people too, man, like, don't let Kodak Black or Young Thug, I hate saying it, but don't let them fool you, man. By the time the revolution already happened, the seed of the inferiority complex was already planted. So don't think that even though we're the last bastion of Africa that we got out unscathed, there's still a lot of issues that we're dealing with right now. So
the mulattoes betrayed the Haitians, did it?
Yeah, and you know, to this day, you have my mother who feels some type of way. Matter of fact, that's when she always told me this. When she saw who, and you know, I guess if Chrissy was here, she'd throw her hands up. But my mother, and it's funny because I never really grew up hearing colorism. As I've said before, we're the last thing, you know, we're the closest thing to Africa. So there's no like I don't understand it. Like, why didn't you bring a light skinned guy home? That doesn't make any sense to me. But my mother said that when she saw who Aristide married, after the rhetoric, I want to clarify, after the rhetoric during his presidential campaign, she saw him as a hypocrite. So as far as she was concerned, you know, it's a lot of rapping that you're doing, a lot of nice rapping, but you know, you can't speak about the colorism you go through going to a Catholic school in Haiti, only to get the same people, you know, marrying the same people after, you know. So
yeah.
Well, you need a card to get into get into the room. You know.
Basically.
Yeah, that's like some people will marry white women or white people out of as a business venture because they need to get in the room, and a black woman's not going to get you in the room.
Wow.
You know, I don't want to be an asshole, but you get the wrong black people. There's a reason why you get the wrong black woman. There's a reason why they won't let you inside the room. But I'm just trying to be funny here.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can be funny, but the thing is that when it comes to a business that you want to do, and I've seen hardcore black people, like people said by the door, marry a white woman to get in. You have to get in the room.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we need to start. I'm sorry. You go ahead, BTJ.
Yeah. What I'm saying is that, you know, I've seen people do that. A lot of your book writers, okay, that like say, what is it? Stolen Legacy, and the other guy that wrote Destruction of
Chancellor Williams.
Chancellor Williams. They married white women. They wanted to get published.
Sheikh Anta Diop, he married a white woman as well, a French woman.
Yeah, because if you want to get published, how do you get in the room? Yeah.
We need to start playing chess like that, because a lot of people, you know, sometimes you do things for a reason, and then our people on the outside of us, they will rip you down before you can even reach your goal. And they don't understand is that sometimes, man, you gotta play that role. The Chinese to America and sit right up under their nose and soaked up all this stuff and took it home. And look where they at.
It's what it is.
Yeah, if we try to position ourselves like that, man, everybody will be pointing at you. They'll kill you. Your own people will.
Slightly different perspective on that, though.
Go ahead.
Okay, at least my experience growing up in the Northeast, I had a lot of interracial couples around me growing up, and I noticed, at least personally, white girls were more friendly and more feminine, and the biracial girls were more friendly and more feminine and nicer in general than the black girls that I grew up with. The black girls had more hangups of me being who I was and what I was, you know, than the white girls.
Yeah, of course. We talked about that, but that's a different thing.
True.
We're talking about a marriage of necessity.
Well, I'm just talking in general, just a marriage of pleasantries and niceness.
Oh, yeah, that's true. But I'm saying, we're talking about a different category, a business arrangement almost, where you have to marry a white woman or you marry a woman of another race because you need to get into a particular industry.
No, I understand what you're saying, but I'm saying from a point of view of somewhat educated and somewhat, you know, not too much in the black culture like that, but in the black culture, if you look at somebody who's like a educated person, it might have been a case of, well, she was more amenable, she was more polite, she was more nice.
Yeah, no, that happens too. We're not discounting that. You know, when we talked about dinners, we see that happen all the time. In fact, Kira Gakari Jones talks about it. The guy from the Six talked about it. Let's Be Frank talks about it. You can go on down the list. Straight Shooter, he talks about it. Donovan Sharp talks about it. There's lots of people that has the same experience. It's because guys that have different traits that are not accepted in one culture will be accepted in another. That's what I was trying to tell. You heard me first time. She was saying that you're unattractive. I said, but what's unattractive in one culture doesn't necessarily translate over to another culture. She's trying to say that all women are universal. That's not true. Whereas I was trying to give her the example where if you're picked on in a tournament, basically a matriarchy, the tournament style in the black community, you're looked at as a punk and a weakling, right?
Right.
Whereas whereas sometimes some white women are attracted to that, and she will defend you. Leave him alone. I like him.
I guess that's what really burns me up when I hear like a Chrissy video and she's talking about that. It's like, okay, from a male perspective, I've had more others treat me nice than black females until I got good and grown.
Yeah, well, that's the whole thing. It's because who you are and the attributes that you had was more attractive to them coming from their culture, right?
Right.
Whereas your own culture, it was not attractive. Like a woman a white woman with a big round fat ass in white culture is not as attractive to white men for the most part, right? But if she has that fat ass, she comes over to the black side, guess what? They're all over her.
Right.
Right? So what's attractive in one culture is not necessarily attractive in another.
How come our women don't seem to realize that?
One, because they're women, and number two, they lie. Our women care about themselves. They don't care about other women. And they will lie because they don't want you to go, because they will lose access to you. I might need him.
So they rather you be with nobody.
Excuse me?
They rather you be with nobody than be with a white woman. They rather you be an educated lane by yourself than actually be with somebody else.
Yeah, because every classic man that's been out there tells the same tale. You know, that I was rejected by black females, but when I started going with white women accepted by them, all of a sudden black females felt some kind of way, right?
And and that's a really Karazine's argument. Supposedly, I was rejected by black men because of colorism, and that doesn't exist in the white, that BS they tell. Yeah.
Yeah, well, Karazin straight up lied, because how'd you get pregnant by a black man that rejected you? And all those other black guys that you went with.
At that, Ivy League wanted that.
Because she didn't just start going with, I'm pretty sure that was like one of her first white men. She didn't just cross over one constantly. Because he's the only white man that she talks about. She didn't talk about dating other white men.
I just don't believe that black women, for the most part, unless they get a certain amount of wisdom in them, which I typically see they don't get until they get north of 40, I don't think they're capable of communicating about relationships in good faith.
The only women that actually do that are women or black women that were basically raised in a mixed culture. Then those women do not care. Like biracial women don't care whether you date a black woman or white woman or Asian or whatever, because it's normal to them. Same thing with black women that basically raised in a white neighborhood, and she's dating all different kinds of guys, right? So a black guy dating all different kinds of women is normal to her.
Yeah, and then it goes back to how you said with having a lot of sexual partners, how you can't bond. And when you can't really bond just at all, it seems like, women, they operate on feelings. So now it's harder to just really get in sync with you at that point. If you can understand what I'm saying.
Yeah, because that's when they talk about I fuck like a man. That's when you start hearing that. Like, I want to have sex like a dude.
Yeah.
So you get to that
that's
age,
where that pagan comes from.
Yeah, when you get to that older age with the intimidation, they just be talking, man. They don't really. They just a shell. You just a shell of yourself.
Yeah, because you don't have any femininity left.
Can't connect.
Well, the thing is, I mean, basically you're treated like what you are. You're a slut. In a man's eyes,
Now check this out. Now, as you see, like a lot of products and services that a lot of people be hawking online, where they're trying to talk to black women in particular about how to recapture your femininity. These women will be like 38, 40, 45, trying to act like they trying to buy second chances. And I got really beat up online for saying that, because those women did not want to hear that. But I said that's all it is. It's people selling you the potential hope of a second chance. Then, quite frankly, you missed the boat.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, guys go through it too. I mean, every old man that I know of thinks, if I had this mind and I was 20 years old, what could I do? Everybody thinks that. But it is what it is.
But one thing I said that they really got mad about, they was like, well, dudes, this I knew who I was talking to. I should have left it alone. They said, well, dudes go younger all the time. And I said, that's a completely different dynamic. I mean, a dude can always go like 10 years younger or 15 years younger, especially, and the older you are, the less of a problem that is. I mean, look at what Donald Trump has done. He stayed trading in. Diddy's another one that stays trading in a woman for a new car every time, literally. But if you got money, you can do that. In black society, if you got, Mr. Goodbar, as Ron Wills would say, you can do that too. And that's really on the woman for accepting just that. That's not on the dudes for that. But that's a different, completely dynamic.
I always tell them, I said, okay, when they start talking that shit, I said, okay, what criteria are men, then you walk them through the logic. What criteria is acceptable for you to accept a man? Are you willing to accept a young, good-looking broke dude? If they're telling the truth.
We both are valued different.
We're valued differently.
They did the same thing to Leonardo DiCaprio. They did the same thing to George Clooney. And I think Richard Gere as well. you know. But as they said, it's those are the ones who were passed over. Those are the ones who weren't wiped up that feel some type of way.
It's because they're using it as a twin mating strategy. That's all it is. They're going to have sex and relationships with the guys that they want, and then when they get used up and get a little overweight or they need resources, they can come back to you and say, hey, I've always liked you, try to butter up, fuck you every single day until you get married, and then after like 3 years, after you get married and pop out kids, he's going to have sex with you like once every 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's what you have to be aware of. You know, that's why men are getting hip to the game. It doesn't work anymore.
And don't get me started. I was on. It was a Facebook meme. It was a meme bigging up like stepfathers. Like it was, you know how they do it with these pictures. Yeah. How they had like, okay, they had a woman laying, they had the baby laying down on the side, then the woman, then the man, and they talking about something like a real man picks up with another man drop. And after all the information I got now, I mean, that crap is insanity to me now. And I was sitting there going in on it, and it was amazing the excuses that women were giving me for this. And I said, I walked it through the logic. I said, you do realize that when you look at things like reciprocity, the man is losing in this bet, like in this arrangement. You do realize, and they would say things like this. They would say, well, you shouldn't discourage men from doing that. Or they would talk about worldview, like he has a better worldview than me. Like they would try to talk around it and like give justifications.
Don't discourage the suckers from coming in and I'm taking that bet.
That's basically what
hamstring at its finest.
Yeah. They're not hamstring. No, they're lying. They're not hamstring, they're lying. Hamster is when you're denying. When you're lying, that's a different story. They're lying.
Well, if you can pick up an 8 or a 9 on a discount, it's not that bad.
Yeah, well, it's what you want to accept.
None of these women were 8. These were like, honestly, they were like
6s.
Yeah, I mean, if you California, they were 6s and 5s. I mean, these are women. Like straight up, like these are women you would have sex with, but you're not going to marry, put your finances on. Like you're not going to put your finances on the line. Like if they're like at the end of the club, I mean, that'd be the first choice. At one, it's what 120 right now. They'd be like the first choice. Okay, everybody else is good is gone. So these were not women that's like 8 or 9. But even then, Sarge did a really good video, and this is one of his better ones, where he was talking about his brother and how his brother's getting sucked into the gravity well because he's getting older, he's losing hope, and it's this like girl that's like a strong 8/9, and she's got a kid, and he's trying so hard to do the Sarge thing and try to keep him from not doing that.
Yeah,
and he's falling into it because she looks good, and the reality is, it's not gonna work. It's just not. And he did a whole video explaining that he doesn't know what he's getting into.
He doesn't. Well, the thing is, it can work. It can work, and it can happen, but you got to be extremely careful.
Small percentage.
See, the thing about that, how that works. The thing about that is for that to work, for a man going into another in a relationship with a woman that already has kids, that woman has to allow that man to discipline those kids.
Yeah,
that's the only way. Because I tell you what happened in my relationship with one of my exes. I think I talked to you guys before when we had a hangout before about it. I was her daughter slapped me in the face, but her mother did not do anything about it.
Okay.
And so
how old is the girl?
I asked her, she was 14.
And you slap her back?
No, I didn't slap her back.
Why not?
What did you do?
I'm gonna hate you on that.
Because of that situation. If I would have slapped her back, I would have been in jail.
But what did you do?
I'll go. Well, there has to be a limit that you're willing to take.
Exactly.
A female striking me, I let them know. There has to be deal breakers, right? And there's consequences I'm willing to take. A female striking me. This is just me. I'm talking about me. I'm talking about you. You had to make your own decision. A female striking me, I tell her up front, you striking me means I'm going to jail because I'm going to break your face. Do you understand me? Now you can hit me if you.
I want to follow up on that, but
if you hit me if you want to, and you have to. Anytime I would tell any guy, especially a black woman, you get that straight up front. If you hit me, I will hurt you. So you can hit me if you want. So don't think you can hit me and nothing will happen. And you can just go call the cops. Yes, you better call before you hit me. Start dialing 911 so they can get there and get me off of you. And said, why did you beat her ass? I said, she hit me and I told her not to. Well, you know you have to go to jail. I understand that. And so let me do it. Let me when I get there, let me have my one phone call. That's all I want.
I understand that whole concept of that. Don't get me wrong. I do understand that.
Okay.
And I fussed at her, the mother,
yeah,
about that, and that was, like you said, that was a deal breaker.
Okay, you left.
Because because I mean, for one, if I don't put my hands on you, you should not put your hands on me. That's one.
Yeah,
that's
but the
one.
children. Yeah, of course.
And what I realized is that a lot of these women, they always put their kids first, no matter what these kids do, over the man. Which I understand that to a certain degree. But when your kid starts being disrespectful, and you don't do anything about it, that's what a lot of these men are dealing with these women.
Time to go. You always, if you're gonna get involved with any situation, especially marriage, you always got to have an escape plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like with my father. My father dated my mother, and she had kids in another relationship. She was married though, but she allowed my father to discipline my stepbrother, brother and sister.
Yeah, it's old school. It's old
school.
Yeah,
I was just gonna say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I mean that dynamic worked because she knew that at some point, if I marry this guy, I want him to be able to feel that he is in control. Because my mother taught me what she learned is 60-40. The man is in control.
Was the child father there involved in the child life?
You talking about the girl that slapped me?
Yeah.
That guy. See, that's the whole nother dynamic of like
I want to say, when did you? Okay, because there's a lot of moving parts when you're talking about a blended relationship like this. Were you married to her?
No, I lived with her, and that was a mistake in itself.
You lived with her. How old was the child when you started living with her?
14.
Oh, dude. Okay, that's a whole nother story. Okay, that don't even count.
When I started living with her, she was 14, but I was dating her for at least 5 years.
Yeah, but that child was not in your house.
No. See, that's another mistake too I made. I moved in.
You were
with
a
them.
guest.
Yeah, you were a guest. Oh yeah.
No, I wasn't a guest. I would basically what it was is that she was going to college. She had a year left, and she needed some extra money because she couldn't pay all her bills. She hid that for me.
You were a guest.
And when they talked about it, she said we could pay half. And then once I got in there, I found out that she had all these bills lined up that was getting ready to be cut off. And so basically, I was basically a utility for her, so that she could get her degree. Then once she got her degree, then she started saying, "I wear the pants in here. If you don't follow my rules, then you get out."
Yeah, well, you know how that the old song by Everybody Plays the Fool.
Yeah, sometimes, but not anymore.
Yeah, well, it happens. So you man, chalk it up.
I'll take it as a learning experience. I'm not dealing with any more with females that have kids, and I'm not moving in with any females. If a female, if we're gonna come together, she's gonna move it with me.
I grew up under a single mother, and I'll tell you, when my mom, when she moved the dude, invading that child's space, you like a whole man in the house. She wake up in the morning, it's you right there. You a foreign entity. So yeah, that was a bad situation from the beginning.
And the thing is, we don't talk, when it comes to this stuff, there's not enough talking about this because there's so much shaming language out there because it's seen as you're bashing single mothers and all of this. But women have never had to make the case for why men should really do this. I mean, you're only really starting to see that, like, I guess in this wave on YouTube. And you already see what it is. Like, that's one of the things about, like, Christine, you heard me first, is one of the things about black men is we don't deny our filth. We don't, as a group, We don't deny like the folks. We say that's there. This is what you need to do to deal with them. We're very open, maybe too much so in like not so much throwing them under the bus, but acknowledging that. Versus women, they circle the wagons, and what they will do. Go ahead.
No, so when I came up, when I was a child, when we came up, men did it all the time. But the thing is, there was accepted rules to the game. Okay. You lived under that man's rules. Those were that's in other words, hopefully she got you a good stepfather where he didn't abuse you. But the thing is, you lived under that man's rules, and that's how come men did it back then. That no matter how she fell off, or whether she had a kid or 2 kids or whatever, if he's accepted her, he accepted her into his household along with the children, and they follow the program. That stuff, it doesn't exist like that anymore.
And black culture seemed like it's one of the only cultures where the men be moving in with women. You see it a whole lot more.
And that's on us. That's on us.
It's a matriarchy. Yeah. It's a matriarchy like that. Yeah.
Like, to be honest, we should start shame. Honestly, we should be shaming shit out of men to do that.
Yeah.
You know what? If you want to see a good example of that,
we actually do.
I mean, because dudes. I mean, okay, yeah, that's like the bottom folks that typically.
Yeah. We actually do.
I can find plenty of guys who like 35, 40 years old and never ever had their own place.
They brag about it. Yeah, Corey Holcomb talks about it all the time. He said, "Man, I had to sleep with this ugly chick, this big chick, so I could have a place to stay." He jokes about it, but you talk to hear Corey Holcomb talk. He talks like actually a lot of that dude. When you talk about all the thugs and all of that, Corey Holcomb jokes about. I love Corey Holcomb's comedy because he jokes about that so much, but he does it in a very real way. Like, this is what it was. I needed to survive, so I use my sex in order to do that with them.
It's very backwards. It's very backwards because you rarely see a black woman moving in with a black man.
Yeah, but think about it.
You don't hardly see it.
That's gonna change.
This is not talked about.
Well, think about it. If you're a black woman, you get aid from the state. As a man, you get nothing. You're just homeless.
Yeah.
So you got not 35, but $1,700 a month plus some food. As a man, what do you get?
Don't forget the tax credits.
Right. So
that's
$35,000 a year. As a broke man, you don't see none of that. Woman with kids, it's not balanced. Now, if we had inexpensive apartments and things like that to move into, studios that were like $200, fine, then you wouldn't see men doing that. But until it balances out or disappears, it's not gonna happen.
You have a patriarchal rule. You have a matriarchy living in patriarchal rules. Who's gonna pay?
Yeah, and I want to answer that too, like that, because SARS talks about that too. Like, you got to have a better ship. The reality is, situation is, I completely disagree with that, because these women, they're like, in order for that to work, every single 100% of men would have to raise the bar, and you're never going to have that, because women are choosing. See, this is what women don't tell the truth about. A lot of times women are choosing for control, so they will choose a lot of these dudes on purpose in these vulnerable situations. See, they will always make it sound like there is not enough good men, but that's not what they're choosing for. They want those dudes that need a place to stay, because really what they want is in-house dick. They want a man-child they can have sex with. I hate to say it that way.
They want to control, yeah.
But that's what it is. They may work a job a little bit, but that's not what they aim for. And that's a big thing I wanted to say too.
And they also limit their boyfriends, they limit their husbands, and they limit their sons, because they want to maintain the control by keeping that child helpless if they can.
So there's no rules and expectation with that kind of man.
No.
Versus if she date up, she can't run around. It's structured. It's structured that come with that man.
This is where a lot of sexual abuse comes from too, that women don't want to talk about. Like, they let these men in, and they allowed that to happen. And as head of, see, this is what women don't understand. As head of household, if somebody breaks, if you let somebody in your house and then they do what they do to your kids, yes, obviously you did it, but as head of household, you're responsible, and women don't understand that. They think something was done to them too.
Remember the movie Baby Boy?
Yeah.
You know, I haven't seen that.
You never saw Baby, but you gotta see Baby Boy. It talks exactly what you're talking about, because he had 2 baby mamas, and had 2 baby mamas, and he had a girlfriend on the side, and all of his baby mamas did the same thing to him. Let him live with them, let him drive the car so they can pick him up from work.
Yeah.
Now, in other words, to keep him away from the other woman, I'm gonna give him a better deal.
Yeah.
But the thing is, they don't. The thing is, nothing. You know, if you want to admit it and take ownership of it, then that's fine. I want it in-house dick, and I I have more women than I can shake a stick at tell me the same. I just want some in-house dick, and this, I had to tell my son to turn it down because he had about 4 women that trying to offer him that. I said, don't do it. As a man, I said, I don't do it. Because you're giving up control.
And people not looking at Baby Boy mom.
Yeah, she did the same thing. Yeah.
Yeah, she actually keep him in that baby boy state because the mom treat the son like her insurance, like her man.
Yeah.
So my mom tried to do the same thing, and I was looking, and I grew up in that kind of situation, and just looking at my mom. I used to can override. I used to can override her man if I wanted to. As an
my
adult.
mom does that too.
Yeah, I got the last say so.
Who's got the speaker on? Is it Wilson? Mute yourself, Wilson. Wilsonian.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it seemed like I had the last say so. Like when I go over a house, it seemed like when I walk in, I can just feel the energy. It feel like I'm the man of the house when I go over there. Even if I'm there to visit. Like if her husband say something and he giving her advice, it's different. She gonna come at him just like any other black woman. But if I come say it, it's just automatic submission.
And let me jump on that, because you know what? That's the same thing that's happened with my mom. And what happens is when they get older, what happens is they start to dial back and they start to let go of that control, especially if they see that you doing stuff. Because what they see is they like, okay, maybe he'll forget all the BS. And because that's your mom, the way you see yourself as a man, you don't want to leave them out in the cold. You know how these white folks do. They'll put them in the old folks home and call it a day. Black people are not like that necessarily. And see, that's a big difference in culture. So what happens is a lot of times is they will dial back and let you take the lead, and they'll let you be kind of like the patriarch of the family. But see, they're giving you that responsibility. And see, that's the situation I'm in because I'm the oldest.
Because they need you.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I felt when it changed.
Yeah.
And it hasn't gone back since.
It's a slight different. You got to take in consideration they're not as capable as they were when they were younger.
That's another thing. My mom got a hip replacement, all of that.
You're in your prime right now, so she's bound down because she's not as capable.
That's what she raised you for you to take care of her. So now that you're old enough and capable enough, now she's giving you the role of taking care of her.
Yeah, my mom, she just passed, and I was like, and I was just looking at it because I was like, I'm at the age to where I'm really starting to peak on income, so I'm really taking care of my own stuff. And it's like you got 2 households, and it's crazy. I know that because you do become like your mom utility.
Yeah, well, basically that's what traditional families do. They raise you as the old age insurance plan. That's what they do. Children are raised to do that. So, and boys especially, because boys are more capable.
But it seemed like in a traditional, what it do, they give to you when you young, and then it's like you repay it back when you old.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I grew up in like the hood, so it's like, no, your mama dogged you when you was young, and now she playing this puppy dog situation to get you in that position because she's in the beneficiary position now.
Yeah, that's how come it's a broken matriarchy. No, it's all fucked up because it makes absolutely no sense. Because my mother was the same way. She depends. They more heavily depend on the boys, right?
Yeah.
It would make sense. It said, okay, and they complain and said, well, you're getting out what you put in. If you didn't put in anything, why do you expect something out at the other end?
Well, yeah. I kind of have a question about this.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and this is, I guess, building off of the poor mate selection and in the black community. To a certain extent, what I was wondering was whether or not the behavior and the mate selection was just to put together the ultimate badass version of what they think a man should be.
There's one thing, mate selection. Women. Everybody has a dark side. Okay, men have a dark side. Women have a dark side, and you actually you select certain people to reflect whatever with either side of you. There's a decent side and there's a dark side, and men. The only difference is that men do not marry their dark side or procreate with their dark side if they can help it, because. I would say 99% of men love sluts because they're easy and the sex is good. Okay, but nobody's going to wife a slut up because a slut represents what? Your dark side. Women are more emotional, so they get caught up in their dark side. That's what the bad boy represents. Everybody's attracted to their dark side. The thing is, white women or other cultures know, okay, that's my dark side. If I indulge, I can't stay there. But black women are culturally fucked up, so they stay there. Because you don't find in any other society, you don't see that. You might see a white woman or two that gets caught up with bad boys, right? And she'll constantly sleep with them, but those are few. That's not the majority.
Yeah, it's horrible. I know my mom. She used to sit around and she would she would have birthdays. Like when we grew up, we ain't really have birthdays.
Okay,
I had like one birthday. So when I got older and her birthday started coming around, she'd be sitting there waiting.
Yeah.
And I used to tell her, I'd be like, you didn't raise me to really celebrate birthdays. It's not that I don't care. I just don't, it's not in me because you did not raise me like that.
Yeah, well, females, they believe everybody's supposed to see the world the way they see it. They don't realize that, that's a man thing. To actually put something into it to get something out.
Yeah.
Women are takers. They just are. They don't believe it, but they're takers.
Yeah, that's sad because we had a long talk before she passed because my dad was like he was a hardworking dude. My dad like a quiet guy and all he do is work.
Yeah. And
she left my dad when we was young. Only to move in one of the harshest ghettos. We went from 2-parent home, nuclear family, dad working, mom at home, to living in an all-out ghetto.
Okay. Did she ever explain why she did it?
Nah, I kind of put the pieces together because that was around about the 80s. And after that, and she got hooked on drugs.
Oh, okay.
Right after.
Okay, that's why.
Got caught up. Yeah, I kind of put all the pieces together.
And black women don't have sense enough to leave you with the father, the responsible person. They got black women, but that's their nature. In some ways it's good, in some ways it's not so good. They will not abandon their children because they look down upon if they abandon their children. Yeah. So they will drag you they will drag you to a homeless shelter before they let go of you.
Drag you right off in there. This man, I went back to the place that we moved to. Not too long ago, and it's like a one way in, one way out.
Your dad didn't try to come get you?
Man,
your dad didn't try to come get you?
Nah, he came out there. What happened? Cause we all from Louisiana, and in Louisiana, it ain't really a lot of jobs. And what happened? My mom moved us to Dallas.
Okay.
And he would come out there and visit. And by the time we moved back to Louisiana, he had to move out to California because he was into apprenticeships and all that type of stuff.
Okay.
And that's where the lineage kind of broke right there. We kind of regained it. I always had his dad though, my grandfather.
Okay.
Yeah, and it was just a whole shift.
Okay.
In lifestyle, and I kind of just was thinking back and putting the pieces together, and I'm like, why you leave him? Like, running out the dick. That's it.
Yeah, human. They're human. They're human just like everybody else. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you start realizing when you grow up and feel, oh shit, she's just human. That's all.
Yeah. So you went from that to fighting and everything. You like, man,
it was in her. It was in her. Can you say? I see that shit in my daughters. Yeah.
It seems that women are never truly happy though, unless they have strife and drama.
Never satisfied. That's what keeps society going forward though, huh? That was what keep men inventing things and pushing mankind forward. Is that non-satisfaction from women?
Yeah, well, probably. Keeps them unhappy.
Yeah.
Yeah. If women would be honest, we could all sit back and laugh about it, but women are ashamed of it.
Yeah, you gotta beg. You can beg a woman. You can drop down on your knees. You like, yo, just tell me the truth. It ain't even about what you did. I can respect, because a man can respect your honesty over what you actually did, over actually what you're actually doing. If a person just sit there and just be really genuine with you, men are very forgiving.
Yeah, because we respect honesty over anything else, unless you really did some heinous stuff. But other than that, as long as you're honest about it and say, "Hey, I screwed up," and I'm gonna take accountability for it, then men can accept that. But women, how come they don't have accountability? They can't accept it. It can't be their fault. Women can't take criticism, much less, women, period, black women especially.
Yeah.
They can't take criticism. The vessel is fragile as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, that's sad.
It's the way they built, man.
Yeah, these mother, they built the form.
Women, that's the way there's a way that you can draw it out of them, but the thing is, you have to draw it out. They just won't do it.
They need a little bit. I think when you raised by just your mother, it's gonna be like times 10, just worse. Because if you raise with your father, at least you're gonna get a little bit of balance.
Yeah.
You're gonna have a little bit more logic, but without, man.
Oh yeah, you can tell a woman that's raised by her father. You can tell because she's accountable.
Yeah,
by the way she talks. It's me. There's a different way they talk.
Yeah, I got a 12-year-old daughter, and it's just that women. It seems like men, like they say, men raise adults.
Yeah,
women, man, they do anything. Like, I can't play rap music with my daughter in the car. If I'm sitting there just listening to the lyrics, it just be after about a few seconds. I'm like, nah, I can't do this. It's too. It just feel funny sitting in the car.
Yeah.
But her mom.
Yeah.
Man, it isn't any, like you said. Is when we was together. you know, she would just like curse in the middle of talking to her.
Yeah.
You know, and I told her once, I say, man, watch your mouth. You're not talking to one of your friends. And she did it a second.
Yeah, you know what I think it is? I think that women, since the baby comes out of them, women always see the children as a part of them. And there is a separate entity, whereas I think men don't. They see it's a separate human being that they need to train, where women see, okay, it's just another part of me. So whatever I do, I can do it in front of the child because it doesn't matter. It's a part of me.
And I think that man, he kind of put a filter, it seemed like he got to watch over the whole family.
Yeah, well, he sets the boundaries. Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Yeah, because after she did it probably about the second, third time, you know, she was sitting right there and she did it. And I was like, look, you know, I almost jumped at her, like, because it pissed me off, you know, like, this is my seed. Like, I'm literally watching you ruin my seed.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the vessel was faulty, and you probably knew that before you had a baby with her. But do you realize that after you have the baby? Okay, you know, the same thing with the children, with the mother of my children. Same thing. It's like, oh, okay. Sometimes I had to apologize. Hey, it is what it is.
Yeah,
I should have picked you a different mother.
I wish they had YouTube. I miss YouTube maybe by a few years.
Okay,
you know, it's a blessing for these young guys, because if they don't have a dad, they can always go to YouTube. YouTube can be their dad.
Yeah, at least you hear some kind of advice. Okay, what not to do.
Yeah.
And the women say, "Why you always dwell on the negative?" I said, "Because what not to do is as important as what to do."
Yeah,
maybe more important.
I know before YouTube, I used to feel like, you know, you felt like you was the only one, like you were. I remember it was times when I would just pray that I can just go with the flow. Like, why everybody else can go with the flow, but it seemed like I can't. Like, something is wrong.
Yeah.
All of this is everything, and then you feel like you about to go crazy.
Yeah. You find out nobody's going with the flow.
And then YouTube brought out everybody else, and it's like, nah, bro, I'm like this too.
Yeah.
I think like this too. And it was like, okay, I ain't crazy.
Yeah. And women love social media, but sometimes they wish it would go away so they wouldn't have to hear it.
Yeah.
And they know it. They say, I know I'm screwed up, but does he have to say it every time? I hear old women say, well, do you have to bash women on YouTube? I said, sometimes I don't think we bash you all enough, personally.
I think throughout time, they probably really thought they was right, because there is a lot of guys out here who are validating them.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like, we call these guys simps, but I kind of really look at it from a logical point of view. These guys, their experiences with women are different from ours. I noticed that these.
No, it ain't. It ain't different.
But these simp kind of guys, it seemed like these guys, they have probably always lived with their mom. When they came out of their mom house, they went and stayed with a chick. Came back to mom house. Women have always taken care of them.
Mm-hmm.
When versus the other guys, they left mom house and maybe got a roommate with a homeboy, then moved on to their own place. They always had their own.
Dr. Simpson just lying, man.
Yeah. I'm trying to give them. I'm trying
to be nice, huh?
Wrap it around my mind.
Well, some guys feel women are justified no matter what they do. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I've heard that from a bunch of. I know they're crazy. I know they're screwed up. I know they do stuff, but the thing is, they're still women. We need to forgive them. It don't matter. It's not that they don't know.
Women ought to be left blameless. That's Christianity.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Christianity. Yeah.
Yeah, but we take that part, but the women submitting, they leave that part out.
Yeah, and really in Christianity, even in the Bible, it still says that your wife is to be left blameless, but it gives the power to the man, so it makes sense. But the way the black church teach it to them, it makes it look like a woman in general just should be left blameless.
No, she's blameless because just like your children are blameless because whatever happens under your roof is your fault. So you need to discipline your child just like you discipline your woman.
But they act like a man who they don't even know is like all of us is subject to that. Like you're not under my roof. I don't know you. You know.
Well, you see what's happening in the greater culture right now with all these people running up on these guys and getting the holy hell smacked out of them.
Well, guys getting tired of getting run up on. Okay. And you know that was going to come to an end. Sooner or later, guys are going to say, okay, I don't care if she's a woman. She's not going to hit me for free.
She acting like a man.
Yeah.
If it wasn't for the simps, I think these women, we've been on nip this thing in the bud because the simps is like its own army. It's like black women military.
No, O.J. Simpson started all that stuff with this violence against women shit. Because they thought a black man killed a white woman. They was on something. So they passed all these doggone laws and women just took advantage of it. That's all. You can't hit me. Before that, women used to dudes used to knock fire out of women, man. When I was coming up in my 20s and into my 30s, women run up on you, you just knock fire from them. Wasn't shit they could say. But after O.J. Simpson, that's what all that stuff came about.
Oh, man.
Yeah, it's only been about 20 years or so. It ain't been that way always. Trust me, they were knocking fire from women. Women didn't run up on you like that, man. They didn't. They just got bold since just in the last 20 years or so, where the law protected them.
Yeah, it seemed like when the year 2000 hit, it seemed like it's just really made a big shift.
Oh yeah, they figured out. Hey, when they start taking dudes to jail for putting their hands on women, yeah. I remember a buddy of mine. He said he had gone. He's like a Vietnam vet. He had gone to Vietnam, right?
Yeah.
And he came back to his wife and his kid, right? And found out, and he went back to work and found out she was cheating on him. And so he beat the crap out of her for cheating on him. So she called the police. The police showed up and said, well, you wasn't really supposed to beat her up like that, but is that ass whipping you gave it sufficient enough to do? He said, yes, sir. So we're going to let you go, but don't let it happen again.
That's crazy. And then the crazy thing is, like I always say, if they was to uplift that, like I never even came close to hitting a woman before. But it's the fact that you have that threat right there that'll make these women chill out.
Yeah, it's worked for me.
Yeah.
Never had a woman raise her hand to me. In fact, my ex, man, she was so mad at me one time. She ran up on me with her fist balled and came with about 6 inches, about 2 inches in front of my nose. I told her, she's only, but I'm like 6 foot, 6'1". She's only like 5'4". She looked up at me with that glare in her eyes as if you don't unball your fist and take 2 steps back, you better defend yourself like a man. She remembered where she was. She unballed her fist, backed up, thought about it, and she walked away.
Yeah. My ex-wife did that one time. She done ran over here and swung. She pushed me. And I just kind of looked at her like, it was actually kind of comical. Like, like I looked at her and I was like, man, don't touch me no more, man. Like you run around here acting like a 2-year-old. And that was it. That was it. But
some of them get the message, man. Some of them don't. But I get that out of the way real quick. Do not hit me, otherwise I will hurt you. And after that, man, they might fuss, they might cuss, they might argue, but they keep their hands to themselves.
Yeah, some people like that drama. I got a homeboy. He be going through all that, but then I be looking at his role in it. I be like, and I be telling him, I like, man, you like that, bro.
Yeah, if you go back to it, you like it. Yeah.
Yeah, I can tell you.
Once a woman hits you, man, it's the same thing with a man. Once they hit you the first time, it's time for you to go.
Yeah.
If you don't go, that means you like it.
Like I told him, I say, bro, I think you don't feel love unless she tripping.
Probably so.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what it seemed like. If you complaining about it, but you be doing stuff to play, right? Like, you know, she'll get his phone and go through his phone.
Oh,
but
yeah.
I'm like, and I tell him, I'm like, yo, bro, it's 2017. Why your phone ain't locked?
Because he wants you to see.
Because you want her to, yeah, exactly.
Trip.
You like that drama.
Yeah, you like that drama, yeah.
Yeah. What's sad?
I don't put my phone on lock either. So they pick a guy, use your phone. Sure. Well, who are all these women? I said, are you going through my phone? Well, who are all these women? Are you going through my phone? You're telling me you're going through my phone, right? Well, I want to know who these women are. Are you going through my phone? Why are you going through my phone? Why are you invading my privacy? And they think about it. She roll over, go back to sleep. Okay, because next question is, well, I don't need to be with you, and she knows what the next answer is. I can't be around people I can't trust. If you go through my phone and go through my stuff, and then you're gonna come back and tell me about it, like I'm supposed to be with you.
Shoot, I just used to lock down everything. I don't want to.
I'm saying if I want to lock it down, I'll lock it down. If I want to leave it open, I leave it open.
Yeah.
So if you're on the honor system. If you go through my phone, you find something. Okay, you better tell me, like they say, you better tell nobody but God.
Yeah.
You pop up with the names. Where'd you get that name from? Did you go through my phone? Well, I went through your phone. Okay.
Yeah.
Now what? Well, blah blah blah. I started pick up my keys, start walking away. Where you going? I'm not talking to you. Why? Because you went through my phone. You invaded my privacy. That's a no-no. Didn't we get that straight? Well, ain't no well to it. But perhaps you need to find another man that likes that kind of stuff, because I'm not around women I can't trust. You're on the honor system with me. Do I go through your phone? No.
Yeah. You lay down the law from the very beginning. Like I always say, you figure out nowadays that, you know, you have to be boyfriend number 2. Boyfriend number 2, he really got the best of everything. And boyfriend number 1, you ain't gonna have nothing but problems.
It's what position you want to accept.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. What position you want to play? What position you want to accept? Do you want to be boyfriend number 2? Know that your so-called woman sleeps with other people. Some people can handle it. Some people can't.
No, I don't think you literally boyfriend, but that number 2 spot. You know, that number 2 spot, I guess this is where all the benefits at.
There's drawbacks and there's benefits. That means means that's not your woman. That's not your pussy. It belongs to somebody else. Okay, she's just giving something that belongs to somebody else for the moment.
Yeah, that seemed like the best. It seemed like that's the best balance in this environment.
It depends. Depends on the person. Some guys can't stand it. Some guys can't stand that their woman that they love or feel that they love is sleeping with somebody else. It depends. Yeah. Everybody's different. I'll accept it either way as long as I know the truth.
Yeah, I roll with it like that. I don't know if I can love. I don't know. I don't know if I can. Yeah, I ain't talking about. I'm just over there, you know, number 2, like the real boy, just guy number 2, and that the other guy.
Yeah, the guy number 2 that you know about. Shoot.
Yeah, I don't even think I can bond like that. You know, a lot of guys don't talk about it, but when I get to a certain age, I don't know. You know how we were saying, like with women, once they have so many sexual partners, it's harder to bond.
Yeah.
But as far as man, I don't know, because I can't tell the future. But I can't really feel myself bonding like that no more.
The hormones will calm down, brother.
Yeah, that's all it is. That's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I'm hitting that point now personally where, you know, I just look at her like she's crazy and laugh.
Yeah, because you the little man's not pushing you anymore. Give a shit, walk away.
Yeah.
But I grew up never trusting women, man. So that's a flaw in my character. I just don't trust them.
Why are you looking at me like that?
Yeah. Yeah, basically. Yeah. They know. Look. Yeah, they know. My daughter does that all the time, man. Why you what? I start laughing. Why are you laughing at me? Yeah.
Self-conscious.
The bullshit don't work no more.
Yeah, I get the cracking jokes on them. You know, you get the just jawing on them and stuff, man.
Yeah. It used to make me mad when a woman lied to me. Now, when I pass 30, a little half smile I give them. They say, "Why are you laughing at me?" I said, "I'm not laughing." Well, you smiling. I can't smile. You're telling me a story. I can't smile. You know, I'm saying, I don't believe a word you're saying.
Yeah. It was like the good days when you was green.
Yeah.
Once you see the light, it's down. It's going downhill. Rage.
That light faded a long time ago, man. I'm telling you. That's what I saw. Faded a long time ago.
Yeah.
I think
dating. Go ahead.
I think a lot of the guys that we hear and see doing a lot of videos are still in that haven't come to that realization of female nature, and then when you hit it, it's like
Mm-hmm. But you know, it felt so much better when I was green, though.
Yeah,
when I believed it,
because you believe it. No, you believe the story. Yeah, because you wanted to believe the story.
Yeah. Like I'm like, please, like, lie to me good, so I can feel it at least one more time.
One more time. Yeah, I know.
They lies be so lame now. You kind of know everything, so it's like,
aren't their lies weak?
Yes.
They're not even good at it anymore. Because I really don't think they care one way or the other.
Nah, they don't.
They're just running a line because they feel like they have to run a line.
Yeah.
And I kind of look at them like, well, you don't really have to spin the tail. Okay, you can kind of, you don't have to run through the script, but they just have to run through the script, so they just keep right on. But I want to tell you, okay, well, continue. They say, "Well, are you finished?" Yeah. Okay, let's go back to what you were doing now that you finished. You
double down on stupid.
You motherfucker. You don't believe a word I said. Nope.
Yeah, and it's crazy because you have to. It's kind of like a turn off, and you try to block it.
Yeah.
You know, like I'm finna make myself believe her.
Yeah, because if you don't believe them, you may make them feel like they're a slut. Okay. He's just using me for sex. Well, yeah.
I know too much.
Yeah. Did you hear what what's his name? Rosemary said? You know too much.
It's so predictable. Like I know when I first started waking up, I remember me and my homeboy, we was laying there, we watching the game. We watching the Lakers game, whatever. We was sitting there, and he was like, I told him, I was talking to this girl on speakerphone. And after I hung up, I told him, I say, yo, bro, is it just me? But every girl I talk to and she talk about her last relationship, it's always his fault. You know? And that's when, we was younger, like mid-20s. And, that's when we really started speaking out. And I was like, and he started thinking about it. He was like, man, you ain't never lying, bro. I didn't notice that too. Like, man, I think these hoes be lying, man.
I let him lie. I said, okay, is that the only guy that treated you bad? And they start telling me somebody else. Oh, really? That's a poor baby. Blah 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 blah. Okay, and what do is he the only one? Blah blah. After they tell you about 4 or 5, he said, okay, now what is the common denominator between all of them? I let him tell me, man. It would tell me more.
Yeah.
I guess that's
back here taking notes.
With the ones that I see that are bad at this point, not bad in a bad way, but bad in a good way. And I'm like, you look like this, and you still single. Something gotta be wrong with you.
Yeah.
You don't approach him. You said, "Baby, as fine as you are, no man has ever proposed to you and asked for your hand in marriage." I said, "Wow, I can't believe it. What were they missing?" So they know they had to be missing something, and they start telling you about this. That's all you want, and off they go.
No kids, and you look like
wow, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. Really? Yeah, really. Yeah. And they tell you the whole story.
And now I'm reaching the stage where, because I'm like 35 now.
Oh yeah, you at the stage. Yeah,
I'm reaching the stage where every time I meet a girl around my age, probably I can meet her 1 week. By the next week, she trying to put me into a relationship.
Yeah, of course, she's 35.
In a full-blown relationship.
She ain't got no time to waste.
Yeah, she looking at that money. I know what it's all about. You know, one girl, she was insisting.
Yeah.
Insisting she left the key. And I'm like, and I left the key, I got it.
Mm-hmm.
And I put it right back there, and I put a note on it.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, hell no. I wrote on the note and left it on the counter with the key.
Yeah, they're 35. The thing is, they only got 5 more years. They know that.
Yeah.
What eggs left? What eggs they have left are going bad, going stale. They don't have no time, man. They have to get in a relationship. So if they want to have kids, I have to get in a relationship right now, or I have to do this alone. They have to make that decision.
Oh yeah, they done.
Mm-hmm.
They done, man.
They're done. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically, they say the only thing she didn't bring was beer.
Yeah.
She left the key, but not the beer. So wait a minute, take the key back, bring the beer next time.
She ain't get you drunk enough, huh? She
Yeah.
ain't get you drunk enough.
Well, yeah, what is Obsidian say? Be easy, bring beer.
And they run, and they black women, they run all they good years. If she 35 and still looking good, she's still running.
Yeah.
They are not gonna stop until they run all of it out.
Yeah.
And then now it's like, here I am with demands. Like, oh really? You got demands?
You got demands.
the garbage can lady got demands.
Yeah.
Oh wow. And I'm at my peak with my income. I'm like, oh, I gotta trade dollars for pennies.
No, yeah. They start. That's when they get past 40, they start bragging about all the young guys that they lay up with, and I make them mad. They say, "Well, I can still sleep with young guys," and say, "Blah blah 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 blah." So you know why they sleep with you, don't you?
You're easy.
No, you're free. No man from 18 to 80 is gonna turn down what? Free pussy.
Yeah, and it's still wide open because if you look at all these women complaining, they in right around the same age bracket. You don't really see them young, pretty women all on YouTube talking and stuff like that. These are women who right at the wall.
Yeah, of course.
Like,
those are the ones that complain all the time.
Why am I talking to you? Like, you ain't even. You need to like sit down and shut up and beg. You need to do something. You need to humble yourself real fast. I don't even see why we talking.
You said the key word, humble themselves.
Yeah, that's not gonna happen. Yeah, that's not in the black woman's vernacular, which is humble themselves.
Wow.
Because they're taught that the more aggressive I am, the better it's gonna work.
Nope.
Wow.
At least until Trump gets finished with them.
Wow.
That's how come you probably seen those memes going around about stepdads and stuff like that.
A real man.
Yeah, real man. Yeah.
If she's cooperative and it's a discount, it's not that bad a choice. But they're not cooperative and it's not a discount.
Well, they got to do something to kind of lay that risk, man, when you take them on. Okay, because when you have nowadays, man, it's so crazy, man. I wouldn't even do it nowadays because with the way the child molestation laws are and stuff like that, I'd give a child that's not related to me, man. I get kind of leery.
You do kind of feel like I can say you do somewhat feel in danger.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's an eerie, like you said, it's an eerie feeling, but it's kind of like she gonna do something, like and they get caught up in their emotions, and their emotions allow their lives to become reality to them.
Mm-hmm.
And man, in the courts, they waiting on you. Bring them on here.
Yeah, and you're a black man, and black men in the court system is not a good thing. Donovan Sharp, he was saying the exact same thing because he and it's funny because he was saying that he almost had because he's had a couple of domestic violence accusations, right? And he knows if because he dates exclusively white women, right? So he says if they start calling 911 and talking to the cops, he automatically starts thinking, okay, this is what I have to do. This is how I have to act because I know I'm going to jail. I'm going to spend at least 2 or 3 days because I'm a black man. And a white woman is calling and accusing me of abusing her. So it's a wrap.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I gave my mom, she got me on that. Like when I was in my early 20s, I used to screw a lot of because I had moved up to Seattle. And I spent a lot of my early 20s up there, and I moved up there from Louisiana.
Oh, yeah, you had a good time with white women.
Oh man, I went crazy up there, man. I went nuts, man. It was just right there, but it was one rule I had. I would never consider dating one. That's what my mindset was then. So I would only date sisters. I would never consider marrying a white woman, none of that. And I look back at that now, I'm like, boy, my mama brainwashed me good, man.
Oh yeah. Yeah, of course.
real good.
Yeah, I threw away some opportunities, man. I was like, I ain't gonna say marriage, but just
a long-term relationship.
Yeah, potential.
Yeah.
Did you have any uncles that married white women?
None of my uncles.
Yeah, any uncles?
None of us. No, none of us. None of us are married.
And plus the white women in Seattle are a little bit different than white people in Louisiana. It's different dynamic.
Yeah, it is. It is because when I went up there, like they was just, I can tell you this, I have never approached a non-black woman. Every single non-black woman I talked to, she approached me.
Yeah, they have to. Yeah. They know it's real unusual for a black man to approach a white woman, especially. Yeah. And black women think that we're constantly running after white women. I said, it's not true.
Nope. They pick you. They be scoping. They ain't afraid. They confident.
Yeah. And because they have because they're in the dominant position.
Yeah. Yeah. And I remember I was messing around with this Yugoslavia girl. Man, this goddamn girl was every bit of a 9. Man, and me and her, we went out downtown one night. Man, don't you know, like it was like 3 sisters who tried to fight this girl. Like we was at the bar. We was at the bar and she made a mistake and just bagged her. She barely touched the girl. Man, they were about to jump her. She's sitting there like, oh my God. And I had to sue because she was with me, and I bent over and I told the sister, I mowed the hard, because I was like, and I was like, yo, I like, man, if I was in here by myself, I say if I told her if I was in here by myself, you see all them brothers sitting by themselves, why you ain't paying no attention to them?
Yeah.
Clear them rules.
You know the problem is? The problem is once you walked in with a white girl, you became a target for them.
Yep.
I don't blame her neither, cause that one right there, I don't blame her, man. She walked through that door like boom, like the sun just walked in. I ain't gonna lie, she was just a beautiful chick.
That's just made it.
If you were by yourself and you tried to talk to any of those black girls, they would have turned you down and dissed you.
Yeah, that's what I told her. That's exactly what I told her. I was like, if I was by myself, you wouldn't even be paying me no mind. And then I told her to turn around, and there was these, just dudes standing and sitting off in the background.
Yeah.
I was like, look at all these decent brothers. You don't even see them.
Wait, hold on. Listen. A black woman's barometer of a good man is a man that a white woman has.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's true.
You're not a good black man until a white woman has you on her arms. Then all of a sudden you're a good black man.
Yep.
Yeah.
You can't get away from it. That's what it's going to be. You see what I'm saying?
Weird.
That's like when they get married, they have a white husband or a white boyfriend. They parade them.
Yeah.
I'm above you because I have a white man. Because you see that in the comment section all the time. I had to tell what was there? Texas RN, because she kept telling, well, my boyfriend is white and I don't date black men. And she kept saying, look, I said half the guys in here either have been in an interracial relationship or married to somebody that's not black. I said, I said, we care as much about who you date and your white man as we care about what kind of toilet tissue you use. And I said, 2-ply, I hope.
Yeah.
And she stopped doing it.
I have to think black men don't care when black women interracially date. It's not a big deal because it doesn't matter because black women aren't doing anything for us anyway.
Yeah.
It's not
on the head.
Yeah, and I can give you, and I can tell you a secret too that I have noticed is that, like my daughter mom, she talked to a white guy now,
mm-hmm.
and I'm gonna tell you, and then it's this other girl who I've been messing with for years, man, and she's with a white guy.
Yeah.
But the thing about them though, they still be messing with brothers behind that dude back.
Yeah.
Don't be believing that they don't talk to brother now because both of them they still on call.
Yeah, the thing is, it's because you are what? Black men is a sexual object.
Mm-hmm.
And they won't admit that.
Yeah.
They're a fetish. Just like when a white woman approaches you, you're a fetish to her.
Yeah.
Same thing with Asian women. You're a fetish.
That's why it's so funny when Chrissy was talking to, she did that one video talking about how white men don't want you. That was like, she started that cascade that white women don't really want you. They just want you for sex. Where I'm like, so do black women.
Yeah.
Steve, so brother versus thug argument's proof to that.
Yeah.
If that's the case, you might as well date a white woman.
It doesn't matter. Well, the thing is, the thing is, white woman has to make up the power differential for you to date her because even in 2017 it's dangerous for you to date a white woman. For a black man to date a white woman, it's dangerous because you don't know at what point that some knucklehead's going to feel some kind of way and off you. So it's dangerous. So she got to make up for that. She got to do something for you.
Yeah, one benefit from it is that I would say when you do get with a non-black woman, it seems like they do want you to do better. Like you gotta, your whole mentality change because you feel like you can kind of be yourself.
Yeah.
So you can kind of focus on what you need to focus on instead of trying to maintain your coolness.
Yeah, they're actually trying to help you.
Every because I'm not from America, but I'm black, but I'm not from America, but so I've been around white people my whole entire life.
Mm-hmm.
But every black guy that I'm friends with that's American, I always try to tell him, listen, man, you need to start dating non-black girls. I always tell them that, like, listen, stop the bullshit. You need to try something else, and then compare. at least just give it a shot. You know what I'm saying? At least give it a shot.
Yeah.
Please, do yourself that favor.
Yeah, because black women, especially nowadays, think you owe them something.
Nah, we don't owe them nothing. We don't owe them nothing. Though.
But non-black women don't. They think they think they have to prove themselves to you.
Yeah, but that's how black women are the only group of women that think people owe them something. It's the only group.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's like when a black woman comes out, I'm like, hey man, all the policies, all the feminine policies that oppressed you guys for years, we didn't have nothing to do with that. We didn't make any laws. Black men didn't make no laws. Nothing. So don't try to get me to pay a tab on a dinner I wasn't invited to.
In fact, we are owed a few things ourselves. So
yeah,
but yeah,
I always tell those guys when I meet some guys from here, like, try to expand your options, man. And those girls of other races, they will date you and they will marry you.
Yeah,
they will. I mean, it's a fetish at first, but once you get them, you got them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I go ahead.
All right, guys.
That reminds me of last night. I tried to talk to this girl, and she gave me instant attitude. She was a Jamaican.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even tell her. And all I did was ask where are you from, and she gave me straight up attitude.
Mm-hmm.
Listen, man. I'm saying my mom was from Jamaica. I would never date a Jamaican girl.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that now. I already know what that's not happening. It's a situation to where they almost become like they're men. Where they, fight and shit like that. They want to try to get you slap in the face, all kinds of weird shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean,
I notice when you go to a mixed place, when you go to a mixed setting, and you just stand there, I don't know, them non-black girls, man, they will mac you down. They will come over and just run it with you.
They're there to meet you.
Dog, I just got out of the club just now. Pick up this big white girl. She's cool, she's an attorney, everything.
Mm-hmm.
Dog, stop messing with her. Stop it. Stop.
Oh my
you
God,
know what?
man. You would say that to the end of your dying days, man.
Yes, you know me. I've been on here before. Stop.
Male Carazine right now, man. I'm not trying to pick. But
I always tell the guys from here, stop it, man. Stop. I always try to get, dudes from here, I always try to bring them to other clubs that are different cultures, different things. I say, stop, man. Stop it.
Yeah.
It's actually easy to talk to them, though, because one thing about black women is like I used to tell my partners, I say, man, if you want the baddest black chick, all you got to do is go talk to another bad chick. You ain't even got to holler to just talk to about anything.
Yeah.
And make it look like y'all just bonding like that. You can walk over there and just pick that girl up with about 2-3 words.
Yeah.
That's how black women want what somebody else got.
Oh, yeah,
exactly.
That's all women. That's all women. That's the first thing they teach you in the game. Demonstration. Yeah. Demonstration of acceptance. Yeah.
Black women will always pull this bullshit about not all black women are like that with the attitude. I tell you, this is my answer to that, and I'm gonna give it to y'all. I say you can always judge how a woman is by how she treats people she's not sexually attracted to.
Yep.
And the problem is the great majority of black women are absolute bitches to men that they're not trying to see.
Yeah.
And that's just real talk.
I mean, that even goes across to even say like you roll into a fast food joint. They act like they don't even want to hand you the bag, man.
Hey, man, I don't know what Chick-fil-A is doing, but Chick-fil-A, I said that before. Chick-fil-A's got that straight, man. You think you're in like another world the way they act.
Yeah, I'm sure they enforce that rule, and they catch you not doing it, they will fire you.
Yeah,
Chick-fil-A charm.
Even in the black-owned ones.
Yep.
That is a Chick-fil-A charm school, huh?
Yeah, I'm dead serious. It is, man. They say please, thank you. They say, do you need anything else? Maybe it's in the South.
It actually feel good. It feel good though when they. I ain't gonna lie. When you do run into an American black woman who got that type of mentality, it's like a breath of fresh air. You just,
it really is. Yeah.
You might reach in your pocket and just give up $50 and say thank you.
Yeah.
But you know what? You know what though? That just goes to show how deprived you are.
Oh yeah, I told my cousins to do something and tell your boyfriend you're sorry, and you might see a tear come down his eye. I said, like the Indians. That's how bad. And she was joking, and she said her boyfriend ended up buying her like roses. He act like a different person. Because I said, for real.
Yeah.
Because we don't see it. We don't. Now, white women will say, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't mean to be a bitch." Blah 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 blah. And I said, dudes will put up with so much more because at least you're acknowledging we're not crazy.
Yeah.
Black women get you. You can walk up to a black woman just a complete
ask her what time
stranger.
it is, and she will have an attitude. What time? Can you tell me what time it is, please? Why?
You tell me good morning.
Yep.
I know you'll
talk about why they not protected.
You'll walk in and say good morning.
Yeah.
She don't say nothing back.
What's good about it?
Well, they say that I always, because I'm older and I've raised girls that raise children, so they say something like, "I'll say, really?" I said, "So your mother raised you without manners?" And then they straighten up like, "I can't embarrass my mother." I say, "Did your mother raise you without manners?"
That's a good one.
Yeah, I say that.
Go ahead and say your daddy.
No. You got it. With black women, has to be your mother. Did your mother raise you without manners? I said, did your mother teach you to be rude to people? She said, why is that? Did your mother teach you to be rude to people that you don't know?
Their rudeness is extreme too. It'd be like, geez, like, at least let me do at least a little something to justify it, but they hit you.
And that's the difference with Latinos. Latino women will go nuts on you, but you fucked up.
Yeah.
And that's the thing when they try to say that Latin women are the same as black women. No, you stepped on the landmine for them to pop off.
Yeah.
I can respect that.
Yeah. That's how come nobody felt. That's how come nobody felt for that. Everybody knew that was a black chick that was in that George Lopez's comedy show because she wouldn't shut up.
But see, I'm of two minds with that. It's a lot of videos that's being created. Like Tariq Nasheed, I was him, and Tariq is right. It's black woman and writing it off like and stop siding with non-black people when it comes to us, unless they just a known bad winch and it's just known. But we got to stop doing that because we do that too much. I think that's what messes us up a little bit.
What we're trying to get black women to correct your behavior. We can't co-sign with fuckery.
Yeah.
Because they said that woman was Afro-Latina too, which is funny because the first thing I would tell her is, "You're Latina. That's the problem. You want to be that, and they want to be white."
That's how come you jumped up and flipped him off. Okay. And said you didn't say anything else. No, we know black men are getting tired of this behavior. We can't defend that shit. That's like when we're talking about it. They say, well, you could have defended. No, I am not going to defend bad behavior. Okay. So a black woman commits murder, we supposed to co-sign with that shit? No.
Well, unfortunately, it's too many guys out there who will, and they the ones who keep black women in that same state.
Yeah.
Because the way she jumped up, I think be honest, I think a lot of people in the country is getting kind of fed up. They getting, I think it's gonna be a little while before white women start lashing out. Because black women,
no, they're gonna feel the brunt. Black women are still useful to white women to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Because they just on that feminist stuff so hard, so white women can seem like they're not as bad.
Because we're trying to. In fact, the wonder why they were calling themselves strong black women. Feminist.
Or I don't need a man. They're still the only group out here say that.
No, white women have been saying it for a while.
I've never heard it. Okay.
Oh, I've heard it lots. In fact,
what is an attractive white woman say that?
Oh yeah, they'll say it.
No, I'm not saying they don't say it, but I'm just saying I've never heard it. But okay,
I've heard it. In fact, if you go to Shield Wife, and put in "I don't need a man." You see her come up. She's a white woman.
Because like Lena, you said Seal?
Shield, SHIE.
Oh, okay.
Shield wife. I think she was the wife of I think her husband or ex-husband is a cop or something like that. Her name's Shield wife, and she talk about feminists and what they say. Feminists say it all the time.
Yo,
I mean, yeah, but a lot of feminists are like the Lena Dunham types. They're not the attractive types. These are what they say about feminism. Feminism is designed to make women that are ugly like have options.
Yeah.
So I mean, black women, you'll get good-looking black women, and they can get what they want with their looks. Still say that dumb shit because the hive mind, as Obsidian always says.
Yeah, because it's expected for them to say it.
Yo,
and
you guys gotta look at this. Like when that black woman got up in the audience, right? You gotta look at how those guys of other races put black women in their place. You didn't hesitate. She was real quick. But those guys already got the drop from us. They already know what time it is. You want the black woman?
Yeah.
They put her in her place real quick, and he was very diplomatic about it. He didn't say anything racial to her or anything to her like that.
And black women have more respect for them men because it seemed like black men. When I be listening to black women when they say black men weak, I be really think they really preferring to the fact that black men be letting them get away with stuff that they know is stupid.
Yeah.
But the thing is, we'll go to jail, man. Here's the thing: like when women say that I want a man that can, a man that can put me in my place. If there is no threat of violence, your words mean nothing. Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, what I always tell a woman, if she says that to me, I said, "So you want me to bounce your head off the wall? If you do something, because I'm not gonna waste the time just talking. I'm gonna let you know I will do it." And I'm gonna go to jail.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? And that's the dilemma that black men are in.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I always, because I dated some knucklehead. I always establish that right up front. You know.
Yeah.
They said, "Well, what are you gonna do?" I said, "I'm gonna break your face, and I'm gonna go to jail for 6 months, so we can see who gets out of the hospital. Either I get out of jail, or you get out of the hospital first. You want to try it?" They back the fuck off.
Because a lot of those low class dudes. A lot of those low-class dudes ain't got to see the problem is they ain't got nothing to lose. A lot of times it's not like Chris Brown where he just blacks out. It's dudes that don't got nothing to lose no way. It's the same thing with dudes that can have multiple kids by multiple women. They don't have nothing to lose because they ain't got no income anyway. And that's like the cycle of BS that women are not acknowledging. So
they acknowledge it, man. They know.
No, I know they know, but they, they'll play coy to death, and that's what I hate. Now going back to
that's
go ahead.
That's why that's why when Rosemarie was talking that shit, I said, listen to what Isadora Storm says, and she's no friend of black men. This is what she said about that stuff, and I directed her to 2 clips that said exactly the same thing. So now what? It ain't just us. You guys know what the deal is.
But she just wanted to be she's like, them kids where grown folks are talking at the grown folks table and they just want to make noise so they can say something stupid and it's cute because it's a kid. But it's like, okay, you said something. That's how a lot of sisters are. Like Rosemarie, she wasn't saying nothing.
No.
She didn't say
because it's in public. And she said, I don't want to, after what you did to, you heard me first time. I said, what did I do to her?
Put her on her knee. It's BGS knee time. That's what I call these hangouts.
Am I that bad?
No, you're not. That's my point. You're not. No, here's the thing though. You're not bad. It's like what did you always say? It's like talking to your children. Well, actually, it's not. The way these women sound, it's like talking to your grandchildren. Mm-hmm. That's all it is. And that's not a bad thing. Because your tone, you just give them the rope.
Yeah.
And she seemed like she was on, I don't know, she just trying to build up a channel. But even when she responded to you, and I commented to her when she said, you know how when we talking and you say, that's a common thing. And she was saying that you was being sarcastic. And I was like, well, that's common. And then she replied, she was like, ain't nobody stupid. And And I'm like, well, that is coming. Like, I'm like, come on now, you one of these.
What he was doing was he's like, okay, you're getting warmer and warmer. And here's the thing, we were just talking, a couple of hours ago, where you didn't think, like, you was like, what is it about what I'm saying that I wasn't getting with what you were talking about? Right. And the thing is, so it's not like, okay, if it's a guy that you like conduct yourself like completely. You know what I'm saying? And you did the same thing with them. And then, but the problem is, what they want to do is they want to be catered to.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could open up the lines, let everybody in, and everybody have a piece of her. I didn't. I said, just me and you, get it off your chest, so you can't say that people jumped on you and stuff like that. I catered to you because I said the first thing I said when I let everybody in, I said, okay, you guys, she's a guest. What? Be nice. Okay. In other words, don't jump
agreeing with a lot of what we were saying. That's like the most annoying part. And then Rose, I can't take her seriously. If you want to talk to a black woman that's from the UK, it's this YouTube channel that's called MTW, like Mona. Type that in. She shows her face. She's very attractive, older black woman. She looks like she's in her late 30s. And she makes a lot of sense, like with a lot of
Money's World.
Huh? Moni's World. Yeah, that's a woman I like to get on here because I believe that she has both videos, but she checks a lot of stuff. She checks women, she checks men, but she does check women.
She grew up in the hood over here, so she knows what it is.
Yeah, Rosemarie knows what it is. She's just playing. I think Rosemarie just likes my voice. Get a lot of women like that. They just like my voice, and they come on just to listen to me. So.
And I get that. It's just, this is serious business. So when a lot of these women come up here playing, they think like you're losers. That's why you're online. I'm like, I'm working. That's why I've been hopping on and off this hangout. Because now that I know how to jump into the hangout and just keep the call on going while it's going on, I don't need to,
we're saying this is YouTube. Nobody, for the most part, nobody knows anybody. All we know is what you tell people online. So a woman comes online talking smack. There's we can't really say that you are or you aren't because we don't know you. We don't care. All there is the ideas that you put out. You guys don't know who the hell I am. So basically, all you know is the ideas that I put out, the information I put out. Is it valid? Is it worthy? And stuff like that. That's how come you keep coming back, because I don't say anything about whether I'm rich, wealthy, or anything else like that. I tell the truth, as best I can. I give you the information, and that's what you rely on. That's what it's supposed to be relied on online. That's all you have. Nobody cares.
I'm gonna tell you what she didn't like either. You heard me first, didn't like when you asked her like what degree if she had a degree or what degree she had.
I asked you. I didn't ask you what a degree. I said, what did you go to school for?
Oh yeah, and I know what you're talking about because it was the same thing with that engineering dude when you said that on that other call. We were talking about automation and stuff like that. But the way she took it was like because that's what black women do. They try to use that as like a validation piece. Yeah. So I noticed how she didn't want to answer it. So that told me that whatever she had, she didn't think it was on par with what you had. That's why she didn't say it.
What I'm saying is it's not, it wasn't, I know what you're saying. I was just asking her because if I talk to an engineer, there's a certain way I have to talk to him where he's going to understand, or, we can jive. Same thing with a philosopher or something like that.
Yeah, you did it on the hangout. Yeah, so I know your intention, but what I'm saying is, I don't think she interpreted it that way.
She didn't feel in other words, she didn't feel her degree was adequate. Because if she had, she'd have said something.
No. So, and I feel like that is why she made that. Like, that's one of the big reasons why she's trying to get her soul back.
Y'all just wasting your time with. You're wasting your time with them.
Oh yeah. The thing is, the reason I have people on a hangout is see if
you like the devil on the shoulder, man.
Huh,
He's like the devil on the shoulder. He said, "Fuck him, leave him, stop it."
Yeah, but I'm saying is, if I get somebody, I found the quickest way to shortcut, especially women in the comment section, to keep going round and round and round and round and round. Okay, look, here's a hangout. I'm gonna open up a hangout. You jump on. We can chop it up. We can talk it out. We can finish it. Most women don't want to do that, so they back off and they kind of just float away. And basically, she just floated away. She made one more video, and basically, she just floated on away.
She trying to shame. She was trying to shame, like when she was talking about the educated lame and stuff like that, and saying that you're lame. But what she don't realize is that everybody on here don't necessarily have trouble with getting a woman. It's just that when you start to look for something serious, then that's when things start to become frustrating.
Yeah, and when you take like Albert. Albert admits that he might not be the most desirable guy in the world. He admits that, and she's got to pretend like men don't know that. I said, men start knowing whether they're going to be picked or not from the time they turn puberty. In fact, before that, they know what girls pick them, what kind of guys pick them.
They use the straw man argument. That's why it incredibly pisses me off when they use Tommy Sotomayor all the time, because that's their argument. And my thing is, the reality is, most of us on here really don't have a problem. If we start opening up the lines and say, look, I'm just getting me, any race of woman is what it is, we don't have a problem. Most of us, the problem, like we go with what you call it keeps on saying, but the problem is, like, my priority is to try to marry and appropriate with a black woman. That's where the friction comes in. She doesn't even understand that point. And then I'd be the very same guy they calling a coon if you see me, because I could have married a white woman. Like the girl, this French, she's from French Canadian. I mean, she's straight. And I heard them Quebec girls, by the way, are do guys.
Oh yeah, they're tight, man. Quebec girls are tight.
Yeah, it's the Toronto girls you need to leave alone.
Yeah, but listen to this, right? I get in those discussions with black girls all the time. But the thing is, like, when I talk to black girls, the way I dress and the way I speak and the way stuff, they know that I'm not interested in that. So they're going to come up to me and ask me, why is it that you don't date black women? And then we can get to a serious discussion. We can talk about it.
Well, they don't want to hear it, man. They don't want to hear it.
Yeah, no, it's just like Chrissy. Chrissy don't want to hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's colorism and you a coon.
They'll get down to a serious discussion and say, hey, man, these are the reasons why, this and that. You know, we can chop it up back and forth. But once you're in there with them and you're dating them and shit like that, it's a done deal, man. They're not gonna talk to you about nothing.
Yeah.
You can't never get to them. You can't never get through to them, because by the time you drop some good lines on them, they gonna get on that phone with their homegirls, and all the bullshit is gonna get reinforced.
Right? That's another thing too.
And then they back the same. They, like I say, the black woman, most black women, they downfall is other black women.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's just like relationship. You can be in a good relationship. She can be in a good relationship. The biggest danger to your relationship is her friends or her cousin or mother.
The second you break up with her friends are gonna be hollering at you.
Unless she's attracted to you and she knows that you're no good for her, she's not going to tell her friends about you at all.
Yeah.
And that's why a lot of sisters can't, like, you see how it plays out, because if you look at the politics of black women giving each other advice, knows how it's politics, it is politics. Stupid. Like with the dude, you can either say, okay, you good, I feel you, or that's on some dumb shit. But you know these dudes ain't gonna usually. You know, we know the dudes that are there that like to snitch a lot, or they like to tell girls stuff in high school. But most dudes, they get filtered out. But for the most part, if a dude give you advice, you either take it or leave it. With women, you got to have all this shit that's added onto it, because they know how they are. That's why they don't get along with each other. The only time you see sisters coalesce around shit is when they're, unless they're trying to throw a black man under the bus. Just like how white folks don't get unless they see another racial threat.
Rosemary says, please invite Money's World to your hangout. I have no idea who Money's World is, Rosemary. You can invite her yourself. I don't even know who she is.
I'll definitely talk to her, because I've commented with her back and forth, and I'll definitely try to point her to this channel, because she likes to talk about Tommy Sotomayor and a lot of Hotep stuff, but I don't think she knows the full scope of like what's out there, because she again.
With all the stuff that you guys are saying, these are accurate points not to deal with them. You guys need to listen to
No, and I'm not mad at him for saying that. We need folks like that.
When this hangout is over, listen to it. Listen to all the shit you guys are saying and ask yourself,
oh yeah,
why am I getting involved in this? You guys are basically walking in a minefield, man. You guys need to stop it, man.
But you know, dude, but how come you never talk about getting a black woman from another country, man? You real big for washing out. That's my thing. That's how I see it. I see it as because I'm light skinned. If I date a white woman, I'm saying fuck black people. It's over. Like I might as well get on the colorist train. I might as well go to Latin America, be at the top. I might as well say I'm not black. I'm Dominican.
Everybody has a different solution. So that's it. I don't knock anybody's solution.
Here's the situation with you dating black women.
No, I'm not coming at him like that. I'm asking him.
Okay, go ahead, answer, Tony. Go ahead and answer.
I'm just saying the problems aren't going to be as extreme. You're going to have the same problems, but they're just going to be lesser.
Well, okay, Tony. The reason there's a reason that black men don't wholesale jump to say white women. For instance, it's because there's a power dynamic, and anytime black men in America step outside of their race, they're taking a risk. So that's how come you have a lot of black men that are hesitant to do that. There's a reason for it. It's not just okay. We just deal with it because we deal with it. But in America, as a black man, anytime you step outside of your particular culture in America, you're taking a risk. You're almost putting your life into your hands.
Let me ask you this, right? Okay, I live in America. What risk are you taking?
Spoken like somebody that's not born here.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, okay, say I'm dating a white woman. Donovan Sharp says the same thing. Say that white woman decides to go ape shit, right? It just freaks out on you, and you're out in public, and she freaks out on you. She gets the car, starts screaming and hollering. Man, you're gonna be surrounded by 6 or 7 police cars with guns drawn.
Okay, now let me ask you, how often have you seen a white woman do that?
Dude, it happens a lot more than you think.
Yes, it does.
I mean, O.J. Simpson. I mean, dude, Emmett Till. I mean, we got a history of this.
How many times does it have to happen to you for it to be a risk?
Okay, now a black woman will do the same thing to you.
Yeah, but they don't get the same kind of protection.
No,
they don't. Look, a white woman can say that you were raped. A white woman can have sex with you and just go to a police station after you dicked her down good and say this black man raped me. It's a clear and credible threat that black man will be killed, especially in Trump's America.
Yeah,
and then you gotta
no hyperbole. No hyperbole.
The process. You have to go through the process of.
They may be a nigger lover, but you're still an N-word.
One at a time. Go ahead. What's your name? Black Panther.
Simply Cool.
Simply Cool. Okay, go ahead.
You say you gotta go. It's two things. I think with a man, you do kind of want to save your people. Like if you go on the other side, and everybody go wholesale, that's a wrap.
That's a part of it too.
In you. It's deep rooted in you.
Yeah.
To have that, and then also you got to go through being around this woman's parents and they whole family and stuff, because you don't just marry the girl.
Oh, what's that movie with Key and Peele, Black Get Out? Have you seen the trailer?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's just like that, and it is like that. So but anyway, what I want to say is you're admitting defeat when you do that. As black men, if you just wholesale do that, you might as well go ahead and cut your balls off and go gay, as far as I'm concerned. If we do it as wholesale men, because you're basically admitting extinction, at least in African American sex.
There's two. Actually, my brother, he's cracking up, man. He's getting ready. Go ahead, jump in, man. I'm gonna unmute your mic. I know you want to say something, so I'm gonna let Michael, go ahead and jump in, because he's ready to bust the gut, man.
And the shit that you guys put up with, no other group of men are going to put up with that. The only reason why that you're having to deal with it is because you keep on putting up with it.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not as simple as it sounds as a black man in America. So you come from a different...
I know, but you see the stuff that black women do, those guys of other races, if they're willing to do that, they would have written them off a long time ago. And that's the reason why those girls don't act that way, because they know their men are going to write them off real quick.
White women ain't angels.
Because you know what I'm saying? Did you hear what the joke that George Lopez said?
Yeah.
He said, "Don't marry anybody black and don't park in front of my car." And that's not the first time. I've known a lot of Hispanic men to say exactly the same thing. That's what a black man in America, I'm not talking about any place else, but in America has to put up with, where he puts it. Everybody's trying to dick police a black man.
Now, black men can override that if they got resources. Women ain't even hearing that. But the reality is, all these, see, that's the thing, is somebody comes from society that, like, you all are very much so assimilated. They're not, because that's how the Europeans are, man. It's like, as long as you're like Canadian first or you're German first, if you're mixed, they're going to let you in the fold because they don't see you as a threat. That's the problem with a lot of Europeans and these Muslims. It's too much too fast.
Yeah.
You know, and that's where you see the tension there. But if you assimilate, you're on their program. That's why a lot of these black dudes, they go to France and they're like French and stuff. They accept you a lot more. It's a lot more pushed down versus in America. You a nigga no matter how much you assimilate.
We come from a different culture. So I'm not saying that you're wrong, because you're right. And slowly but surely, black men are doing that. They're actually going elsewhere. They're doing it slowly but surely, because one, it's proximity. They're around other races a lot more. And two, that the society is a lot more accepting of it. So it's a slow process, but it's kind of overcome 200 years of
and I mean, African men don't put up with this from there. So you're making it like it's like a genetic thing.
No, I'm talking about Black America. It's a cultural thing.
Black American men.
Okay, my bad. I didn't hear that. So my thing is, that's why I keep on. Here's my thing. What I see in the future, no matter what, there's always going to be a sizable percentage of black men that go your route. Like, I have to accept that and not throw dudes under the bus to do that. Like, if you look at most of the black billionaires out here, you look at people like Don Peoples. That's what marrying like white to get into industries. Don Peoples is a good example of that. Frank Smith is an example. Byron Allen. I can give you name after name. So I get that. But as far as what needs to be the dominant policy, it needs to be what the Republicans say, repeal and replace, do with black women. A part of that is going to be black men going non-racial, going to interracial. And me, I feel like darker tone black men need to have a little bit more of a license to do that in lighter tone, because if you're like me or Kaepernick, then you need to pick a side. Damn that on the fence stuff. And I put myself at a higher standard as far as, like, I'm black, period.
Bring it back.
There's always
exactly.
Like Edward, there's always going to be people like you that are there. But the thing is, the environment that the United States is actually building towards that, it's an uphill fight. Let's put it that way.
Oh no, and I understand that, and I accept that, and that's one of the things about when you thought I was like arguing with what you were saying. It's not that I'm saying what you're saying is wrong. It's just, if it's kind of like, okay, the wave is going, the wind is going this way. Okay, now how do I need to adjust myself in order to control what I can?
Yeah, it's time to fight, because 500 years. After 500, go ahead.
I'm a dark black man.
That's all it is.
I go all over the world. I go to Wales, and white girls are just coming up to me just to touch me.
Yeah, because you're exotic. You're exotic.
Yeah. Well, sex and who you decide to plant your flag on and marry or have kids with, and who you have sex with, two different things. I've never had an issue with black men, having sex to their heart's desire when it comes to anybody any woman they want to. But black men have to have a concept of legacy, and that's a big part that I don't hear a lot. Because if you think about legacy, then you're thinking, because why do all this work if I tell you that your grandkids are going to be white kids? Now, this is where brothers try to one-drop rule it to death. That's why I told Sonny she's not black, because she's not. And she didn't like that, but she's not. So if you say your kids are going to be...
It depends. It depends on what culture you're in. In this culture, you're black.
I'm talking about to not trust her.
Go ahead, Albert. Albert first.
Okay, she with her choice and her husband, she's choosing to not be black, or her boyfriend being a white guy. Like I have a cousin. I have 2 cousins that are biracial. One of them, the guy, he married himself a white girl. The daughter, she married herself a black guy.
Mm-hmm.
Now both of them have kids. Mm-hmm. One's going one way, one going the other. You know, she, in Sonny's case, she's choosing to go down that white path. So like you said, at some point in the game, she's going to be, her family, her kids are going to be white.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, her kids, not some point in the game. I mean, it's the same thing with Sage Steele. But Sage Steele wants to be a black woman when it's convenient, and black people have to have enough self-confidence to stop doing that. Like, black women are never going to enforce that because they have low self-esteem, but black men have to do that because this is about money and wealth. So I'm getting down to the business. So that's exactly
turn on your speaker, Michael.
Because that's exactly like when I named Byron Allen, Franklin Smith. These are people that have intellectual property and assets we could use, but at the same time, you know, their kids are going to be more. They're going to be like Don People's kids are white passing. Yeah. They're like cute.
Oh, like Rashida Jones.
Yeah, they made that the choice. Go ahead, Michael. Jump in.
The question I have is, and again, I've been listening to you guys for a while and everything like that for a while, so I appreciate everything that you guys drop as far as knowledge is concerned and new ideas. I want to say that first. But do you think it's a reoccurring theme, right? Mm-hmm. The hangouts usually always go somewhat the same. We talk to politics and everything like that, and then we get back to black women, black culture, and stuff like that. Well, it's Ibmore, so it makes sense. But the spin I would almost like to see is, or the question I have is, do you think one of the questions I have is, do you think we have a problem adapting to this whole thing where we're really trying to fight it? Because I see a lot of people on YouTube trying to fight it. And then number 2, what can we do to build these resources? Me, myself, I'm a business person, or I'm an IT consultant. I'm at one of my customers right now in Coral Gables, Miami. And I'm starting a new venture, opening up a hair salon. Like, I'm doing other things. Yeah. So can we do more of that? And I'm going to mute myself so I can hear you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'll constantly do more of it. Yeah. I mean, we've been doing more. It's not that we have never done it. We constantly have been doing exactly what you're saying. This has been that way since people, even before black people came out of slavery. It's a constant thing. But the thing is, do you want a cohesive black community, okay, against a dominant society that doesn't want a cohesive black community?
Yeah,
I want to get in there too, but let some other people.
Yeah, let me come in too.
Okay.
One at a time. Go ahead, Albert.
I was going to say culture and legacy. The thing that Edward is mentioning about passing something on to the next generation, and then the lack of culture and the adoption of just being dusty in the one generation is what's killing us. You know, you can build something up, but if you don't have 3, 4, 5 generations of people, 20, 40, 50, 60 years worth of people to maintain it from generation to generation, no matter what you build.
Okay, the thing is that you have to look at the reset. Basically, from 1960 on, you had a reset in culture, and for a cultural adaptation, it takes about 7 generations or thereabouts. So it takes about 150 years. So if we take the 55 years from 1960 to where we are right now, right? You're only a third of the way through the cycle. So the thing is, you're expecting results faster than humanly possible. Because they never.
How long did it take? It took black people 30 years to get almost out of slavery.
But basically, it was a process. It didn't just happen overnight. And basically, you were released, and once they were out of slavery, they got put back into semi-slavery, which is Jim Crow. Yeah.
Well, okay. So the answer, because I want to answer the guy's question. Is anybody else?
You go ahead and answer the question.
Okay, so my thing is, what it ultimately comes down to, whenever you learn anything and you grow, it comes down to, like, what do you value? And it comes to getting clear on that. That's the problem with a lot of black men in general, even black men that are educated, is we're not clear on, you know, what we should be doing because we don't have that kind of cultural reinforcement that other groups have. Comes back to culture. So what I would say is, you know, like Dr. Claude Anderson and people before him said, build power, wealth, and influence. Clearly you're doing that. And then the fourth thing I add to it is get very focused on finding others that do the same. It's kind of like when you have a group and you're trying to bring, it's kind of like what the Mormons do when you're constantly trying to bring people in a group that may match your values and match who you are. And obviously you want to find black people that are doing that. It's kind of like you can't pick the family that you're born with, but you can pick the family or the camaraderie, you know, amongst brotherhood, amongst men, and then women too fit that same bill.
Well, what I've done
good at that.
Well, what I've done personally is that first I started my first company about 6 years ago with myself and my business partner Jermaine. So I'm the M, he's the J, and Black, he's a brother. And then we added another business partner about 2, maybe 3 years ago. A lot of the marketing stuff, and really try to build the dream team. And then after that, now with this next venture, what we're trying to do is I have a Hispanic gentleman, Renard, and he's a really good dude, and another Black gentleman, Michael. And now I'm like, all right, cool. Now I have 4 business partners, 2 on each side. I'm saying, hey, everybody, let's start meeting up and become a consortium, like businessmen, business-minded people getting together, because they see how I don't fuck around with no bullshit. And I'm really trying to, like, I'm not mean or anything, but at the same time, like, I'm gonna talk about money, clothes, and hoes. But it's really gonna be business. Like, we get business done first and get that out of the way.
Yeah.
And then go from there.
There's organizations out there that actually there are Black business organizations out there that you connect with that do this, that help you and do the same thing that you do. And they've been there, but nobody connects with them. They can't, you know.
And I also like to do it on a smaller scale, because kind of like what Morpheus was saying, or actually what you were saying, is that it takes so long, and it's very surprising to hear that you say it takes 7 generations. That's like wild to me. My family is of Jamaican descent. I was the only one born here in the U.S.
Yeah.
But everybody else is born in JA.
Yeah.
But you know, it's like I see that in smaller groups.
Yeah.
It actually does. It works a little bit faster, but it's a smaller group.
Smaller group.
Well, I'm talking about societal change, but I don't think that applies to like a
smaller group. No. I'm talking about cultural, a large cultural change. Yeah. When you say smaller group, what do you mean by you say smaller group?
Okay, BGS. When I say smaller group, like, you know, maybe the group that I'm talking to, like you say 4 or 5 people and their associated families.
No, we're talking about culture. We're talking about culture.
Right.
Yeah.
Because individual.
But I think if you start with these smaller groups, like how you guys always talk about, or you mentioned like you guys always talk about the I don't know why I miss it. The 10th, the talented 10th.
Okay.
It's
go ahead,
like,
Albert. Yeah.
Okay.
1 second, BTS. Who makes the culture and who's the protector of the culture?
The thing is, the culture protects itself because the defense is built into the culture.
Okay. The male and female culture protected.
No, they have different roles, but male and female can protect the culture in different ways.
Yeah.
Okay. Going off of the cell.
So what? You got like Ray and Pookie, like they're protecting this type of culture.
Well,
mind state.
What I'm saying, okay, if you
Sorry
understand,
to cut you, Albert.
No, I'm saying if a culture has all those elements built into it. So in other words, when you say who protects the culture protects itself because self-defense of the culture is already built into it. You know, in other words, defense is self-protection is like either the first or second element in culture. Okay. Because the first thing is the reason you come together is, you know, a group of people, especially in the wilderness. If you think about it, it's better to be in a large group than being by yourself, right? Right. So you come together to defend yourself, and then cooperation as far as gathering food and that kind of stuff, eating, which is economic. That's the second thing that you come together to do. And then as you go higher up, you have different other things. Go ahead, Albert.
Have any of y'all ever been to a Mormon church?
Once. Why?
Okay. In a Mormon church, what they do is basically what this brother is talking about. They get together. They have basically they if you want to get married, they have somebody they find somebody to hook you up to get married with.
Mm-hmm.
If you're trying to build something, they come together. Like let's say you're trying to get a house together, they come together and they build the house for you, so you don't have any debt. And the structure is enforced by the community, so there's no no wandering eyes, nothing untoward's gonna get out of control in that group. So basically, if you're trying to build that cell, you have to have a floor of the values that everybody's going to accept, and then intergenerationally, you have to pass those values on to your children and have them accept it. So
the Mormons started as a cell,
right? That's what I'm getting at. So,
but it grew over a couple hundred years, but it started as a cell.
But it's no different than I think sometimes we get real big. Like it's no different than when you look at things like a fraternity or you look at any organization. I mean, even if you look at how the PUA stuff started, in the early 1998 and early 2000s, how that got really big, like certain trends and stuff. And how that stuff feeds into each other. I mean, look at how MGTOW is. I mean, it's just. The problem with black men, the biggest problem with black men are trust. So this is what I would recommend to you. If you want somebody to model after, look at how Boyce Watkins did his stuff, how he brought people in the fold that could help him, but he can add value to him based on his skills, his expertise. Another thing I would tell you to focus on is like when you talked about money, clothes, and hoes, but that's after the fact. See, that's that classic man brand that I'm trying to talk about, and you brand it. And you say, this is what I represent, this is what I'm about, and as an aggregate group, this is what we're about. One thing I'm going to start getting involved in studying a lot is just the study of organizations and teams. Because when I look at groups like, let's say, a black biker gang, and stuff that feeds into itself like a hierarchy or a group, that's another thing that black people got to worry about too. Black men, if we start congregating too much, they will fuck our shit up too. That's another thing to keep in mind. Do not think these white, seriously, even if it's not on some illegal stuff, they'll come at you. Ask Warren Ballantyne about that. They'll make up some bad real estate deal fraud that happened, and they'll try to drag all of us into it. That's what they do. This is how Black Wall Street is broken apart. Yeah, you talk about the DOD. They went and saw Boyce Watkins and Zoe Williams over that Dallas shooting. They not playing, and he's doing a business school. And so my point is the branding part, man, dude, definitely stick with that, because if you brand, here's the thing, nobody cares about how you get your money if they're doing it legally, because that's the boring part. That's the lame part that they would say. What they care about is the emotional BS, like what they see, and it seems like it's magic, even though you have a business mindset behind it.
Yeah, the biggest problem, the biggest problem I've seen with black men and black people in general is sweat equity. Okay, in other words, everybody wants to get paid instead of pitching in and using their labor and waiting.
I got something to add to that.
Me too. So let's go first.
So back to what Morpheus was saying about trust. I think sometimes it's not just trust. And this goes into what you just said. It's just sometimes people just want instant gratification. They want it quicker than anything. So you almost can't. Yeah, exactly. They're thirsty, so they'll do anything to steal your little bit of the water. Like y'all all drinking out of the same gallon jug, but they want a little bit more water. They want it right now. And then they want to be like, oh, no, I'm going to take yours.
I got a solution to that problem.
Because they don't believe that there's going to be any water left. It's not.
Right.
Because in other words.
Because of their past observations.
Because their past observations. In other words, let me get mine. If I get paid ahead of time and they take off, it doesn't work out, I'm good because I already got paid.
Right.
So this is how you deal with that. The first thing is understand going in is, you can read the people you're dealing with, and the masses are going to be like this more than the few. But you got to understand that you have to, something. So they can start making a different calculation that if they fuck you over, the gravy train is over. So they're incentivized to keep that bridge from burning that bridge, because they see you as something they could totally get something from. So how do you do that? This is how you do.
This is
go ahead.
Sorry, I got to interject on that, because this is how I do it. Is I tell them straight up. I found personally, I make more money by one, being truthful, two, helping feed others. If my business partners know that I'm going to feed them, then their mind is at ease. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just had to interject.
I like you added on.
It's because they're getting paid. Okay.
Exactly.
And that's fine if they're getting paid. What I'm saying is, if you have a,
what happens?
I'll give you an example. Everybody knows about Issa Rae, right? And her production company that's blowing up right now, right? They worked 5 years without getting paid. How many black people would do that?
Were they actually black American?
They weren't black. Well, you had a couple black Americans, but I'm saying is mostly black African.
All right. Yeah, like I mean,
no, it's the same thing with James Wan and Justin Lin before he did Saw.
Whatever. Yeah.
Before he did Saw. But anyway, but that's another thing a lot of people don't understand is being with black people don't understand. It's like on the business owner side is they think payment is just money. There's like if I own some real estate properties and I have like let's say I own like a couple of townhomes or something like that, and I got an empty one, I can pay somebody with providing them like discount rent as long as they provide X, Y, and Z. It's just how I write up. And obviously, so it's stuff like that. It's benefits too, and that's where we don't get creative in how we offer things to people.
Well, the thing is, when you put it in sweat equity, put it in time, it's not costing you in money. But the thing is, it's risk. You're risking your time and your effort that this may not pay off, and black people are risk adverse.
Yeah, nobody wants to feel pain.
Because a white man, a group of white guys can have a good idea, come together and say, I'm willing to sleep on the floor for 6 months because I believe that this idea will take off.
And you know what? I feel the same way too. And I've done that even with my business partners for the longest, only recently, because I'm trying to transition to just do this full time and not work a night job. Mm-hmm. But for 5+ years, I've been working my night job, doing this business, but it's getting to the point where my time is saturated. Mm-hmm. So I approached my business partners and I said, hey, listen, I'm gonna have to come up with Operation Lion Share. I'm gonna have to take a lion's share of all the profits. But for the past 5 years, I've been splitting it even, but doing a lot of the work.
Yeah. They understand. See, I would have never did that.
But that's the problem, though. But some people won't. I think you have to make that sacrifice.
You have to make the sacrifice. And
somebody has to make it.
Well, let me tell you why, but I'll let y'all go. But let me tell you why I wouldn't do that.
If you start reading, especially the startup model, if you start reading about Elon Musk, on his own volition, gathered his ass up out of South Africa, where he's a PhD, a physics PhD, came to America only to sleep on the couch for 2 years just to get his business started. How many people are going to take that risk?
I mean, I understand that, but that's superhuman. That's not what you have.
No, what I'm saying is, if you want to do something superhuman, what do you have to do?
How many?
One at a time. Well, Tony, go first because he hasn't gotten in. Go ahead, Tony.
How many black girls are going to date you if you have an idea and you're sleeping on somebody's couch?
None, probably.
Yeah. Well, I don't care about that's them. You fuck white women or other races of women in the meantime.
And what I'm saying, white women won't even. But for the most part, if you're sleeping on the couch, unless you're young.
Well, but see, okay, so we're getting kind of I get that with sleeping on the couch,
but it's not part of the issue. It doesn't matter. What do you want to do? What do you want to accomplish? And what are you willing to sacrifice to do that? And black men haven't got to the point of the sacrifice part.
Well, I mean, like, so let's take me for example. Like, I was willing, like, I'm 30 now and I have my own place and stuff like that. But up from me being 25 to being 28, I moved back in with my mom in order to conserve resources as much as possible. Now, obviously, that sounds like a typical thing a black person would do, but I had a focus in why I did it. Because I was paying X amount of rent. I knew I could cut a huge swath to that. I knew me and my mom could, focus resources, basically split the resources and I take that money and reinvest it. So, I mean, the sacrifice does not have to be as big as sleeping on the couch. The problem is, now, if you want to make a huge amount of action in a short period of time, then yes,
It's not even a big sacrifice.
the pain that you might have to do is going to be more. But if you're focused on the right path, anyway, my point is, it doesn't have to be like that. That's a small sacrifice.
Well, the thing is, if you really want to push the race ahead, if you really want to do something, you be Hercules and lift that rock, you're going to have a Herculean effort. And sometimes that sacrifice and that risk is something that you're going to have to take. It's my boys in IT, you hear that story constantly. Because I came up during the era when the internet wasn't a thing, right? And all these groups are getting started. I used to sit in not only on the user groups, and they would tell you the stories about how this company got started, how this got started, how
program was written,
how program was written, and you get to hear guys. Well, we were sleeping, we were working in my mom's garage, and my buddy was sleeping on the couch, and for 2 years we were writing this program. We had no idea that we believed that we could write it, we could actually get it off the ground, or either sell it or start a company. There's tons of people with that story. He's one of them. Go ahead.
I understand that, but like, I get that, and I'm not saying you shouldn't be prepared to have to do that. But what I am saying at the same time is, it's not like every single person to make a business happen has to do that. Like, it's a lot easier now to create these apps than it was before.
I'll give you a real, because I always give the example of the Guatemalan guy that sells burritos, right? Okay. He had an old rusty truck, a beat up grill, where he could put his tortillas on, and basically an old barbecue grill where he would basically cook his meat, right? He started with that. He started with nothing. He worked his ass off for very little for a good year to start his business. Now he's got 3 locations. What I'm saying is, it's a matter of where you're willing to start, what sacrifices you're willing to make. If you look at Asian, that's why I like about Asian women or Chinese women, they don't spend shit. They don't even buy bottled water, because every dollar is saved and it's going to something productive. But they're willing to do that for 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years, and you wonder how come they're living in this big house and driving a Mercedes 15 years later.
So what I would challenge you, this is what I would tell somebody saying that. I would say, you understand how our people are, so I'm challenging you to find a way to do that around that. And what it sounds like is that, because I know, like, I'm not gonna say
You're borging out. I know a guy that's black and he did it.
What you're doing is, like, because even in real estate, you don't got, like, if you get involved in real estate and stuff like that, that's just a matter of having the proper planning, the proper focus, and raising the right money. You don't have to be in a ditch somewhere to get involved in real estate.
That's not enough, because I've talked to a lot of people that do real estate, and some people lose their shirts. They'll do good for like the first 5 deals or 2 deals or first deal. Then after that, like, they lose their shirt. Same thing goes in any other type of market. Yeah. And with the IT stuff, like, I think sleeping on the couch, that's the least you could do. I mean, that's really, I have a different mindset with it. And I told my business partners, and I told them the same thing. And I said, listen, when I'm ready to pop off and I'm turning 35,
I'm telling you, it ain't that hard. And that's the difference.
I'm telling you, sometimes it is.
Yeah, sometimes it is.
Pick another industry.
No.
No. Why? I have my skills in IT, and it's not really to argue a point with you. It's just there's another side to the story. Yeah. There's another path, and sometimes it is that hard.
Sometimes it is that hard. Yeah, and you have to be willing.
And then I'm saying I'm not saying it doesn't have to be that way, but you make it like that's 100% what it is. No. It's guaranteed.
What are you willing to do? And that's the right. What kind of sacrifice are you willing to make? Because I remember a friend of mine, he's a filmmaker, right? He made 1 film. I said, how come you don't make another? Because I don't have this, I don't have that, I don't have that, I don't have that. So I said, do you have a computer? He said, I got a laptop. Here's the software. Here's the camera. and I will go help you make a film. I helped him make a film. He got it shown in a couple festivals. But I provided free labor. I provided the camera. He used his skills and he cut the film and whatnot. But the thing is, it got made. He could have done more. The thing is, what are you willing to do? What are you willing to sacrifice?
Maybe my problem. Maybe my problem is I'm in digital marketing. So the resources that I need and the resources that I need to harness to make something work is far less than what you're talking about. Like if somebody wanted to do a media comment, let's take with DJ. Are you all familiar with DJ Vlad?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let's look at what he did. He ain't had to jump off a roof in order to make that happen. That's $1,500 what he put together. It's just
but he had connections already, so it's a natural evolution. He didn't just start.
He started with porn stars.
What I'm saying is he knew the people already. He had connections, so it was just a natural outgrowth. We went from what he did to something else. So in other words, if you're in IT and you have one app, it's easier to do the second app than it is the first one.
Okay,
Edward,
go ahead.
Okay, basically, we got to learn how to humble ourselves, learn our markets, and practice our skills in a way that's not wasting effort and time. What BGS is basically saying with his buddy, using the camera example and putting the film together, he went in there thinking, okay, I got to have this expensive product to be able to make it a product. And he humbled himself and learned how to take something that wasn't necessarily the cutting of the edge, but would do a good job.
Yeah.
And a lot of times what we're doing right now is we're saying, I don't have the bread maker 9000, so therefore I can't make bread. And bread for centuries.
And I believe you all are being very dismissive, though.
No, we're not being dismissive. How? And wait, hold on. How are we being dismissive?
Because the way you all said, I believe in work smarter, not harder. That's my mantra. So my thing is, you all are saying this has to be. You make it seem like it's absolute what you all have to do. No, and I'm telling you, it's not. So it's like
let him finish.
No, and I'm telling you, it's not. So I'm saying we know where our people are as far as I'm talking about black men that have jobs that are making money. We have to meet them at some point at their level. There's certain skills they have to have. But if you present to them, okay, you're going to lose your shirt and pretty much most likely have to sleep on the couch, well, you might as well not even bring up a presentation to them because you're wasting your time. You might find those couple of people you find, but by and large, I'm thinking, and see, this is the same thing I had with the other hangout. I'm thinking more broad stroke here. Well, how can we bring in the maximum amount of people with a vision and give them clarity on what they have to do?
But is your paintbrush big enough to do that broad stroke? Sorry.
Yeah, what I'm saying is, Edward, this is how things are built. This is how they're built. You keep complaining, how come we can't do what the white boys do? This is how they did it.
Right.
How come we can't do the same thing?
That's not how I see
Jack
it.
Ma. I know that's not how you
see it. Like two, it doesn't mean literally 60 seconds.
What I'm saying is, if you read, how many books do you have to read? How many stories do you have to hear about Bill Gates?
YouTube.
Bill Gates.
Even YouTube.
Google. You name it. What's his name? Amazon.
Can I have 60 seconds?
Well, let me finish my point. You can have 120 seconds. Okay, let me finish because we let you finish your point. Didn't we? Okay. In other words, if you read story after story, person after person, and all of them have the same similarities, when does it not dawn on you that this does work?
I understand that works.
The question I have is, if you do lose your shirt while you're doing it, you're doing a sure thing and you lose your shirt, will you stop?
Like I'm doing a sure thing. No,
yeah, I
won't stop. But that's me.
If you believe it's a sure thing, will you? If you believe in it enough, will you? If you lose your shirt, will you stop?
I'm wired to keep on.
Within this,
and that's the thing. I think what it is just like you kind of alluded to, is like you just don't see it that way. But that's the way that Elon Musk, the guys that make YouTube, even the night job I work for, up in Boca. The dude sold the company for like 60-something mil like 2-3 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm talking every day another new car. But that's where he started, and that's what happened. Is like, you know, I think your digital marketing, right? If you do digital marketing and you do that well enough, what happens when you fail and fail hard? Will you stop?
I saw it because there's a lot of Indians like in a town that like next to where I live. Anyway, my point is they look at it like a triangle, right? Mm-hmm. Imagine a triangle, and that point there's another triangle, and then there's a circle that kind of drives, kind of like one of those spinning wheel things that drives the wheel, kind of like an Indian steer. What they do is they have three things. They have you got the jobs like the doctor, the tech folks, you know, those high quality jobs that they want all their kids to do because they have pride, blah, 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 the 6-figure jobs. Then that's like at the top. And then what that does is that feeds into what I call their small businesses or their turnkey businesses. These are the things that they're known for, the gas stations, the subways, the dry cleaners, whatever crap they have in the black community, blah, 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 blah. That also now that will feed into the next one on the left, which is their long-term business plan, which is typically motels. A lot of people don't know how much Indians are in motels. Super 8, so motel inns. Ramada and basically that's the so what it is that's the long-term business strategy versus they have now the short-term one or the not
you're boring out.
The point is, so it's not necessarily all this lose your shirt, do this, do that. The point is, as a group, now granted, it's because they have a better culture that's more coherent, they can go to people and raise this money. That's what I'm talking about. You can break 401ks to invest in real estate if you know how to present it.
Okay.
Hello?
Yeah, Ed.
So that's my point. Yeah.
From the perspective of having observed the Indian family and having had some of them that have had the store, and I've seen them do the hotel thing and break out and other things, they do it like the Mexicans. They get a bunch of them in a house. They get a house that's paid for. And then they bring a family over. That family's going to mind that store and bring in that constant source of income. And they're not going to have any overhead. They're going to have food. And 5 years go by. They have a bulk of funds saved up for minding that store and doing that, and not having a lot of overhead. Then they go into something else. So what you're saying is all fine and dandy, but the lone individual does not do what they're doing.
Yeah. What I'm talking about, and that's why we're talking about units. This is what I'm talking about very specifically. If somebody were to say they want to get in real estate, what I would tell them, like let's say they got experience before they lose their shirt. The first thing they need to do before they lose their shirt, if they do 1 or 2 successful deals, is at that point they need to find the nearest black church. They need to pay off the pastor, particularly a mega church. They need to go ahead and just pay off the pastor, and then they need to say, who are the guys that have X amount of things? This is what I'm about. I need your credibility. There's ways to do it. I understand that, and I understand the Googles and all of that, but also all the companies that came after it got started with startup culture, where they didn't lose their shirt. They just came in, because I see all these Duke kids that's not too far from me. They do it all the time with how they think. So I get it, and you need to be prepared to do what you're talking about. But I'm saying too, there's another way, and I feel like you all are not acknowledging it.
I'm not either, but I'm just saying, what happens when you hit that wall? Like, it's kind of like there is 2 sides to it. And then sometimes when they say like, hey, listen, you don't have to lose your shirt. Some of those people made their shirt. Like
Jason
they
Black
made it themselves in a sense.
Jason Black said that black people get enough money to go out of business. And that's what I hear what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying. Keep in mind, I'm not sitting here saying you are wrong. Right. Your way is actually probably the more guaranteed way. If you're going to tell somebody the absolute truth, if they really want to get in this and not lie to them, then yes, your way is the safe way. Your way is like that investing, modestly but consistently way. So I'm not taking nothing away from
what is standard? Why do you not think black people do not start?
I think it's because of an information thing. It's an awareness thing.
It's fear.
I know that's why.
Fear. It's fear.
Right.
It's fear and fear of losing their money, and fear of losing. Status. Period. It's fear.
Right. And that's why it's important to start small, too. Like my thing is, if we want to, because look at how all of you all are talking about like multi-billionaires. We're not talking about little things like starting a car detailer.
It doesn't matter.
if a company starts out of their garage, they didn't start with multi-billions.
Millions of dollars. The guy that sells burritos that has 3 or 4 stands where he hires 20 people, he started with his family and a beat up truck. He started
himself first.
He started. He put in sweat equity is more important than capital. And I'm trying to get black people to turn that switch off and turn on the sweat equity, because you have what you need. If you have an idea and you got a strong back and you have enough fortitude to put in that sweat equity, you can succeed, regardless of whether you have capital or not.
Listen, I was sweating while I was listening to y'all earlier while I was putting up a server. So
no, I mean,
but you gotta do that. Like, but I think what the reason why I'm saying this, and it's kind of why I kind of went down this path, is simply because that a lot of people won't make that sacrifice. And as you said, you have to turn that switch on. But I think a lot of people are kind of like what you're saying, Morpheus, is that, or Ed,
it's
is
cool.
that
It's not none of them my name, but yeah, that's cool.
But a lot of people, they're like, oh shit, I'm gonna lose my shirt, fuck this shit. And then they leave. But I think, and as we're talking about these larger multi-billion-dollar companies, because that's what they grew into. And you mentioned a YouTube or even like my night job. The story is the dude started out of his garage when they got a T3 line to his house. Yeah. I'm like, huh? Are you serious? A T3 line?
I believe that's beyond black people.
He took the risk.
Like, no, I had it in my house using Comcast. And my homeboy used to make fun of me, and it was just my test rack. And I'm talking, I had a 42U rack, almost 42 servers. Actually, no, like 10 servers, but I had space for that. And I was using Comcast, and he used to laugh at me. He was like, oh, yeah, what is that, Mama's House hosting? And I was like, man, he's fucked up, bro.
Yeah.
It's really fucked up. I had an AC, everything, sealed the garage off.
Yeah.
I mean,
I hear what you're saying, but you have to meet people where they are. And the problem, see, if you say that stuff to me, I'm looking at, oh man, this is a smart brother. Like when you said the stuff about what you did with your business partner, I'm like, oh crap, he's like 1, 2, 3, 4 levels. So I actually get excited about what you're saying. But the problem is my values are realigned. And well, I've always been business, but my point is my values are realigned to where I can see the value of what you are. If you're talking even in the top 10% of like educator brothers that's got jobs, a lot of them might not see that. And that's where I come in with what I'm talking about. My thing is you have to break it down to them to show them there's a pathway that they can reach and then move up to that level. If you just start at that level and then say you got to lose your shirt, where all they focusing on is the shirt because they don't see the basic building blocks.
What I'm saying is if you want to do something that's phenomenal, if you want to do something that's phenomenal, that's a sacrifice that it's going to take. If you just want to do something that's quick or something that's reasonable, then you can break it down and you say, well, okay, what do you have in your pocket right now? Like a lot of people,
get a job and then just invest in the S&P 500 and watch your money double in 10 years. I mean,
y'all talking trig, and you need to start with arithmetic with black people.
The first thing I tell, go ahead, Albert.
Okay, we got to tell brothers to stop trying to be shiny and stop tricking off their money. Just that simple.
First thing,
I do have phone posits.
I know this. What did I say? 70%. What did I keep saying in the comment section? 70% of black men money goes to either attracting a woman, courting a woman, maintaining a woman, trying to have sex with a woman.
Well, they're not serious. They're not serious about doing something. Those people aren't serious.
That's why I say just pay for it.
In that case, should I? Well, yeah. Because
other races do that too.
So in that case, should I sell my 7 Series? I went down that path too, where I was in that, where I was kind of confused, even starting and getting to this point where I did a lot of that stuff. The shoes. Man.
True. You stopped tricking off your money. You started focusing, and you paid.
I budgeted. I budgeted my tricking.
Yeah. You can't deny yourself completely all the time. True.
Right.
But stop being shiny. Stop tricking off your money is the key.
And you are in Miami, right?
Yes, sir.
Well, you gotta have something. Not playing.
Well, the Asians don't.
You gotta have condoms. That's for damn sure.
The Asians don't. The Asians don't, man. They're singularly focused on something. When they're focused like that, they don't spend shit. I mean, when I say shit, they don't spend shit. And
a story I have personally that I've like not witnessed, but I came in after the fact. Worked for this dude from India, Mr. A, and then I worked for his brother-in-law, Mr. Moan. And Moan came over here, drove taxi cabs, blah blah blah. I don't know if some of y'all notice, maybe some of you guys do, but if you're in the liquor business and you're selling something, especially in Florida, sometimes you have a liquor license lottery, and then the liquor license itself is $200,000 in some areas, depending on where it's at. Now, what they did, they built something. So Mr. A came over with his wife. His wife got bored. Long story short, now the sons one son has his own liquor store. He has his 4 kids and his wife doing that. And then the other son is carrying some of the other liquor stores. Moan, who used to drive the taxis, he has his own liquor store, opened up 2 others within like maybe 3-5 years, maybe that. And it's just like, all right, well, when you guys talk about sleeping on couches, and I'm like, yo, listen, this dude was sleeping on the couch on the floor at Mr. A's house, driving taxi cabs, working at his liquor store. And now he has his own. And now his son, who's a fuck up, hope he doesn't see this. His son has crashed like 2 or 3 different Maseratis and all types of other stuff. But he's scraping the cream off the top, pretty much, of his sweat equity and his hard work. But he did that though.
Yeah.
But that goes back to what I said as far as providing benefits, though. That's the thing.
Right.
That's
so it all comes back full circle.
Ed, that's the intergenerational aspect of it. The father paid the dues by sleeping on the couch, saved that money, was able to get that license, and from saving that money was able to invest it into the business. I'm saying
you can look at hip hop.
Let him finish there with Edward.
Okay. Sorry.
You have to be. Somebody's not going to be the winner. And the thing about with black culture that I'm seeing right now is everybody wants to be number one shiny dog, as opposed to
everybody want a peacock.
This is going to suck, but okay, I got a house, I got a nephew that has a good idea. Okay, nephew, you come here. You got a 5-year window. Here goes what you need to do to be at peace with me in this house, and we work together. Or I got a niece. Okay, niece, I see that you got a smart mind on your shoulders. You want to go be a doctor. You don't worry about getting this apartment and being on your own, but you can't be in my house being a bitch. Go to school, you get on your feet.
Yeah, and that's what black people used to work. Black people used to do that. You know, back 50 years ago, black people used to do that because the culture was still cohesive enough where they could allow that, where you would have relatives sleep on your couch and whatnot till they got their own start.
Now everybody wants to be a rugged individual.
Yeah.
And I can't. I can't tolerate you enough to, even though we're only in the house 8 hours a night, I can't tolerate you enough to be in the same space with me. Oh, you said something to me. Oh, you smelt wrong. Or you snored too loud. I don't like you.
Yeah, because I'll give you an issue. I'll tell you something personal about me because I have 3 grandsons. My 2 daughters have a son, and my son has a son, right? And when they were born, I said all 3 of you guys should raise all 3 of these children together because you won't have to pay daycare. He said 4 adults, 4 or 5 adults should be able to take care of 3 children. You don't need to individually branch off and well, this is mine and I'm not taking care of yours and blah 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 blah. Right. Okay. They all pay how come they all pay child care?
Because they're selfish.
They don't want to work together. I don't want to watch 3 kids. Blah 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 blah.
And
right?
The same age, right?
And child care is high.
With child care is high.
Every 2 weeks.
They're within 2 years of each other. Yeah.
How much is
salary? The same age, and basically the oldest one, he's 2 years older. And I said you have to raise them all together. He said if you watch all 3, because I've demonstrated it. I said they brought them all over, and I watched them for a whole weekend, all 3 of them. I said, if I'm an old man and I can watch all 3 small toddlers at the same time, black boys at that,
lots of energy.
Lots of energy. You have to channel it. They don't really know how to channel it.
Yeah, they licking their finger and sticking it in every plug in the house just to test if it worked.
Well, yeah. If you don't childproof the house has to be prepared for the child. But what I'm saying is, that's the mindset. Whereas back in the day, it would be no thing. Where okay, sometimes like my mother had 5 and my aunt had 5. And sometimes they have 10 children. Right. But with the mindset doesn't work like that anymore. Where we're willing to sacrifice. I'm not willing to sacrifice to actually get ahead.
Well, yeah,
I can't live. We can't get along, even though we're in the same household. So why don't you guys all get together and buy a house or buy an apartment building or whatever, and then you will get some help. But if you guys are all going to split up and be selfish because you're trying to be shiny and whatnot, then nobody's really going to help you.
But you know what? And correct me if I'm wrong, man. But the thing is, if you sit men down and break that down to men and say, this is how much child care is, this is how much y'all about to start paying over the course of a year, 2, 3, 4, dudes will be like, man, fuck that. I'm seeing the money.
Lower both rates.
Sometimes they will if they're young, not necessarily.
Because I feel like the women are the main ones to be driving that bullshit when it comes to I want to do my own shit.
Well, a lot of them actually will drive the men to spend more on childcare just because their kid is in a higher end school, they're better teaching, and it's just like, no, that's bullshit. If you go home with the kid and read to them and put the ABCs on the fridge and tell them organize it every night, it ain't gonna be it's not gonna be any of that BS. And my business partner's going through the same thing. He's like, yo, boss, I just spent $800. I think it was like a month. I think it's like 200 something a week. But it's like I just spent $800 in a week, and I hate months with 5 weeks in them. He's spending a rack, and I'm like, oh, okay. I'm gonna
months with
keep
5
using,
weeks.
But well, there's months where it's not like I was like, it's those months where you have 3 pay periods in 1 month.
Yeah.
So they're longer months, or like the way it hits is a little bit longer.
Oh yeah, that 31st is a B, man.
Right, it's something like that. I'm sorry if I said it wrong.
I know.
But
no, you're right.
It's stuff like that. But as I was saying earlier, you do have to make that sacrifice, and a lot of people don't want to do that.
Don't do that. Yeah. They don't want to do it. Yeah,
and it's necessary. I even had to do it. Go ahead. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, no. An educated person should be able to teach their own children. It doesn't make sense.
Right.
That's why I like Norma Linga and what she's talking about with that homeschool thing.
Mm-hmm.
I love that because I wasn't real big on like homeschool, but when she broke it down and then you look at what technology is and you see basically Boyce Watkins with his asses, boy, I tell you, he's like a 24-hour lecture, man. That crap never is off. Yeah, and I mean, you learned a lot from him. Yeah.
We talked. Well, the thing is, our group, we talked about that, man, 10 years ago.
How do you homeschool if you're a single parent?
It's because of the internet. If you're a single parent, it's difficult because you have to work, but you can still do it because I learned from my child being in a Montessori school. You basically a toddler, you can only teach a toddler at best 2 hours a day. That's all they can retain. So you're not really.
It's just playtime.
Because I broke it down to a particular person like this. They said, "Well, I'm not sure I'm adequate, and school is better, and blah blah blah." They said if you put a typical child in a typical school, the teacher can only spend 15 minutes a day with that child. How long can you spend with your own child teaching them one-on-one?
But then that goes back to the real reason most Black people, especially single parents. I'm talking particular single mothers send their kids into school. They send their kids into school to pawn them off. They're not really trying to raise them. They just maintain them.
Exactly.
Right. Well, I mean, even my own self, my sister, she had problems with with her house, and she was into the investing, and then that bubble burst and hit her and my mom real hard, even my dad. And I told her, she was like, well, I have to go and try and save this house. And I said, yo, listen, leave my nephew down here for 2 years. It's been about 4. But now she's probably about to take him back.
Mm-hmm.
And I almost don't want to let him go because I listen to a lot of what you guys are saying.
Yeah.
And it's just like, yo, listen, I think it was either you or some other YouTube channel I was watching where they said women raise children.
Yeah.
men raise adults.
Yes,
And it's just like, yo, I coach at my old high school, which is where my nephew goes. And I'm like, you know, I try to coach and I'm out there and I'm on him. I don't play around with that kid. Like I'm the enforcer. So it's kind of like he got 2 more years before he has to go off to college. And I'm almost like, you know, as much as I said, hey, listen, you need to take him back.
Yeah.
I'm almost like, nah,
you want to finish the job. Yeah.
I would advise you go ahead and finish it if you can, brother.
Yeah, because the thing is, you put in so much work, you don't want to see it go to waste.
If you can tolerate, finish.
Right.
Yeah, if you 2 years, go ahead and finish. And have it done.
Oh no, it's been 2 years. I see what you're saying. I'm sorry.
Yeah, you got 2 years.
Yeah, I mean,
left,
I've had him through middle school.
Yeah.
Yeah, 2 years left. He's in his 10th grade year now, and he got 2 more years of high school and everything. And I was just like,
he's off to college, right?
Don't disrupt his life like that.
Go ahead and finish the job. Yeah, you only got 2 years left. Finish the job, because you know if she let him go for 4 years and she did not take him back, that means she's not interested in finishing the job. She's gonna screw it up. You know, I
don't like hearing that about my sister, but you know.
What I'm saying? Right. Well, we don't know it yet, but you know what I'm saying.
I mean, it's based on what you said.
Based on what you said. We already know.
Well, no, the thing is, my sister, I believe she could do fairly well, but at the same time,
she's not interested in finishing the job.
I'm gonna tell you this.
As a man, I'd like to raise him in certain ways because of what I hear from you guys and then hear from other YouTubers, and it's like I don't want him to be no simping ass dude. He could be a masculine dude, but then still be a feminine. He's gonna be 16 in July.
15, 16.
Oh, well, I mean, if you had him for as long as you did, man, then I get you want to finish the job, but if what you said is impactful, I mean, that stuff should be taken because respect is already there. So you'll be a guy you go because he sees what you're doing.
I know what I'm saying is
sometimes he calls me dad, which is kind of sad. But
what I'm saying is. You know, if you put that much time and effort into this child, and you want to absolutely make sure that this child does not go off the tracks, in which it's easy for a 16-year-old if he catches in the wrong position, he can't.
Just got to get the dick wet. That's all right.
Yeah. In other words, you need to go ahead and finish. If he's that close, go ahead and finish the job. Just go ahead and do it.
Yeah, that is in Miami.
Mom let him finish the job.
Huh?
Well, the mother let him finish the job.
Well, the thing is, she
ain't got no choice.
She's gonna let him,
the way I see it,
because she really hadn't. If she really wanted him back, he would. That's his mother. He'd have gone back. She really hasn't pressed him to come back.
Right, because she's been dealing with her own shit, blah blah blah, and then
what I'm saying,
and it's been easy, and she's been able to do it, and I don't really stress it because. While I'm doing the business, I like to keep him close. In fact, I take him to quite a few business meetings. Even the customer I'm at right now.
Yes.
You know, I took him into a business meeting. I said, hey, listen, this is what you do. Fold your hands. Stay attentive. So on and so forth. This is how I handle it. And then when I handed him a check was $6,100, and that was just parts, and I told him everything. And I said, hey, listen, they're going to give us the money. And I went through the whole thing, and he just his eyes opened up. And I'm like, see, that's how you get your knife.
Finish the job. I mean, I know it's a sacrifice, and you have time constraints. What I'm saying is, for your own psyche and for your own self-worth, and if you send him back, he goes off the rail. You're gonna feel like you wasted 4 or 5 years of your time, right?
I'm gonna feel like shit, to be honest. Not even waste.
Finish. Like I said, for your own psyche, finish the job, because I tell my daughters all the time, when me and their mom broke up, I had an opportunity to start another family someplace else. But the thing is, I didn't trust her with my children by herself. And I was right. I said I had to be close enough to where I could actually intervene. As long as she knew I was close enough to intervene, she wouldn't fuck up.
Right.
I'm gonna throw this out there.
Go ahead.
This young man does not know his mother. Like I know from my experience moving down south, I had to get acquainted with my father after him working 2 jobs and just struggling many years, just seeing him on the weekends. He does not know this woman, even though it's his biological mother. He does not know this woman. Mm-hmm. So he's going the first time she steps out of pocket with him is he's going to have that bitch please moment.
Yeah.
And lose a whole lot of respect for her, and then that's off to the races.
Oh yeah, there's going to be that conflict. Like, you're not Uncle Mike.
Yeah.
Who will literally make my head spin, even though my sister's like that. But I feel you. Like, I'm talking, but I already know the answer.
What I'm saying is, in my opinion, this is from me knowing women. If a woman's really dedicated to her child and raising her child, she is not going to be 4 or 5 years without her child being with her. It's not going to happen. And if the fact that she lets you have her child for 4 years and did not come back and get him means that she is not invested in him like you are. That's just the way I'm reading it. So if you value this child and you value the time that you put in this child, finish the job, because she is not going to come close to doing what you're doing for him. It's not going to be the same.
Right. He understands it. And he, like, you know, like I've had him actually listen to a lot of your hangouts. I'm talking like we'll be sitting there prepping chicken and cooking and all this stuff. And trust me, like,
okay,
I keep him close to the cuff. Like, a lot of stuff, like he's listened to UBGS. He's listened to Morpheus talk about stuff. And he's like, it'll be pre-recorded. We don't catch it live all the time. But he'll be like, women really do that, Uncle Mike? And I'd be like, if you only knew, bro.
Yeah, I'm always shocked because I know my subs, they the only reason I leave the hangouts up, because when I originally was doing them, everybody else deletes, and I left it up by accident. I woke up and said, why is there 2,000 views on a hangout, 8-hour hangout? Who would listen to me blabber for 8 hours? And I talked to the subs, said, we like listening to them, so leave them up. So that's the reason I leave them up.
Oh yeah, if you check out the watch time. Yeah, if you look at your watch time, you'll see, man. And people be watching these things. Like, I throw them up there on Jason Black's hangout too, and they like, who's this guy? He's like Jason Black without all the firebrand. Like, it's like which you know, people like Jason Black, but Jason Black is like drinking whiskey raw. You know, everybody are straight. Everybody's not capable of doing that.
Yeah.
But they still need it, you know, so.
Oh, yeah, you need that kick in the chest.
That's why I call it put him on BGS's knee.
He's blunt.
Well, yeah, and I think that's totally necessary. Do you have that actual level of bluntness or realness or truth? And if you don't have it, you're just going to have all types of problems. You're going to have half-truths. You're going to have halfway doing things. And that's what we're seeing a lot of and what I've heard from you guys a lot is just people are doing it half-assed.
Yeah.
And that's why it's like that. And that's why we only getting, you know, we got half the women, they got their mind right, half the men, they got their mind right, stuff like that.
Half, I think it's less than that.
That's being nice, right?
It's being nice, yeah.
I'm looking for 75. Look, man, I've broken this down to a science. There's 42 million black people in this country. You cut them in half, 18 of, under 18 is half, over 18 is half.
It's a third.
I remember this.
It's a third, yeah.
I remember that calculation.
Yeah, it's a third, yeah.
Yeah, I'm looking for like 75,000 black men. That's my market, because that's like the top 1%. Those are the people that, like, we have these conversations, because the stuff we talking about, you know, is pretty much tactical. Like, I also agree that men need to leave the Jordans alone. I got me a pair of Starberries. Guess what? Them things are $14.
Yeah.
You know,
That's why I was raised.
I got phone posits myself.
And it's black.
When I used to do that.
Yeah, because the only reason I used to buy Jordans is for the children, because I didn't like Michael Jordan the way he was treating his workers back in Vietnam, where the factory was made, and then secondly, I grew up when it was sneakers are sneakers, right? You paid $20, $10, $15 for sneakers, and that was it. So when they announced this $140, we like, what? To play ball in? Are you kidding me?
But like that, if you saw black men get good about making just that small sacrifice, it's one thing to want to be presentable, but you don't have to be like when you work at a 9-to-5 job. It's like you got to show up, like when because it's kind of like keeping up with the Joneses, so to speak. One of the things I've learned when I work from home, I mean, I'm keeping it real with you. My boss, he used to always get complimented on his style and stuff like that. He was like one of them outgoing guys. He brought me in the office one day. I said, "Where you get your clothes from?" He said, "I get my clothes from the thrift store." I let my wife. He said.
You take him in, yeah.
He said, yeah, he lets his wife buy the expensive stuff. He said, all I need is my Escalade, and my wife buys the, the mall stuff, and then I get my stuff from the thrift store. I said, you do that with your kids too? He said, yeah, half and half. But
basically, you go to the thrift store, you go to a higher end thrift store, you take them down to the tailor, you have them measured, you have them basically cut for you, and basically you have basically a tailored suit. That's what.
And when you in New York or Miami or LA,
yeah, it's easy, yeah.
Yeah, you can get the good stuff there. So he was breaking that stuff down, like Habitat for Humanity and all of that. That's another thing them other races do.
Ali Vegas. Back in the day, I was wearing Wilt Chamberlain Chucks. They were yellow, the Laker gold. So yeah, I was wearing Chucks back in the day. Chucks. I'll tell you one thing. Being a ball player. There was nothing like Chuck Taylor's if you wanted to stop. Nothing, because the Nikes and everything after that, they don't have the gripping power. I'm serious. I'm serious.
I'm as old as you. Converse.
Speed lies were
the only thing about the old-fashioned Converse with that soft rubber, you would tear the shit out of them after a couple of games. But the thing is that rubber would stop you. You would break your knee almost. It'd stop you so hard.
I like Converse. I like the Converse for like working out, especially when I'm teaching like shot put discus or even offensive lineman. I'd be like, yo, listen, if you want to squat good weight and not blow out your knee, don't be wearing these fresh ass Nikes in here, because that's gonna make that's gonna put too much pressure on your knee. And I learned that myself years later. You buy them shoes that are flat bottoms. You don't have to buy them No Bulls or them Reebok CrossFit shoes. You could buy pair of $50 Converses, and then that's all you're doing that is squat.
Yeah, because because I noticed, man, the first time, because I used to wear nothing but Converse, man, and you could hear the squeak and stop, man. First time I put on a pair of Nikes and I tried the same start, it's like, oh man, what the hell?
It's like somebody done grease junk shoes.
Yeah, because the rubber was so soft on the old-fashioned Converse, man. When you stop, they're like gum wall. You stop, man. It adhered to the floor. But the Nikes were never built that way, so they didn't have the same traction that the other shoes did. I think they've improved it, but it's still not the old. The only thing about the old-fashioned Converse, they were heavy as hell,
and
they were heavy,
rigid. You got to really break them things in.
Now.
Then
what I'm saying, the old fashioned, they were basically canvas. You didn't have to break them in. The things that were like twice as heavy as Nike. If you take an old fashioned Chuck Taylor Converse and you pick them up, they were like 3 times the weight of a Nike. The Nikes were always hell of a lot lighter, and they're hell of a lot lighter now, but they make sacrifices in it.
Yeah, what I've noticed with Converse is now, and of course it may have changed. I'm only 31, so. Is that they're very heavy shoes, and when I say break them in, like that sole sometimes is a little bit. You're right, it's canvas, but like I feel that it's stiff sometimes personally.
Yeah,
it doesn't take long,
Well, the thing, the old-fashioned sole wasn't made out of the same material. They're made out of gunwale material. So as soon as you put them on, the rubber is really, really soft. It's soft, there's no breaking in. They're really, really soft. Whereas the Nikes, because to make them lightweight, or I think who makes I think Nike does make the Converse now. They have lightweight material, so they have to be stiffer. But the old-fashioned, big, heavy ones, you could twist those old Converse up in a pretzel. The rubber was so soft. But the thing is, they do tear up and they're heavy. Back then, they don't make them anymore.
Yeah.
All I know is these shoes are $50 now.
Huh? Yeah.
I don't know how these kids get the center industry, and I'm gonna tell you, that be the one thing that's around the corner, like it's a Star Wars premiere to get and they do it like every quarter. It's really goofy. It's sad.
Every month now. I mean, a new pair of retro Jordans are releasing. I still get the stuff from Foot Locker. I get the emails all the time. Releasing this week, Jordan 5s.
Yeah.
That's the tragedy of Kanye West, man. Kanye West could be almost worth damn near $1 billion, man, because he found a way to transition entertainment and fashion and sell the shoes like these athletes do, which is something that Russell Simmons couldn't figure out how to do, Damon Dash couldn't figure out how to do, but he crying to Mark Zuckerberg to get some money rather than hooking up with, what's the dude's name from Shark Tank, Damon Jones or Damon? Like, see, that's what I'm talking about, man. A lot of times we don't look at what we have. I'll give you another.
I think there's a society that facilitated that, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, well, as it does with all things.
Yeah, well,
he was lucky. He got.
Yeah, he was a transcendent player, the first really transcendent player that crossed boundaries. So the thing is, trying to replicate what he did. It's like Michael Jackson. You get those transcendent people that cross boundaries like that.
Speaking of transcendent, what about that transcendent? Verbal ass whooping that LeBron James gave to Charles Barkley, man.
Have you watched David Carroll's breakdown of that? I loved it.
I haven't. I mean, I've heard it, but I haven't seen it. But
it's funny. I think I didn't do much research into it. I never heard the original, but what I heard is it's the pot calling the kettle black, really. Because you got LeBron James, got children out of wedlock, supposedly, and all types of other stuff. Right. And then now he's going after Charles Barkley. It's just like, yo, listen, really? Like, have you looked yourself in the mirror?
The thing is, he went personal, and Charles Barkley said, I was talking about what goes on.
Exactly. Right.
But you know what?
But LeBron James is really concerned about that.
But the thing is, though, LeBron is
Edward first.
LeBron is a lot more. The thing is, LeBron gets on my nerves sometimes. How he dealt with the Tamir Rice situation, I didn't like. But overall, LeBron James is doing like one of the top when it comes to how athletes kind of should act when it comes to doing what they can.
He's a nice guy, but he's too sensitive sometimes. And
that's true. I agree.
And that's what David Carroll was saying.
Mama.
But Albert, go ahead. Albert, go ahead. Go ahead.
I said he's raised by his mother, and his mother is sleeping with teammates. So it's
his mother's a hood rat.
What kind of woman she is? I'm just saying.
Well, he was saying that he's a crack baby.
He don't want to sell it, but his mama was out there selling pussy. Okay, you don't want to say that. That's how come they had to be adopted. He would have never got out the hood if white people didn't adopt him.
Who?
Right. So, but being said, his character is not going to be as strong. I'm not knocking the brother because he's doing his due.
Yeah,
but he for where he came from, he's good.
He's good from where he came from. Yeah, I like him. I like LeBron James. He's really he tries to be hard, but he's really a soft, sensitive guy. He really is. You can tell.
He eats a lame. No.
Huh?
They were both right.
He'd be an educated lamb.
He would be an educated lamb. He's really soft because he reminds me of my son. My son.
Oh wow.
Yeah. He's really sensitive inside. So
right.
Now Charles Barkley's a coon though. That's why I can't. If it would be anybody else that LeBron kind of got sensitive over, but Charles, I probably would side with that. And see, that's why David Carroll could try to say the pot's called kettle black. But let's be clear here. Charles Barkley is a coon. He's on the Clarence Thomas.
Yeah,
that's why.
Well, no, you have a lot of Southern
because Barkley was talking professionally.
Yeah.
But LeBron responded
emotionally.
But he stays slick dissing, no man. Charles,
but that's what he does.
You gotta understand, Charles.
But he's
salty, man.
Well, he's always been.
Did he ever win a championship?
No.
Okay, he just salty. And just
that's true too. That's why he's slick.
That's what he does. He's been doing that for 20 years. But you are a professional basketball player that makes Google's amount of money, and the press is going to say all kind of stuff about you. You need to let that stuff roll off your back and keep stepping.
BGA, see this.
He built. LeBron built LeBron built that team that they got. He got all the players, and he made sure they made the owner pay him and all that. For him to come out and complain about the team he built was wrong.
Yeah, you're whining. You're whining.
I know. So Barkley was right professionally.
In other words, he told me if it was man to man and wasn't on the air, Charles Barkley said, "Stop being a bitch and suck it up."
Right.
Yeah, he said you don't want to
LeBron
compete.
responded due to Charles being a coon and all that other stuff. He like, I'm tired of hearing from this guy, period, on all the other things.
But
So
what I'm saying,
if
these guys, people like Charles Barkley didn't make TNT as famous as it is, you wouldn't be making the money that you make. Shut the fuck up and keep stepping. It's entertainment. This is not real life. It's entertainment.
Correct.
Well, and also, as he said, he was doing a sports commentator. He's commenting on his skill, and actually not even on his skill, not his skill, but
it's basketball
pretty
related.
much. Yeah, you built a team, like you built the super team.
Yeah,
like, and then you're still saying something. I didn't hear the whole thing, but I heard that's a little bit that I got.
Because they don't have a chance to repeat as a championship because. What's his name left the Thunder and went to Golden State. Now that is a super team. That's a team to beat, and you want to try to match it, but you don't have any space to match it because you're all maxed out. There's nothing the owner can do.
Well, I mean, they just got to get rid of Kevin Love. I mean, they can do that. What? I mean,
you are not going to match that team. Kevin Durant was like one of the top 5, 1 or 2.
If they switch out Kevin Love and Carmelo, they could.
No, they couldn't. They're not going to beat that team. No.
Okay,
now
y'all
we really
laugh.
talking strategy.
Y'all laugh.
I laugh because of the way you said it.
Okay, but here's the thing. Guess what? LeBron beat them with that team that went 73-9. That's why LeBron.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, but you're not going to beat that team with Kevin Durant. It's not going to happen.
I mean, they might not beat the Spurs.
You are not going to beat that team. Okay. With Kevin Durant on it, you are not going to beat him. Kevin Durant can beat you by himself.
I understand how good Kevin Durant is, but remember, James Harden, Russell Westbrook, and Kevin Durant was on the Thunder at one point, and they still got their ass beat.
They were all young and they hadn't developed yet, and they blew it by trading James Harden.
I like Kevin Durant, but if Kevin Durant and Kevin Durant is very good. But the thing is, the Thunder, and look, the Thunder should have beat the Warriors that when they played against the Warriors last year? And I think he might have won, but you never know. So I don't like LeBron James. If anybody wins but LeBron James, I consider that a win.
I like LeBron James.
I like LeBron James as like a human being, but as a player, the Bulls can't win. Nobody.
I like LeBron James as a player.
Well, I mean, it's more of a rivalry thing. But what I'm saying is, the thing is, there are moves they can make. Like I've been talking about this.
Give me one.
If you trade Kevin Love for like LaMarcus Aldridge, if you trade, which could work, the money's there. They could use it. There are trades that could work where they can be more competitive. I mean, it is. I get it. It's not likely.
You took a 73-9 team and you add a top 3 player. You're not going to beat that team.
The Warriors is a shooting team mostly.
Yeah,
I mean that's what I'm saying. And the Spurs can match up with them. They can pack in the paint.
When it comes down to the playoffs, it's stars. They have more stars. You're not going to beat that team, and everybody knows.
The Spurs have enough to compete.
No, they don't.
All right, so I'll be talking to you when they get eliminated and they go fishing, and I want to hear your explanation. Because we just saw Tom Brady come back from 28-3. I'm not saying it's likely, but you never know.
I'm still suspect about that one.
They had a phone call on that one. That's all.
I had a phone. That's what I'm saying. There's no.
They had to beat that point
spread. Most NFL teams would have sat and took the air out of their ball. I'm going to run it left. I'm going to run it right. I'm going to punt it away, and then we're going to play defense.
I can't comment. I didn't see the game. I was working. That sacrifice.
How can you be?
I'm dead serious.
With 3 minutes to go in the third quarter, up 25 points, and come back and lose.
That's what I want to know. I just watched the second quarter, and then I turned it back on. I'm like, what?
If they had beat them the way that they were going to beat them, the point spread would have been horrendous. If it was them, they were projected to win by 3. Just think if they had let that go. That's like what, 20-1, 30-1 odds. So
I'm not saying that the stuff happened, but I'm saying for me, that's the NFL jumping the shark. There's no way that team should have came back because Atlanta, all the dumb stuff that he said Atlanta did time after time after, like not running the ball and kicking the field goal, which would have ended the game basically.
They couldn't kick the field goal.
Like the Seahawks.
Yeah.
No, he got sacked and got knocked out of field goal range. That's what happened.
But in other words, if you can't get sacked if you hand the ball off, can you? You're already in field goal range.
I get it. It's too many coincidences. I understand it's too many coincidences.
All he had to do was
They
throw the ball
didn't
away.
make the point spread. They had to make that 3-point the point spread.
If the coach signals from the sideline that to hand the ball off and we're going to kick a field goal, and that quarterback does not do it, he will not be there next year. In a Super Bowl? Are you kidding me? No, no quarterback.
The MVP of the league. You should.
Well, I've seen the Bears.
You should have enough sense. It's teaching you from college on. In that position, you do not take a sack.
No quarterback.
He didn't do that.
No quarterback is going. That's the coach's fault. You're in field goal range with the Super Bowl on the line. You hand the ball off and you kick the field goal.
No, you try.
Why are you running
your MVP?
I mean, I've seen crazier games, man, and I have seen.
Well, the thing is, that's a dumbass. That's a dumbass move by your coach. It's on the coach.
Well,
you got a dude named Beast Mode, and you don't run the ball in. Still on that.
I mean, for real. Oh yeah, especially after the way Marshawn Lynch has conducted himself. I mean, I always point to Marshawn Lynch as an example.
You still talking about what?
2 years ago.
Yeah, well, it was a year before. It was a year before Russell Wilson
feel the
confirmed.
earthquake. Put it like that.
And it's the year before Russell Wilson became a full-time simp.
One at a time.
As an old sports fan, you gotta learn to let them things go, man.
I let them go. But I'm not watching Super Bowl anymore. Like I said, I got it on tape. I refuse to even watch it. I don't even want to watch that shit. I don't believe it.
Yeah, you getting don't start telling me about the Illuminati, BGS, because you can make the case.
I'm saying at some point they get
the Illuminati wears helmets.
They don't, but there's the Illuminati, but they don't wear helmets. They wear suits and ties. They wear $10,000 tailored suits. But they are there, and they're real.
I think they wear Tommy Bahama shirts, to be honest.
Huh?
I think they wear Tommy Bahama shirts, to be honest.
No, the Illuminati is real, but they're not as powerful as people think. They're real.
Right. Oh, no, definitely.
I'm just tired of black people blaming everything on the Illuminati and hip hop.
No.
Jay-Z is not in the Illuminati.
No,
I don't think so. Well, I'm saying at a certain level, there is a Hollywood underground that you have to pass through.
Yep.
Oh yeah, have you ever heard of Sex Magic?
Huh?
That documentary, Sex Magic. Yeah.
That is true. That is not a joke. And I've heard more than a few people, credible people, say the same.
Oh no, I believe that too. I mean, stuff like what you saw with Penn State just shows that there's.
Oh God,
that's proof of concept.
But you know what? They're rolling up those networks since Hillary Clinton didn't back off, and basically the military intelligence dumped all those emails, and now you see them rolling up all these pedophile rings. The one in Haiti got rolled up. There was one in Los Angeles that got rolled up. There's one in where is it? Is it Sweden? Someplace in Northern Europe that got rolled up.
Oh yeah, you know how them Europeans do, man. I'm surprised that's just not where they go.
What I'm saying is with those emails, the police are actually rolling up all these rings. They've been kept secret for so long because eventually that stuff is going to slip again. So basically covering all their tracks. So there's been about 4 or 5 pedophile rings that have been busted. Like the one in Southern California, I think they arrested like 61 people. And I think in Haiti they arrested like 31 people. And I think in was it Sweden or was it Norway? I can't remember where they rolled up. They arrested about 50 people. I mean, just within a matter of
that's extremely sad because I coach shot put and discus, and I have to deal with girls. Like today, I only had the girls, and I see them, and then I'm a type of person. I go out and I go to the strip club and everything like that, and it's just like you see some of these girls and the way they acting, And it's just like, man, y'all moving too fast. Y'all don't know what's out there. Y'all need to calm down, chill out, because there's people that will prey on the way they act, the way they say, like, they don't want to listen to any type of authority. And they'll be like, oh, yeah, no problem. Yeah, you can do whatever you want. Come in this van real quick. And next thing you know, they carted off to Europe in some damn child sex ring.
A lot of them are boys, though.
Yeah, a lot of
stuff like that, too.
I'm saying the boys cost more. Because boys will bring in a better price than girls will, believe it or not.
See, so
because
what I'm saying
higher
is,
class people like boys.
That's what I'm saying. A lot of women, they always try to make it like it's a, like, especially black. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think black women dismiss that when black men talk about like that these boys are targeted to. A lot of black women think that's just something we saying, kind of like how they just say shit to just counter shit, and they think that shit ain't really real like that
because they don't want to believe it. Because they think boys are invulnerable, so they don't want to believe it.
No, well,
right, yeah. Especially if you get the most small, scrawny boys, like, and everything like that are easily, like, a big dude will come in, beat the shit out of them, and next thing you know, they bitched out after that because they know they can't fight. So next thing you know, they gonna be like, whatever you want, and it's sad to say that, but that's what happens.
Oh, yeah, it does happen.
It's the same thing with prison, where, you know, women will sit there and talk about rape all day, every day, and then not acting like, you know, in prison this stuff happens. And, you know, this is the type of, like I said, that's that self-centered stuff that has me really, like, what you call it was said, like, the hell with them, just go interracial. You know, like, every time, that's why I kept on bringing that up, because every time if a chick annoys me or pisses me off, I just hear his voice. Like, God damn it. Like,
hey, right there on your shoulder.
He said, just stop it. Why are you doing this to yourself?
Yeah. I agree with him. Yeah, I can't blame him.
Because I like it.
I
like him. I mean, like, as you said, I think BGS said it one time. Why do black women still, like, even though they'll jump the fence in a sense, and they go to white men or other races, why can't Pookie or Ray Ray, baby daddy, whatever, come back in? Because physically, they like it. They like them. And me personally, I love black women. I dated one white woman. That's the first and only drug dealer I've ever dated that was super jealous. So to say you go on the other side, you're going to beat something better, they might be a drug dealer and an accountant by day. But, you know, with that, it's just... it's just like, you know, I like black women. Do I like their bullshit? No, but I like their pussy. So I deal with it.
Well, it is what it is.
I deal with it, you know, within certain means. Budget accordingly.
We're more loyal to them than they are to us.
Sadly.
I mean, in general, I mean, they want to have sex with us. Sure, they're loyal, but you take sex out of it, they could throw us in the grinder and not care.
Oh yeah, they wouldn't care.
I mean,
that's kind of like the French women that went with all the Germans during the occupation, and then, you know, other stories of that nature.
Yeah, because men don't dismiss. We don't like if we don't want to have sex with a woman, we work with them, we deal with them. We don't dismiss them or treat them with disrespect. Not like that. Not unless they come at us wrong. Then we tell them about themselves, and that's like one of the biggest differences that
because it's culture has changed. Women didn't used to be that way. You know,
well, since I was born, they've been so.
Yeah, they have been. I'm telling you, I'm older.
So I'm hop in that time machine.
I'm in the dark
they
ages.
weren't that way. Yeah, they would actually speak because their mothers made them speak. Like my daughter speaks to people. Okay, you know, even my daughter, the evil one, my youngest daughter, who's the evil one, she speaks to people because we made them speak to people. They have to be polite because we didn't tolerate them being impolite. You know, even my grandson, who's got an attitude, he's 4 years old, got an attitude. No, you say thank you, you say please, and all that. Constantly reiterate it. Please, thank you. When you walk in, you hug and greet all your elders. That's what you do. That stuff. Even my son is the same way with his kid. We don't tolerate that stuff. You say thank you. You say sorry when you do something, and you greet people. You say hello. It's work, but the thing is, that's what you got to do. Women don't do that shit anymore. Women used to enforce that.
BGS.
Yes, sir.
that whole interracial stuff is economics. I mean, a lot of the wealthy white chicks, man, they loyal. They loyal to Brad still. The middle class and lower class white chicks, they don't have nothing to lose. So they'll black dude. Matter of fact, they'll come up because if they stay within their circle, they probably have better chances getting with a black dude.
What I'm saying is, okay, you can have a wealthier white chick screw you on the low, just like she screw anybody else on the low. She's not gonna bring you out front. No, she's not gonna screw you out front. There's a lot of white chicks who screw you on the low.
Yeah, you know, I mean, women they be screwing black men
on the low. Yeah, and sometimes you get white men to recruit for their wives if you're young. You know,
that's that power dynamic. That's that mind fuck right there. They say, I want to watch you.
Yeah,
that's the cold
that cuckolding shit.
Yeah.
If you ever see a white woman with an ace of spades on them.
Yeah.
That's the sign?
Yep. It's a sign, yeah.
We drifted here. We drifted.
I mean that's why I tell dudes I had to like
it's ace of spades, yeah.
It's ace of spades.
Yeah.
I call it concubine dick. It's like like the Negro buck type dudes, because these dudes be acting like, you know, if you use sex to get a place to stay and stuff like that. I said, dude, you ain't nothing but a slave. That's how they see you. You just like a hood rat, but a male version.
At that point.
Yeah, of course.
You a slut at that point. I won't disrespect hoes.
Yeah, you're
get it right. You're a stallion. You're a stallion.
You're a stallion.
Well, the difference
I won't disrespect hoes. That's an age old profession.
But if they could cunt your junk off and take it with them, they would.
Yeah.
And a lot of dudes be getting confused thinking that they care about them. That's where I get mad. Like, that's why I said the definition of a bed wench is simple. If you go to sleep with somebody of another race and you get up sexually confused, like, well, not sexually confused, but confused, like you've been accepted now,
he loves
you're
me.
A bed wench.
He loves me.
You're a bed wench.
No, they know
because they don't do that with us. White women know she's a white woman when she wakes up, and she knows the power dynamic.
And she knows she knows that she has to do something extra for you to get you, to keep you. That's the whole thing.
Same thing. And I would argue Latin women, it's different, but their crew will remind them real quick, the George Lopez's of the world. If they black, take it back.
Well, the thing is now, especially if you places like, say, like Miami, or you places like Los Angeles now, you're basically living in the same neighborhood. You basically living side by side, so they can't say we don't like black people. Hell, you live right next to us. You go to the same school. Your kids play together. So I see it all. In fact, I've seen more. Recently, I've seen more black women with Latino guys.
Well, that's true, but then you have areas. Then you have areas like where I'm at right now. Yeah. Like, I'm in Coral Gables, and Coral Gables is an affluent Hispanic community, to where it's like it's money down here. Like, everybody got a Porsche. Every mother has a Benz. I saw a woman riding in a fence. Like, they got money down here, so they'll keep a Hispanic. So you'll have like little areas like this where they don't even learn English. They don't have to. Like Coral Gables, Doral, like they just don't have to. Like, you go into I've been into Office Depot. The point I'm trying to make is that sometimes they won't accept you, and that's just sometimes, them putting their dollars to use, that Morpheus would say, and other people have said before, like they just put their money to use.
First generation, no, they don't. But the second generation, yeah, they especially
assimilation will happen.
It will happen because now it's so mixed. In other words, there is no all Hispanic area. There is no all black area. There's no white area. It's all.
No,
all
I hear what you're saying, BGS. But my thing is, black people, black men in particular, we have to get clear on what team we're on. Like, I understand the assimilation thing, but when it comes to the finances and the money, if they want to not do business with you, that's not something that's just going to change, because that culture is going to be there.
It will change because What is the first rule of dating and mating? What's the first rule? Proximity.
I was going to say
I'm talking about economics.
No, economics is secondary. Proximity. The people that you live next to, that you go to school with, all that stuff is more important than everything else.
I understand that, but at the end of the day, what I find, what I find, and this is kind of going back to it, like if I look at a country like Brazil, where Brazil is all mixed up, at the end of the day, the white people are at the top, the brown people, it just depends on where they are economically, and the black people are at the bottom.
I am telling you, I'm not telling you what I think. I'm not telling you what I would, you know, just on happenstance. I'm telling you after 50 years of observation.
He said,
okay?
He said, Edward, that like if you the closest person you are to, you can fuck. Most likely.
Yeah. In other words, the reason that a guy from Canada screws white women is because that's who he's around. Okay? Proximity is more important than everything else.
Close enough to feel these strokes.
I completely understand that. All I'm saying is, when I'm doing business with black men, you know, it's very like, I'm not gonna say it's something that I care. What I'm saying is, black men need to stop coming up and acting like they want to be with other races in order to validate themselves, because it
has nothing to do with that. It means it's called socialization. The reason that the Prussian school system works so well is because it socializes you to have a different identity. Your identity is formed by your culture.
And that is part of what messes us up with on the economic front.
The only way you are going to stop this is take your black children out of these schools and homeschool them, or put them in an all-black environment. Otherwise, you might as well kiss it goodbye. One generation at the tops, two.
So my
look at the NBA.
What does that have?
Look at all those. What does it have to do with what?
With the with black people working together in collective economics.
Okay,
it doesn't have anything to. Yeah, go ahead.
Collective economics. You got to humble yourself and be able to work with your neighbor. You got to work together.
Yeah,
that's all it is. I mean,
what do you mean work together? When you say your neighbor, you talk about Hispanic neighbor. What are you talking about?
No, and so in other words, if black men want to come together, there's nothing stopping black men from getting together and working together and accomplishing anything except them. It's a mindset. It has
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, that's what I'm focused on.
It's really simple.
You know,
and that's why I talk about sweat equity. Do you believe in that we can get this accomplished, and are you willing to come in as a team and sacrifice and get this done? If you are that person, you will get it done.
Yeah, are you willing to do more and make less? And most people will say no.
No, yeah.
And I've done it for years, and now I'm telling my business partners to do it. And it's kind of like there was a bit of resistance.
Yeah.
One business partner said one thing, and then I told him, hey, listen, I'm expecting you, even though I'm taking more now, I'm expecting you to do the same work, if not more. I'm only asking you guys to do this for 3 years, and then we go back to the even splits. And they were like, but they understood it when they started looking at the numbers. Because I told them straight up, hey, look at my spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I've made this much this year, this much this year. The trend is, it goes up, it goes down, it goes up, the trend is continuing.
Yeah.
Do you think what's going to look like when I'm 35? And I told y'all,